don't you live a little? Why 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 don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah, turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Welcome to another wonderful year of the LPL and another wonderful year of The Last Hit. As you can see, we're changing things up a little bit this year. Crazy is our game, right? So it'll be me, Mazel, as your main host week to week, joined by my constant co-host. And I read that I had to say this in the contract somewhere, but Emmy Award-winning contributor, World Semifinals casting, MSI Semifinals casting, 3-time LPL Finals caster, and the only caster in the LPL to win a regular season MVP award. We've got Jordan Lyric Corby here with me. The crowd goes wild.
That was so much cringier and worse than I actually could have imagined, like, hearing you say it out loud.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. And we're going to move on because I was contracted to do all that. As our third slot, we're going to have mixing up just a little bit. We're going to be rotating either Dagda or Ox or potentially something else. You know, maybe some special guests week in, week out. But here, starting it off, we've got the Irishman himself. We've got Dagda. How you doing, man? Welcome to the new year. Long time no see. I'm excited to have you.
Yeah, happy to be here, and it's good to be back on the last hit. It's been a hot minute since we kind of had a lot of LPL action, so I'm ready for 2022. This year looks so spicy.
It really does. But we got to start off by capping off 2021 because look at me, camera. Look at me. We are the greatest region in the world. The LPL are the world championship winners. And it doesn't stop here. The year is going to get crazier. EDG tied a bow beautifully on 2021. And we got to celebrate that just a little bit. So, guys, I want to go ahead and start the conversation off by talking about what is EDG, who made EDG, and for me, I'm gonna start off by saying it was Viper all year long. I think Viper had such a consistent carry mindset throughout the year, and really having that top off in the final, being helped out by JJ. I think Viper makes EDG. What about you, Dagda?
Yeah, I think Viper obviously absolutely amazing. I mean, I've seen that clip of me losing my mind in summer finals a couple of times.
Just a couple, right?
Just
I
didn't expect to be on screen, but yeah, Viper's an absolute monster. I think by head and shoulders far away the best AD card that we had in the LPL in 2021. Curious to see if that remains in 2022 with certain faces coming back, but definitely think Viper was a monster. But I think the most curious thing for me is like looking at the finals, how they kind of shifted away, even kind of over the course of the World Championship, away from the bot lane and playing around Viper to playing around Flandre in that top lane. Because honestly, Flandre had an astounding performance, and same with JJ. Like, I think there was so many standout performers on that roster that was more than just Viper. It's hard to just be like, oh yeah, this was all on Viper's shoulders. There's so much more.
I asked you the question. Whose name is in your mind for EDG? Come on, man. You gotta give me a name at least. You can't say the whole team. That's like the weak answer.
Well, apart from Corgi, because Corgi's a legend.
Yeah, true. No, you can stick with that answer. That's fine. We all know who carried.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think Viper definitely carried, but I just want to give a special shout out to Flandre. I thought Flandre was exceptional.
Wow, I'm surprised all three of us are going different ways. I feel like Viper was definitely the force that got them to Worlds, but funnily enough, I think Viper was the most quiet EDG player at Worlds. I mean, it was still good, right? Consistently doing well in lane, not getting caught out, doing his job in team fights. But I feel like Scout or J. See, I don't want to pick one name. Scout or JJ has to be.
I asked you a simple question.
Okay.
There was literally one question.
Okay, I will go with JJ for the fact that I feel like the only question mark EDG really had all year long was like, okay, how good can JJ play, right? I do like Rob's point about them playing more towards topside, not only at Worlds, but I think it was the finals, their last series, right, where they started playing up more towards topside when they played up against FPX. And it did help that Flandre wasn't allowed to get Graves like every game of Worlds, which, I mean, he was sick on. So, again, that one, special shout out to EDG's coaching staff. True.
Hey, gotta give him those, all right?
But yeah, I feel like if JJ didn't step up at Worlds and actually clap people like Canyon, then I mean, EDG probably would have done nowhere near as well. I feel like the only jungler that maybe outperformed JJ in their series was Clid, but even that series, I don't feel like JJ had a bad tournament. So overall, I mean, I think Rob nailed it when he wanted to be when he was naming everyone. The team just played well overall. That's why they won Worlds. But I think
that's why they all got houses. I mean, that's how it goes.
I was watching the Make or Break documentary. It was so cool to see JJ basically how hard he was struggling as well. Like when you look at all through summer and in spring in playoffs and that, and then to have him just out jungle Canyon of all players to have to out jungle the finals. So
Clap and Canyon in the same sentence that Lyric said. That just blows my mind. That's a statement that we can't say, and I think that's so indicative of the EDG season towards the end, right? I just think it's such a miraculous run from the things that we saw from them in the summer split, and really being able to trudge through all that as a team, and the fact that we get to see that kind of extra mentality come through for that team. When you're looking at the documentaries, you're seeing behind the scenes the togetherness that I feel like that squad had was second to none.
Yeah, I do have one question to kind of walk it back. Did either of you guys predict EDG to win Worlds going into Worlds?
I predicted RNG.
I also predicted
crystal
RNG.
Ball.
So the thing was, I went on to all the different accounts that I have on League EU West, and I just bought the different ones and predicted each LPL team to win. So one of
At
so
least you're
somewhere,
right in some world.
yeah, somewhere I could say I predicted EDG to win. But yeah, I mean, the real answer was I predicted RNG. I was really hoping that
wow.
we'd kind of end up with a golden roll, but didn't have it.
All three of us.
And then, yeah, I thought coming into it, EDG didn't look like they looked great, but I just didn't think that they had the star power essentially, or the maybe star power is the wrong word. I didn't think that they had the play. It was like a jack of all trades, right? I didn't see a certain play style where they just kind of outright won against some of the better teams, especially when you're looking at a team like Damwon. I was like, how does this team actually beat them? And it didn't feel like they had an answer until we started to see them kind of swap up their style and then have those standout performances from pretty much everyone across the team.
Yeah,
They just had a more sturdy boat.
I feel like for EDG, the reason why I didn't predict them was, you know, when EDG are performing like every player's playing at their best, they look prepped like for finals when they're taking away all of FEX's picks and this kind of thing. I think EDG do look like, even, you know, before Worlds, do look like a team that could be or is best in the world. The question is like, can EDG do that the whole tournament long? That's what I didn't know, right? You slip up one day in one best of 5, whether it is against Damwon or whether it is against an RNG, right? It's like, well, your whole tournament's suddenly over. So that was where I didn't have faith. But I mean, heck, I think that makes EDG's win even cooler. The fact that I don't know how many of us LPL casters actually predicted EDG to win. I think someone did. I just can't remember who.
On that, I will say, as a like LPL casters, like, yeah, they could be, but here's the list of all the cons that we have. Like, just so you're aware, these exist. It's not like we're the best.
Let me
It's
get
like,
my
we
folders
could
out
be,
real quick.
Maybe, you know, if we just do this and this. But yeah, I think the thing that I wanted to hit on off of Jordan's piece there was just like, we saw that like lack of prep kind of hurt them in groups, right? Like when we look at EDG in groups, they didn't look anywhere near as strong as they had in playoffs. They were struggling to try and adapt to this Enchanter bot lane, and we saw Mako getting caught out quite a bit and trying to facilitate that style. It really didn't look comfortable, and even just kind of trying to transfer that pressure rather than playing around the bot lane as they had traditionally in summer, like moving that pressure up towards Flandre in the top lane took a bit of growing room, and it had a few growing pains. So I definitely think like EDG improved over the course of the split, where they were having the scrims in the background to get them to where they look comfortable, but I don't think it was like ever going to be smooth sailing. And the fact that they came in groups and look dodgy, and even when we're like talking about them coming into playoffs, it was like, look, they really do have the potential to show up, but this is a team that does really well when they prep, but also is a team that needs time to kind of get used to the style that they're playing.
And I think that's the most interesting part of like seeing that whole growth throughout the end of that season. But also for me, that lends extremely into 2022, because when you're looking at this EDG roster, they running it back. I mean, there's like, it's crazy to me that you can stick with this team who showed so much growth, who showed such an incredible anime arc, if you will, in 2021, and get to see an iteration of that again.
I just love how you say incredible anime arc. I'm trying to think of an anime arc where some rich guy throws a bunch of money at his problem.
No, Lyric, don't take it away from him. Come on.
I feel like that roster was pretty good the whole year. You know, I don't know if there was some crazy transformation, but yeah, running it into 2022, I think they're going to be a big winner of early split, because I think literally every other team in the LPL has a roster change. I don't think there's any single team other than EDG that made no changes. So I think EDG should be able to do well early. My question is how EDG are going to do in the meta. You would expect it to be fine, right? Because there's like a lot of agency on bot laners right now, so Viper's going to be able to do well. Flandre can just chill. You have like
comeback potential.
Yeah, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao meta, so you know, JJ's going to do well. I just know this. I expect this shouldn't be the perfect meta for Scout, right? The Victors, the Corkis, the Orianas. Not that Scout's bad on any of those champions. It just feels like Scout pops off when Scout can play high agency. So I wonder if this team will still end first. I think they should be considered favorites, right? They just won Worlds. They're running it back. But I don't know. I guess the amount of changes from other teams is still a question mark.
Do you still doubt the Kings?
I don't.
I mean, like, I'm just hearing some art. Like a year from now, we see EDG hoist the trophy for a second time, and I get to keep this recording and throw it in Lyric's face.
I'm just saying, like, every other team is a question. It's not, is EDG worse? It's one of the other like teams that tried to make a super team or something better.
Yeah. I think that's my big question as well. Like, I also expect EDG to have like kind of some jet lag coming into the split, because every year we see teams that like have a deep run in Worlds, they end up coming back, they take time off, and it means that you are a bit slower to pick up on the patch. And that's obviously going to be twice as true here, because you got 3 weeks quarantine going back to China. So by the time you actually get some time to relax and then you're moving in towards scrims, it's going to be messy. But I agree with Lyric. I mean, you've got top 2, if not still the best AD carry, although it's going to be tough obviously with Uzi coming back for Viper. I think you've got an ability to play around bot lane that's going to be great, and Viper would do well with those resources. So it feels like a meta where EDG will do pretty well, apart from, as Lyric was saying, for Scout. So I think despite they might have a rocky start coming into it, I still think EDG are top team coming into LPL, especially because I just don't see a huge amount of star power in the bot lane for a lot of the other teams, right? Like Billy, I'm going to take out of the equation, but like OMG for Gala and Ming, right? Like they are a strong duo, but they're not like an insane carry duo, right? It's been kind of like, hey, we'll do our thing in the lane phase, Ming goes and roams, and then we'll kind of come back later where Gala's strong in team fights. Like there's not a huge amount of teams where like WE has got Xing and Kadai coming in. LNG, I actually want to see Iwandi start. I don't think Glumao is that great. And then you've still got Lights, who's not amazing. Like, there's not a huge amount of teams where I go, oh yeah, well, like LWX and Hung, I think are actually probably the other duo that I'm looking at going, yeah, they look insanely good. But everyone else, I'm like, yeah, sure, Jackie loves Zhuo, but there's no one really where I'm like, oh yeah, this is a standout bot lane that they look comfortable playing around as much as EDG do. And if the meta stays that way, I'm pretty confident EDG are going to look well.
I was going to say, it's actually kind of interesting when you bring up bot lanes, because you're right. It's like, okay, we're looking at BLG's bot lane. I honestly don't think it matters which iteration they run in terms of like, Doggo or Uzi with Crisp is going to be super solid. FPX's bot lane's good. The only other bot lane that you didn't mention, I think, is Weibo's. I think, Weibo, FPX, BLG, EDG, pretty much everyone outside of those, it's like, not there's an issue somewhere. Either they have an AD carry that seems like a bit mediocre, or they have a support, which I'd say in the LPL, once you get past the top like 4-ish supports, I think the role really takes a pretty big hit. I think Sword Art, again, individually, no matter what you think of him, I think with Hwanpong, you can even see Demacia Cup, like, it looked good. They looked happy. They looked comfortable. They were doing pretty well. So, yeah, it's going to kind of be interesting to see if that bot lane dynamic influences early standings with the teams we just mentioned, considering you do have things like Jinx and Caitlyn and Aphelios coming back into the meta, right?
But that's where I look at EDG and I look at the top side, right? You were talking about JJ and Flandre and being able to see that kind of shine in the new season with all the changes coming towards this, with everything coming into 2022. That's where, like, I look to that side to shine even harder, right? We know that there's some late game possibilities with the bot lane and trying to sync that up, but especially towards that top side, EDG, that's where the spotlight is for me going into this season.
And the thing I love about you bringing up top side is, like, Flandre always does well at the beginning of a split. Every split, I don't know why, but like you think about 2021
He's got to assert dominance, all right? Come on.
He was just popping off. Early summer split EDG was either a Flandre or Scout highlight reel. It was like every other game. It was just interchangeable which of them were carrying series. So, I am looking forward to our Overlord early split Flandre.
Very true, but there's another roster, and you kind of alluded to it, that I want to talk about specifically. Not just because, I'm one of the only casters to have gotten to cast him, but, Uzi's BLG roster, if you will, the star power roster. You've mentioned, right, Chris being good with Uzi and Doggo, but the question and the thing that I find the most interesting about this whole team, but specifically this bot lane, and we can kind of break down the rest of the roster, but Uzi and Crisp, right? In 2021, I feel like Crisp was very much on the heavy roam style of support, and I'm wondering how that plays into Uzi's style coming into 2022. Does he represent a different play style coming into it? Is he still the resource-hungry bottom lane king? And so I really find that an interesting question and conversation to have.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to how Crisp will pair with Uzi, I think it'll be totally fine. If anyone's familiar with Uzi's streams, him and Crisp are actually like super good friends. Crisp has been a top 4 support in the LPL for years. I mean, heck, 2019 was the best. Him and Ming have kind of always fought in that conversation, and Mako, of course, with how EDG's been up and down over the past few years, kind of going in and out. But let's remember that 2019 FPX just played all around bot.
exactly.
So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, they did. They
Yeah,
did.
when Chris was in his prime, it was just like, yeah, let's go bot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Chris will just be chill. And if the other members of BLG can adapt to playing around Uzi, because I do think Uzi is a force that will pull you around bot, whether he is consciously like actually doing it, which I think he is. I think he's just a very vocal player. But I even know this from my time coaching teams that had star players, whether it was like when I was in Brazil with BRTT or when I was in Turkey and had Naru. It's like other players that are working with these guys are conscious of either how good they are, the reputation, all this type of stuff, and they
Yeah.
just kind of tend to go that way. I remember, Dag, I mean, you were talking about this the other day, is like,
Yeah.
but how does this team work together on paper? Because you look at pretty much everyone in this team has performed best when the team that they were on played towards them. W with Breathe, I think Weiwei's best split was still 2020 V5, when V5 just pretty much were all like, hey, PB got in Mole roaming and enabling Weiwei. Fofo's obviously Fofo, and I can't imagine him sacrificing his resources for anyone else. I just don't know. This team, I actually
A
don't
team of
expect to be
stars
high.
makes a star team, right?
I don't know, Mazel.
That's the math, right? It goes together, I think. No. No, but
Yeah, and
I do find it really interesting.
That's where my biggest question is as well. Is like Fofo was never kind of a big roamer when he was on any of his past teams. So I'm really curious to see what happens when he comes into this. Now, we have seen him perform well in champions like Galio, and he played a little bit of Twisted Fate there in playoffs. But I still think he has definitely performed best when he is the main carry, and Leon was playing heavily towards him. So I don't know. It feels like you're going to need a very different style. And I know that Breathe in the past has played more kind of like a kind of weak side where he's just going to kind of sit there, do his thing, and get to the later portion of the game. But I really don't know is the answer. And especially when you add in the fact that there's so many egos on this team as well. I am quite worried. And one of the things that I was looking at as well is like Uzi's never found success off of RNG. Like when you look at him with, I think it was Chowga Reapers when he went to OMG. Like OMG, I think it was 2015 where he was like struggling to basically find like ways to play the game with the rest of the team because he had his own style of trying to play the game. And now when you come across the BLG where you probably have very similar things with how people want to play the game, you're looking at like Weiwei style of jungle is quite set. Fofo, maybe he can change. Breathe, maybe he can change. But there is definitely going to be a style that Uzi wants to play. And if that isn't the way that the rest of the team functions, I can see this team just imploding. So I feel like this is either going to be like a top 2 team or it's going to be like barely pushing playoffs.
So then I guess the thing for me to lead into next is like what kind of season are we going to get out of Uzi? Because I, as a big fan, as a big fan, low jokes aside, I still would love to see a return to former form Uzi, right? I know that's never going to happen. Health concerns are absolutely precedent, and you have to take care of your body. I would love to see that driven Uzi who wants to be a part of it, right? Or can be a part. Doesn't want to. He always would want to, right? But I want to see if that is the kind of Uzi we get in 2022, or what iteration of Uzi do we get? How much is Doggo going to be playing? How does that interact with their strategy and the way that they approach the game, right?
So I was just gonna ask how much do you guys think Uzi will play?
So
I'm on the low end. I don't think Uzi's playing much this split.
I have a feeling it'll be the same as usual, right? Where he kind of goes, all right, I'm not going to play until after Chinese New Year. And then I think we will get him. Like, I've been watching a bit of his stream, and he still looks insane. Like, game-changing level of play. Like, the dude is just a monster. So and it feels weird that you pay the probably obscene amount of money that you need to get Uzi because he's Uzi. Then you're like, all right, buddy, well, you warmed the bench for us, don't worry. It's like, I don't think
have a
happen.
good one, man. We'll see you in a little bit.
I do think though it'll be the same where it's like after Chinese New Year, that's when he really comes in, but I think we'll see him a good bit after that. And I still think he will define the team, right? And like define the games that he's in. He looks like an absolute monster. We still have things like Ezreal and Kai'Sa. Like, even though you've got like kind of the Jinx Caitlyn, like you got Crown of the Shattered Queen Ezreal, that's really good. The Luden's Echo Kai'Sa build is looking really good. Like, these are things that he can just pop the hell off on. So I think when it comes to, and even Caitlyn as well, like he was renowned for his Caitlyn back in the day for how obscene he was on just controlling the lane and coming out like massive amounts of CS ahead. So this is the Uzi meta. So to not make use of this guy at this point just seems absolutely insane.
I think it would be crazy. I don't know why I expect it. I don't have any good reason whatsoever. It just kind of goes along
Just
with
a
all the
gut feeling.
It goes with all the mojo stuff of last year. It's just something tells me we're gonna come maybe to like week 5 or week 6 of LPL, and maybe that's when we start seeing.
I'm
Uzi.
not gonna lie. If I end up after 3 years and twice being teased with casting Uzi
Oh,
to
no.
not get Uzi, I'm gonna be so annoyed.
Oh,
I'm gonna
no.
be so pissed.
BLG, if you're watching this, don't let this happen to Dagda. Please don't let this happen.
I do want to add.
I just
though,
love it. Yeah, go
just
ahead.
real quick on a note that even with the questions or skepticism if this team can like mesh together, I still think that there's no way this isn't a playoff roster.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
this team just has
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
level of skill where they're just gonna stomp the anyone's legends, the LGDs, even like the bottom mid tier team. I think once you get up
Yeah.
towards like the 12th through 10th spot, even like the IGs of the world, I think BLG
Yeah.
probably just crush. So
Probably OMG
yeah.
in that as well. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and for Uzi, killing people on Summoner's Rift is just like riding a bike. Apparently, you just can pick it up at any moment. It's just fine. I'm really looking forward to that roster. But another roster that I think that I would love to get a conversation about is our previous world champions in FPX, and with the changes, the big changes that are coming to this long-standing roster this year, I just think it's beyond interesting. And then you get Clid thrown in the mix at the last moment here to kind of change things up for them even more. I think it's so fun. And for FPX, it's kind of like a rebirth.
Yeah, I'm really glad.
Oh no, he did that. He did that.
By the end of this podcast, I want Lyric to be like hanging over the side of his chair crying. That's what I want.
Yeah, I think for FPX, like, I'm silently hopeful for this team. Well, maybe not so silently now, but I'm like, I think LWX and Hung look insane together. I love how they play around bot lane. I love that Hung feels like he's just unleashed. Hopefully it's not just the Demacia Cup thing. I really do hope the Hung just plays
I'm
like
scared.
Yeah.
so crazy every single game that we actually get him in LPL. I love this, but I'm really glad with the addition of Clid, because one of the things that I noticed from Demacia Cup was how quiet kind of Gory was in the mid lane. Wasn't really roaming now. He was on things like the Victor and that, which didn't allow him to roam a huge amount, but I still think that like having Clid, who speaks fluent Mandarin and obviously has Korean, is going to help out massively in just like trying to get Gory
Absolutely.
involved in it. And Clid as well, with the early game champions that he has, should be able to play relatively well around Gory as well, because Gory's lane phase isn't the greatest, so having someone who can try and like facilitate that and bring him into team fights where he's stronger is going to do wonderful. So honestly, I think with like Gory and LWX in team fights, I think you should be fine. My biggest question mark for this team is Xiao Hu. I think he looks very good for a rookie. The only thing is you can still see a lot of rookie mistakes, so it's give him time. I think he'll look really good. But definitely for spring, I think you might see teams trying to just exploit the fact that he's only just new, and trying to find that weakness in FPX.
Yeah, I think I know I'm 100% putting way too much stock in the Demacia Cup, because I thought
You bought into the hopium.
I thought about this when I watched the recent LPL talk that Dom put out with Kelsey and Peter Dunn, that they're almost not talking about like LWX and Hung at all. And I'm just like, oh my God.
LWX looked good,
Well,
man.
no, but
I
again,
thought so.
no, he did look good. I mean, and I don't want to take. They said that, but the point is, like, they're all focusing on like Chow, who last week was so good, and like this, all this stuff, and it's like, I never thought about that. Could have just been a one-off Demacia Cup performance, right? like LWX has showed his peaks many, like on and off many times before. Just because LWX was so cracked in Demacia Cup doesn't mean he'll be like that all year. I want to believe LWX, and I think especially Hung mechanically was hitting hooks he had no business hitting in that series. But
Lyric found the copium hose that was connected to his body. He has now disconnected it.
I just want to believe in this team. I think even looking at Shalahu, like, when he came in last year, and even his Demacia Cup performance, I think was, pretty good. I think he showed he was really good in lane when he was filling in for FPX. He obviously had that 1v2, or it was like 1v3 outplay, I believe, in mid lane on Jace last year as well. He could be a big carry point. I think Gory just looks so underwhelming in Demacia Cup. Like, was in its own right. He's not.
Does it have the opposite effect? If you look bad in Demacia Cup, you look really good in regular season.
Could be.
I think that works.
Could have been jet lag. Could have been a lot of factors there with him, but. I know in LCK is not known as a fantastic laner, is known for like team fighting and his impact on the map later on, but even then in Demacia Cup, he got caught out a lot. It felt like he had some very hit or miss ults because half of his games were on Orianna, half of them were on Victor. So some shockwaves changed the game, some shockwaves hit absolutely no one. But like Rob was saying, maybe with Clid coming on the roster, that will help him out. I do also think Beitron looks improved since he last subbed in for FPX. So even if Clid doesn't work out, I think this team is like a decent baseline. And if Shallahu can become like the star that this team thinks he could, or like the glimpses he's shown, then I think this is a solid team. Until then, I think they are squarely, like, comfortably upper middle of the pack. I expect them to be, you know, somewhere between like 6th, 7th place. They're probably going to be much better than all the teams under them. And I think this is one of the most exciting rosters we have in LPL right now.
I think so too, especially when Clid kind of gets thrown in there and you get to see, again, like, coming from seemingly nothing, like being able to come away from losing a lot of core pieces to the team and having a team that is vying for one of the top slots this year.
Do find it kind of funny as well watching the gory story, because it's basically scouts, right? Like it's like comes across like basically Gory starts on SKT, trains under Faker. It's like, do you know what? Maybe if I go to EDG and train under Scout for a little bit, and then I go back and I play in Korea, and then I come back to the LPL again. Like it's quite funny to see. Just kind of the parallels there, and it'll be interesting to see how he does do an FPX. I am hopeful with Clid coming across, but I have no idea what his level of Mandarin is. Obviously he's been in China for a little bit before, so hopefully the transition will be easier. But I'm kind of the same as Lyric. I'm hopeful for this roster.
And I just keep looking at all these rosters that I'm like, oh yeah, mid lane looks so stacked, and then I start looking at all ADCs. I'm like, man, ADC is just, and you just progressively go through all the rosters. You're like, my goodness, this year's going to be insane. For me, like, one of the scariest factors going into this 2022 is the Tarzan Doinb combo for LNG. Like, that mid-jungle duo, especially with the way things are panning out, seemingly, at least in the meta, like, that is terrifying.
Yeah, this team...
Lyric knows how I feel about this team.
I was gonna say I'm actually like
I'm excited. Bring it on, man. I want to hear it.
I want Dagda to take it away because I know that Dagda both loves and hates this roster at the same time.
I love this roster because I think I agree with you, Mazel. I think Doinb coming in is a massive step up. I think they've got a really cool way to play around the game. I just want Iwandi back. I don't know why they swapped out Iwandi. Iwandi was so good. He looked really, really good. Like, look, yes, I think he had his laning phase wasn't the strongest in comparison to some of the other supports he had, but his ability to play the map, the way he linked up with Tarzan, the way he was like the amount of times you saw him like getting these really smart resets so he could like be there for top dives and turn around top dives and everything. The dude really understood where he needed to be at certain points in the game. And then they bring in Lumao. And Lumao has not synced up with Tarzan in any way whatsoever. He got caught out like a bajillion times in Damascus. I can't remember who he was playing against. But basically he sees like 4 people stacked on the enemy team in the mid-wave. And then just decides, you know what, this is the best time to go and ward in the enemy jungle. And just gets caught out instantly. LNG have to like panic jump onto them to try and save the play, and they all die. And it's just like, what are you doing?
Why?
I think Lumao's engages can be really, really good when they're set up properly. He's quite smart at like finding those like quick moments where you can get onto a carry. But the rest of his game, like, he just doesn't really understand where he's supposed to be. Like this, I don't know. I want Iwandi back.
You know,
I can tell you, hey, you get on your soapbox, boo. I believe in you.
Yeah.
You know, it's very like publicly known that him and Doinb are very good friends. Again, you can just see it on Doinb stream, but you know, right? Luma has some pedigree behind his name. This guy's an LPL champion, but I feel like when I look at Lumao in 2020 when he won, I feel like Lumao one benefited off the meta quite a bit. Things like, you know, his Bard being meta, Thresh at the time. For Loken, you had Jhin, Ashe, Varus, these sorts of enablers, right? But I also feel like that was one of the weakest support pools we had in LPL. Also, when you factor in that typically our strongest supports have been people like Crisp, Ming, Mako, and both RNG and EDG were like tragic that split, so it didn't feel like those guys even got a chance to show what they had. Then it's like, I think Lumao was just, Iwandi was just starting to like come in and trade spots
To
with
stop playing Janna and try out
yeah.
champions. Yeah.
So I feel
Just
like
throw him under the bus like that, just real quick.
I do feel like Lumao was the best at like the perfect time where everyone was also kind of worse and the meta was perfect for him. I don't know if this roster can really work when you look at their bottom lane, assuming they don't put Iwandi back in.
You've got to play away from bot lane.
Yeah, but I feel like even if you play away from bot lane, I don't know if this is a bot lane I look at as like stable and can hold it together. Like Light has definitely shown he can do that, right? Light did that all last year in LNG. Didn't play around Light. Light was mostly just chilling 80% of the games. But Lumao
Gets bored and engages.
I was gonna say we've seen
Sometimes you just gotta do what you feel, all right? I gotta give him props for that one. As a play-by-play, you know, we don't have the wrinkliest of brains, so we just do what we feel sometimes.
I do want to say though, to point out a positive, I think even in Demacia Cup, Doonby was absolutely insane. Like,
oh my god,
he was completely outlaning Gory when they did play against FPX. He had so many nice movements on the map. I think
that's what got me.
I think his damage
like
percent
the
was
play
like
calling
35% or something ridiculous like that. But I remember something me and Robert were talking about the other day was this team's coordination when it comes to like playing side lanes and late game is like surprisingly not good. A lot of times you'll see like, okay, I think Doonby had like games on champions like Akali, and of course Holly was always playing these sort of side lane style champions, and always like, okay, Doonby's diving at a tier 2 when Ali's coming off a reset, and then maybe the other guys are trying to get vision, or vice versa, right? Ali's doing this crazy play when Doonby's roaming over, and a lot of times someone would just die, and it would give FPX specifically in their series a lot of agency to get back into those games when it looked like a series that LNG in each game had like commanding fundamentals of the laning phase. So
yeah,
you know, I don't know why when I'm talking about like BLG, I'm talking about LNG. I'm not too sold on some of our top
You're
teams
not sold,
yet.
apparently. Like, when are we gonna see Lyric be sold? I guess that's the question we're gonna answer with this podcast.
Where's Mole? Where's Mole?
Where's Mole? That's the big question.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Lyric. Like, even just you'd see them so many times like showing on 3 lanes and stuff as well when they're all trying to go for this 1-3-1. It's just like, cool, we can easily defend against this now, right? Like, we don't have to worry about people showing up in a side lane and destroying us. So it felt like they're gonna have to try and get used to that. And it felt weird that wasn't there already, because Ali's been so used to playing 1-4, right? It felt like kind of a natural transition to have Doonby come in. You play that 1-3-1, especially with, as I said, Doonby popping off and getting these early leads, but they just weren't able to actually like sync waves and get themselves in order to make those plays happen. So I'm kind of curious to what the style that this team is going to play. I mean, Doonby was a big Victor player, I think even in, was it summer or spring? I know he was anyway this year.
It's one of his career champions.
Yeah. So I think we'll see that a lot. And then when we come to team fights, I think it'll be kind of still that 1-4 style. And with Ali arriving late, and maybe they can find success that way. But it definitely didn't look comfortable in a kind of a 1-3-1, or even trying to play towards a bot side. I feel like this will still be a team that might even go against kind of the meta trends, still try and play towards Ala, and then have really strong team fights off of their mid and top, or like a strong split push off their top side.
Yeah. I feel like we kind of have a time machine going on here in the LPL in 2022, just a little bit, right? I feel like we're going to the glory days, because now we have RNG coming in the new split with Xiaohu in the mid lane. And right, I was like alluding to say we have so many stacked mid laners. This RNG roster, like, I know we had them all as a crystal ball pick. Dagged, I'm going to include you, but I don't know. Your situation's a little bit finicky. But this roster is stacked for 2022. The fact that they have been coming in the top lane now to change up Xiaohu to that mid lane, like, that combo in the solo lanes is going to be terrifying.
This roster absolutely terrifies me.
Yeah.
It scares me more than any other roster for one reason.
Uh-oh.
I know. So, Mazel, before you came, 2020, I was the resident Xiaohu apologist. Xiaohu was getting a ton of flack when RNG was not doing well. No one on RNG was playing well, but I still believe
you were always there
boy.
for him, right?
Exactly.
You were always there.
I think mid lane Xiaohu's, at least in 2020, even when they were a dumpster fire, is still very good. I think especially when one of the easiest aspects to, at least compare when a team is on fire like they were back then is laning. And I still think Xiaohu, in terms of laning phase, was a, top 5, top 6 mid laner. Sure, he wasn't at the time like rookie or knight status or someone who is just going to dumpster pretty much any lane they play. but he was, I'd say, the tier right under that.
To give him his due as well, he did end up on like Twisted Fate duty like all the time because it's just like he had to go and put out every fire that was happening on the map. So it kind of took a lot of his.
Got to get him a
resources away.
firefighter skin for that one.
Yeah.
So I have no doubt that Xiaohu, I think, as like a laner and as a mid laner will be totally fine. I think he'll be upper echelon. I don't know how much higher he'll go, if he'll go back to some of his like early career days of, having MVP level performances, especially during the regular season. But the thing I'm most afraid of is how this team, like their macro game looks now, especially when it comes to around like both early game and then like transitioning into mid game, right? Because it felt like Xiaohu was a massive voice in the laning phase from the way that RNG played with how coordinated they were around a lot of their plays towards topside. The fact that they kept playing this like 1-4 style in mid game also kind of shows that Xiaohu probably did give a lot of information or a lot of say in how they wanted to play the game. And now that you're in mid lane, like maybe from playing top, he'll still see these opportunities for Bin, but I think it will be much different and much harder when he's now having to focus on his other lane. He's in mid now. He
Bin
now
in his own right, though.
Whoa, but they're different. It's not about being good or bad, right? Like Bin, Bin's playing to smash you. Bin's like Bin's sitting at his desk, smashing it with his fist, breaking off a steak, and like running at you to stab you in the face. That's not what Xiaohu did.
Xiaohu is ironing that down to start carving in his mathematical equations.
Yeah. Slowly.
So
It's gonna kill you
like,
with math.
I think this roster could potentially has a higher ceiling than they did before because I think Xiaohu is and can be a better mid laner than Cryan, and Bin, I think maybe more holistically has more potential than Xiaohu. I don't know if more potential is the right word because we only got to see Xiaohu for 1 year.
Yeah.
So, but you know what I mean? Like Bin's good and Bin can be great. So I think the potential's there. I just don't know if this team will work. I will say for Xiaohu though, my favorite iteration of RNG is 2019 RNG, and all Xiaohu did was move to bot. Just okay, pick my rumble, pick my whatever, push my lane, go bot. So theoretically, that can just work for topside. But
For me,
I'm not sure.
what stood out so much was Ming and like watching through a lot of the mic checks and things along those lines. And I really want to see like that control come through, right? Because if you are losing a little bit of that voice, I still think Ming has one of the biggest brains in the game. And so I'd still really like to see that continue on. I think it will, right? And I think that's something that's going to help tie the team together a little bit because he does seem to be a bit bossy, but it works.
He is the team dad. Xiaohu's the team mom.
Yeah. There you go.
I agree with Lyric though. I think if you look at names on paper, this team is an upgrade, right? Like you end up replacing Crime with Xiao, who Bin coming in is one of our strong top laners. It looks great. My big question mark is how they end up playing the likes of the early game and mid game, because like the whole way that this team played was like how good Xiaohu was at controlling minion waves, how good Xiaohu was inside lanes and being able to find those moments where he could push and like draw resources versus like joining the rest of the team and then like popping the hell off on Lucian and stuff like that. So I don't know what their mid game is going to look like. If they are just going to play around top side, if they're actually just going to try and play towards the meta for a little bit and like Xiaohu is roaming bot to try and play around that. But Gala as a lane dominant carry isn't really a thing. So having these champions like the Caitlyn's and stuff doesn't really make sense. Maybe he finds a home and stuff like Jinx, but it's just a lot of questions on how this team actually functions, and I'm waiting to get answers. And if they end up popping off, I think wonderful. Like on names on paper, I think this team is an upgrade. It's just a case of trying to find their style that they want to, which might have some growing pains.
Gosh, I'm so excited to see this. Like it's again like a time machine to an extent, but also just like everything changing so much. And for me, one of the biggest stories that I'm really excited to see is Rookie finally leaving IG. And we got Victory 5 coming into 2022 with a stacked roster, man! Come on! Dude, it's insane! Like, the fact, oh my god. I'm so excited for this roster, just for the fact that you do get to see, Karsa with Rookie, but Rookie has a moment to spread his wings. And I feel like that's just so important for me.
It just, I don't know. It makes me happy and sad at the same time. Like, I love that's going to be so different. It just feels so weird, though. It feels so strange. It is nice though that we did get Carson on the roster as well. Even though
Yeah.
I'm not sold on PP God whatsoever, still a very exciting player to watch. So I think brings some potential aggression and playmaking to the team. I think this team is totally going to be mid jungle oriented though. Even just looking at the
Yeah,
names
absolutely.
of like Karsa rookie, or even if they decide that Xiaolongbao's better and want to play him, Xiaolongbao rookie, whatever variation it is, I feel like this should just be, hey, no matter if how you perceive rookie in 2021, like, again, I feel like we've said this many times, we all hold rookie to a different standard. We hold rookie to the standard of like, I'm probably the best player in LPL when I'm playing well. I hard carry like literally 4 corpses across the finish line. I do it consistently.
Yeah.
So like rookie had, I'd say an above average or like average to above average split in 2021, but his laning was still among the best of all LPL mid laners.
Yeah.
So if I'm Karsa or Xiaolongbao, I'm like, I've rookie.
And you could see the plays, like the plays he was going with were like plays that were just like a step or two ahead of his team. And it was so interesting to watch.
I'm just going to say for V5, it's now my turn to put too much stake in Demacia Cup. Because I am high as hell on Photic. I watched this guy in Demacia Cup and I was like, this guy is a mechanical god. And I know coming in from the LDL as well, like when he joined Top Esports back at the start of 2020, he was like arguably the best AD carry in LDL. We saw him come into top and he was kind of like, meh. But he was also like very Yanjin and stuff. It wasn't exactly the best of times. But now, after seeing him at Demacia, this guy's a monster. Like his Jinx positioning was absolutely insane. He was getting so much damage off. He like hard carried so many different points in the game. Like I am so excited to see what Photic can do, especially if you're going to end up having these teams like play around him. It could be absolutely nuts. My big question, which Lyric already alluded to, is his partner. I'm sorry. I'm going to be
You're not a believer? You don't have your church garments on
blasphemy
right
going to
now?
come out of my mouth here. I think 2021 kind of showed PP God is way over aggressive in lane, gets caught out, and can actually be a detriment to his team, especially if we're still playing Enchanters. I think his Enchanter game is just not on point. He looks way more comfortable in things like the Thresh, even the Leona. I know he's playing a lot of Glacial Augment Leona, as like Lyric was saying in a conversation we had earlier. But I think, I don't know. BP God is a big question mark for me on this team. I think the rest of it, like Karsa rookie, I think is going to be insane mid jungle. Especially like I think the big thing for Karsa was like when you're playing on a team like Top Esports, they don't care what's happening to you like at all. But I think rookie is like insanely good at kind of copying what his jungler needs and how he can like facilitate that. So I think having Karsa with a mid laner that's better at understanding that is actually going to help him significantly as well, and like try to set himself up for success. And if they end up getting Photic ahead in the early stages, this is 100% a dude that can hard carry games. I think Photic is going to make a name for himself this year in the LPL.
Oh wow, you're coming.
You heard it here first,
You're
folks.
coming in spicy.
Clip it, and you can ruin me with this in playoffs.
Clip it, ship it. All right, so at this point, I've already gotten a clip for each of you, so my blackmail world is working out beautifully. I'm loving it.
I just gotta say, like, I don't necessarily think I'm down on Photic, but I'm just interested. Man, I feel like I'm not answering my opinions on any player, but like, because right, we think about when he was on Top Esports in the LPL, and I think he was a pretty like safe player, right? Well, not too aggressive, not looking for 2v2 kills. But Yu Yanja was the same. Yu Yanja wasn't very aggressive either, right? Yu Yanja was a Yumi player. But now you're playing with PP God. What is going to happen with this bot lane? Because in the Master Cup, we saw PP God in a lot of games being aggressive, which typically would end up with them finding 2v2 kills or getting 2v2 killed themselves. So I remember I think V5 had one loss in their group. If I'm not absolutely hard trolling, they did. And I remember whatever game that was, it was to OMG, their bot lane just got absolutely smashed by PP God running it down at like level 2 or 3, and then it just repeated over and over again. So I think if this bot lane works out, this team is very, very good. It doesn't even matter how good Rich is. We don't even need to talk about Rich. Rich, once again, apparently another player who very subpar in laning phase, very good in team fights. I don't know if you can make it as an LPL top laner who can't go against a lot of these, behemoths we have, but we'll see. But again,
especially with the TP changes.
Rich's performance, whatever, who cares? If their bot lane can play well and can work, I think Carson rookie playing through mid jungle and then, translating that either into like playing an enemy jungle or looking for dives or whatever, it can work. I guess the other thing I wonder who's going to be the main voice of this team. I know Karsa has a very big voice in comms on a lot of teams. He's been on can shut down under pressure as shown in the past though, but I don't know who else can be a voice because I'm going to assume Rich doesn't speak Mandarin. I don't think from any of the like comms I've listened to of IG that Rookie was ever like a massive voice. I know PP has always been cited as a shot caller, but I mean, I don't necessarily feel like any team outside of 2020, V5 summer has any team like looked coherent in what they wanted to do. So I don't know if that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's all about how it comes together, right? You can see all the names on paper, but like even when we were talking about the BLG roster, like those names are insane,
Mazel.
but does it all come together?
Here will be my spicy take. This team will finish top 5 in the LPL.
Ooh, V5 finishing top 5.
V5
All right, so
finishing
now
top five.
let me mark my list. I got 2
V5
things
top 5
for Lyric. Yeah, is that what made the thinking easier for you?
Well, I'm just hoping V5 watch this. I have a V5 jersey. V5. You want to send me some more V5 jerseys, jackets, shoes, mugs, gift cards?
I'll raise my hand too, just in case. But I do want to lead this conversation because we're talking about Karsa, and you did allude to coming from Top Esports, but now Top Esports have their own new iteration, right? We've said it's all about changes this year. We are crazy in the LPL, and Top Esports is a crazy one.
Look, I think I'll always be biased to how this team plays the game. I absolutely love it. The mojo.
Mojo. It'll never die. Mojo never dies. Come on.
I think on paper this team both makes incredible amounts of sense and doesn't make any sense at all. when you think about it, you're like, okay, cool. They bring in Zoom instead of 369. They have Tien in the jungle now. They also have Xiaopeng behind him. So, 2, I'd say, decently aggressive junglers. And then on paper, you're like, okay, Zoom, he wants to chill. Zoom's going to win lane by himself. He doesn't want no jungle help. Stay out of my lane, Tien. The problem is, like, TS have always failed when they've played around their bottom lane, which is really weird because I feel like their bottom lane does better when they get no jungle pressure as compared to when they do. I feel like is when we see them like botch dives or int more or maybe Joel goes, whatever it is. So I don't know if this team can adapt to doing the opposite way, being like, hey, Zoom is very good. Zoom has always been very good. Have teams ever played around him? Nah, we should just keep not playing around him as well.
It's the norm now.
Can Top Esports play around topside? Because I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be pretty successful for them. I just don't think they will.
Yeah, I actually want to touch on something that Mazel said a little earlier. What kind of alluded to was like the TP changes, right? Because I feel like for AD carries like Jackie Love, the TP changes are a straight buff to them. Because it's just like
amazing.
He can just
absolutely
AFK brain push and like not worry about getting TP behind. So I definitely think
Caitlyn can keep pressure.
Yeah, exactly. So I think for Jackie Love, I actually think the TP buff is going to help him. And you can just go nuts. I think as well, the funny thing, me and Lyric actually had this conversation. The hilarious thing to us was like, we're like, yeah, you're going to add Zoom to the roster, great team fighter, weak side, you just play around bot. He can set up these wonderful engages when you get in towards mid game and like objectives for Top Esports. It's going to go great. It's going to go wonderful. And then Top Esports just said, nah, screw this. We're going to play around Zoom top and he's going to play Tryndamere and we're just not going to give a crap about any of the things he just said. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if they go for like Game 4, Game 5 Demacia Cup, or if they try and go for what we saw in like the group stage of Demacia Cup, which was trying to play around the bottom side, which, funny enough, actually worked like relatively well with Qingtian and Xiaopeng in. I thought they actually did.
Give me Zoom Tryndamere. Give me Zoom Tryndamere.
Give me Zoom Tryndamere.
So yeah, I'm
looking at the other side though. Joel is insane. Like, and I feel like him with Jackie Love, that's gonna be a deadly combo down there. And we've already talked. You've got the Uzi Crisp combo. You got Viper. You got Mako combo. But this is another one that I feel like is right among those ranks.
I feel like this is a very lane dominant combo. Like they're very not scared of trying to smash you, and that's why like Jackie Love's CS difference numbers are always ridiculous. Insane. Because even in the games where maybe they lose lane, well, in the games that they won lane, they win by like 50 CS or something like that. So
was it
this
started
is ridiculous.
2021 where he didn't die for like 15 games. Or some
Something,
insane-
yeah, it was something.
Yeah,
around
that
Yeah.
insane KDA or whatever it was.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
just
and he-
didn't die forever in the first 15 minutes. I can't remember exactly what it was.
and his damage is always absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, I have incredible amounts of faith in this team no matter how they decide to play. I would like to see them play around Zoom more than their bottom lane, but, you know, maybe this time around they could make it work now that Karsa's gone, because maybe there could have been some kind of disconnect there. I think my biggest question mark is jungle, because Tien does not look good on anything other than Viego. Xiaopeng, I've been sold on Xiaopeng for a long time. You know, I know Kelsey has come in and claimed the mantle of Xiaopeng, but I've been a Xiaopeng supporter since the DMO days. I started watching LPL a lot more after they rebranded from Sinnoh Dragon, so Kelsey probably goes further than me. Sorry, Kelsey. I can't question you.
He quickly got off his high horse.
Well, point is,
Now he's
Xiaopeng
on the high pony.
is a straight.
Yeah.
Xiaopeng's a straight up gangster. You know what he's gonna do?
Okay.
He's gonna gank
I
level
like this
2.
turn.
He's gonna gank level 3. After that gank, he's gonna invade. He's gonna
Is
die.
that-
He's
he's
gonna
a
respawn. He's gonna
gankster?
gank again. I love Xiaopeng because it's that style of LPO jungle that is, hey, I need to go find that guy and kill him, and they just do
Yeah.
that all game. So
I heard he's the reason Rek'Sai got nerfed on 12-1. That's what I heard.
I'm gonna corroborate that as well. I think that's true. I think it's true. I want to start getting through a couple more because there's a couple more rosters that really stand out for me, and the next one that is another huge one that again shows a lot of change throughout the entire LPL is Weibo Gaming, who are formally suiting but have a stacked roster themselves. Now you've got SOFM paired up with the Shy at top lane and Angel, Hwanfong, Sword Art, and On to back him up in the bot lane. Like that roster is insane. And so like we've said that about almost every one of the rosters we've talked about, but I have to put a capper on this one that this is going to be a top 3 roster.
I don't know if I'm as sold on the top 3.
I said it.
I think Sword
Drop
Art
the
coming
mic.
back is great. And I think it's going to be a massive buff to them, especially like the thing I like about Sword Art is that they can now play multiple styles, right? You can play her in the bot side if you want to, Sword Art, a strong lane support, but also someone that can like roam if they want to go and play her in the Shy, which is kind of what they did when they were successful in summer 2020. It was like, hey, we're just going to leave Hwanfong and things like the Jin and that, and we're going to roam topside and play her in Bin. And that's the kind of style that I probably see this team playing. I'm pretty sure we'll see Sword Art trying to link up with SOFM and try and like play through that style once more. And it could work out for them, especially the Shy, like, is a strong mechanical player and can carry if you give him the resources. I think Hwanfong as well, like, is way more comfortable where he's like, cool, I'm going to kind of sit back and he will be a carry, but I'm going to play more utility, right? Like, he likes his Jins, Ashes, these kind of things. So, and he can play things like the Jinx, like, don't get me wrong, but I certainly see them opting more into, hey, we're going to give over the Jinx or the, some of these big picks like the Caitlyn, and we'll just play Jin into it and play away from that. Like, let's play Jin Leona, and we'll have strong bot lane that we can then move with Leona as well. I think that's more the style we'll probably see from this squad. And I'm glad that Sword Art is back because, God,
Me
Sunny were
too.
boring. Like, they just did nothing. In the early stages, they did
He
absolutely
was
nothing.
in TSM prison. That's what I feel bad about.
Whoa. That's a
Yeah.
really nice prison, man.
That was, I was
Like,
going to say, yeah.
It's one of those swanky ones, but it's one of those ones that messes with your mind.
Honestly,
I'm just
No,
glad that
I
he
think-
made
I
it
think
out
I'm
without
surprised
any-
Sword Art
I think
isn't
he
in
messed
prison
with-
for the steal he just made.
Yeah,
Like, that's what
I
I'm
was
surprised.
Oh no!
Mazel
They
coming
should have
in
gotten a
here.
100 Thieves jacket.
Mazel coming in here making out like Sword Art's some victim. You know, oh, it's in his mind. No, dude, TSM's mind is probably screwed up right
Dried
now.
his,
for Sword Art.
dried his tears
the
with
reverse.
$100 bills. You know, oh, it's so hard.
Whoa. Not with $100 bills. Probably like a stack of 100. You know,
Yeah, true.
100,000 in each hand.
Yeah.
might be the stack.
Come on, that's a plaything.
But,
Dagda,
I
come on,
will-
We only do it stacks.
I'll say I will never be sold on this team, I think. Because to me, this
Okay.
team, in certain metas, I think will be very good. Like, will be what they were in 2020. I think right now will be a pretty decent meta for them. Just thinking of the champions that are good. I think when you're playing off a lot of range, the Victors, the Orianas, Jin and bot lane, Jinx, Hwanfeng is a phenomenal Jinx player, and they could just be like, cool, we're gonna like kite out these team fights. We're going to play off space. We're going to play for controlling midway first and being able to, set up for picks or set up for big team fight moments. I think this is where they'll be pretty good. I think the only thing that would make this meta better for Suning is if the jungle meta was the same as 2020 and we had like things like Graves coming back.
True.
But I think solidly I expect them to be a mid-tier team.
Yeah.
I think they will be better than before for sure because I think Sword Art and Huanfeng will just be able to, dunk on some kids in mid-lane game team fights. The Shy is a big question mark, but I think the Shy can move them up a few places up or down. I don't think he does more than that. The Shy's playing phenomenally. Maybe this team jumps up from like a 7th, 8th, 9th place team to like a 4th, 5th, 6th, or vice versa going down. But I just have too many doubts on both SOFM and Angel to really think this team will be consistently good over a long period of time. I think if we start to change bot lane and mid lane meta, I think Angel will start to struggle. And Huanfeng can play anything, but I think right now is a good place where Huanfeng can step up and carry if Weibo are smart about putting resources into him.
And every time I look at I know this is kind of gleaning a point out of everything you were talking about, but every time I see the Shy, it's like still so weird to me not to see Rookie in the same lineup with him. And like I always wonder what that kind of conversation or that relationship is like going into the season, and the well-wishing and all that kind of stuff, with the competitive nature underneath.
I'm really kind of like, what? Because the Shy was like, I will only ever play with Rookie. If I'm not playing with Rookie, I will retire. And then it was like, all right, cool. See you later, bud. Like, I'm sure they are. There's a part of me that's kind of hoping for a whole anime arc that's just like the two of them now hate each other and they're trying to like have revenge.
No.
I'm sure they're still good friends. I'm sure there's no like bad blood between them, but there is a part of me that just wants to big up the rivalry.
No.
Yeah. I need the long lost brother arc. I need like the longing to be together again, but they're separated by like a moat or something, and that moat is Weibo Gaming. No, it is really interesting, that team coming together itself. But another team that really stands out to me, and one of the last one we'll kind of talk about here, is JDG, right? Having a very interesting 2021 split, but coming in here with 369, Kanavi in the top lane, Yagao, LPC, and Missing. Like, this roster, although maybe is not as much star power, does have a lot of strength under the hood.
Oh, I'm all aboard the JDG hype train. They sucked at Demacia Cup. They couldn't even beat the amateur
really
LPL teams. They were atrociously bad. They didn't have Kanavi though, which I think is a big point. Yeah. They have now added Hope to the roster as well, and everyone who was here in 2020 absolutely loves Hope. Yeah. I think
I'm so happy to see him back.
Yeah, he definitely deserves a place on a roster. All I know for this team is, I think on paper they even make sense, but I hope we see them do this, is like...
You hope, huh?
Hope just chills down in the bottom lane. Missing has already said he much prefers to roam than play laning phase. That was one of the kind of disconnects between him and Elk. And then you have this guy top who is going to play in your face every second of every game, which I don't think is a problem. I think, well... It could be a problem, but I think there's a way to make that problem a strength, which is exactly
that's the after he's already jumped off the edge of the cliff. Like, I think it's fine.
It'd be like if you had like a giant like knife or something for your arm. Is that a problem? Yes, maybe you're gonna cut yourself and hurt people, but at the same time, if you were
that's a problem more often than not. I want to grab something delicately. Well, I guess I just gotta stab it. I
chopped it in half.
This causes more issues than anything else.
But in the LPL, I feel like that's a honestly at this point, like maybe it's a good thing.
If everyone
else in competition,
if everyone comes and helps that guy to crush his enemies, it could work. So 369 worked best in 2020 when Top Esports just literally gave him everything. I hope JDG just do the same. Just look at your roster. Hope's really good, but Hope can be a late game team fight carry. Give everything to 369. Try and dominate the early game laning phase, and coin flip. Give me another coin flip team. Because those are always fun.
Yeah, it really makes it more exciting to the very least. We won't really get into anything else about teams but I got to give a special shout out to OMG. Another one of the teams with EDG. They're not changing up a lot of their roster, but the fact that they are willing to commit to some of these pieces, and especially having Kareem come back in, but also Aki in the jungle. I have such high hopes for Aki. So I'm really excited for OMG. Just had to slide them in there as like a little last mention.
OMG.
I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about them.
OMG are pretty cool.
He is, man. He is. He's nuts. But it's gonna be a crazy 2022 season. I'm so excited. We only touched through a few of the teams. There are 17 rosters to talk about the LPL
7 days
games
a week.
every day of the
Let's
week.
go.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. The last thing I do want to go on here is to get you guys on the take and be able to hold it against you more so than the content I already have on you does. But Dagda, give me your take. Sell me who wins LPL 2021 spring split, or 2022 spring split, rather.
I'm going to be the cop-out and just say EDG. Honestly, I think EDG,
Oh, no.
they still
That's
look
the easy
good.
answer.
They have an insane bot lane. The meta suits that style. They've shown they can play multiple styles. Like, JJ looks phenomenal. Flandre looks good. Like, I don't know. It's when there's so many question marks around the other teams, EDG just come out head and shoulders above them because you know what you're getting with them and you know that it's a very strong very strong team that you expect to do well in spring split.
I like it. Lyric, what am I holding above your head here in 2022?
Look, Mazel, EDG is probably the safe and correct answer, but it's not
Oh
the
my
it's not
God.
it's not the LPL answer, and it's not even
All
gonna
right,
be, it's
good.
not even gonna be the
That's
true
what I was
answer
hoping.
because the logical answer is never the right answer in the LPL.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
OMG.
no, I'm going with top esports, bro. I think you look at TS, and TS to me. Okay, maybe BLG more so now. I was at TS always going to be the
How many asterisks do you need?
Oh no.
This is not legal advice and you should not follow this. Please consult your doctor before watching the LPL. Sorry.
No, but on a serious note, I think top esports will win. I think if Jackie Love plays like he's shown he could do, keep walking forward, keep playing aggressive, but if top esports play on it right, if not, you can keep playing that role as a bit of a like space maker distraction in team fights. Zoom, I think a team fighting monster can give Jackie Love a lot of space to work with. Lastly, though, I kind of expect this team to run Xiaopeng most of the split.
Okay.
I think Tien does still have some issues where they probably will want to sub him out. But then at the last second, Tien comes in, gets his Viego, saves the day, and this team wins LPL Spring.
Knight in shining armor. All right. Well, we've heard it already from the two here who have joined me, but I got to say, Uzi got me into it. And Uzi's going to win spring 2022. I'm really excited for BLG itself as the full team, right? I was kind of talking about like all the stars coming together to make a star team, but the hopium is real. I've got like 6 tubes taped up to my back because Uzi coming back finally and winning a title in his first split back, it would make me cry like a child. And I want to see that. So maybe it's hopium, maybe it's copium, but I think it's BLG. We're going to take it home. That's my
very
final
briefly
piece.
on a side note, because I was just kind of curious to see what top esports LDL jungler is. His name's Naruto, so maybe that's the real anime arc that we needed the whole time.
Oh no! You found it. We weren't supposed to talk about that. Cut the tape.
You know. I think on that note, Rob has ruined the show. Mazel, take it away, brother.
We have to
take it away,
redo the whole
Mazel.
thing.
Close us out.
Sorry,
do
did I
wanna-
leak the script? Was that? Oh, sorry, lads. I'm sorry.
Yes, exactly. That's what we've been telling you. You're done. I do want to give you guys one last moment. Any thoughts coming in 2022? Dagda coming into another LPL season, another great one.
It's gonna be sick. Like, holy crap, the level of talent, the names returning, new names coming up and making names for themselves. Names. But
Names.
really, I think this is gonna be a phenomenal year, and I'm super excited to see how it all kind of pans out coming into spring.
What about you, Lyric? You got any final words for 2022 kickoffs?
Well, it's another year with you, Mazel. So it's gonna suck.
Welcome. I love you
playing
too,
TFT
buddy.
again.
Yep, exactly. All right. Well, it's a heck of a way to kick off the 2022 split. We are going every day of the week, 7 days a week, all the way through spring, all the way through summer. I can't wait to be a part of it all. Thank you all for tuning in to this wonderful kickoff episode of The Last Hit. Thank you to Lyric. Thank you to Dagda. And we'll see you on Summoner's Rift, everyone.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. but that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕的，反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶了，比洪水更滔天。势将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Welcome one and all to the final day, I can't believe we're already here, of week number 1 in the 2022 LPL Spring Split. I'm Mazel, joined for the first time of the split by the Lyrical Madman, as I said on Twitter. Himself, I have Lyrical, I guess. How you doing today, buddy?
You know, I'm doing great. And you saying it's the end of week 1, is kind of nice. We have a lot of games in LPL, so it's like, okay, week 1's over, but we still have a ton ahead of us, and it's just kind of nice to be trucking through at a steady pace.
I'm already sad that we're through week 1. But hey, we got a lot of competition on the horizon, but we got to talk about a little bit of the competition we have in our rear view mirror. We're starting off talking about the 3 series we had last night. It was a very long night to finish it off with 2 full-length best of 3s, but we kicked off the evening with EDG just manhandling TT.
Yeah, and no surprise coming with the expectations, right? EDG still looking sharp, even with using Xiaosheng in the top lane for that series. Top Esports luckily pulling out a win, but Up did make it close. I think this Ultra Prime team is going to be a really fun one to follow. And LNG still looked pretty shaky for a team that is undefeated so far. And Rare Atom, another, I'd say, pleasant surprise with the amount of young talent they brought in.
I get so excited every time I see the LNG roster take the Rift, and although they had to work for it, you know, it was good to see them come out triumphant. But we do have a full slate of games to finish off the week here. It is starting off with our match, OMG versus IG. And then we've got Munchables plus Dagda coming in to finish off the night. WE versus V5 will be the second game. And then we round it out with our match of the week, Weibo Gaming taking on Billy Billy.
You know, Weibo Gaming Billy will be amazing. But guys, what we're looking at is V5 versus W. The new
I knew you were going to do it.
Roster. Rookie coming on the Rift. Karsa showing up. That's what we've all been waiting for.
So we had the Shy actually show up and perform well. Now we just need Rookie to show up and perform well. Then the brother character arc will continue to work out really well. But we got to get into the nitty gritty because tonight we have a little bit of a showdown going on. Our own little karate tournament, if you will, here. But it's full of, what else would you call them? But some plucky rookies.
Yeah, IG, when you look at their squad, right, super young. I think the oldest player on the team is 20 years old, so all coming in. Pretty new to the LPL. Shun and Lucas, of course, starting out last year. Yuakai having some moments with RNG. But I think this team is going to be another really fun one to track. We just have so many roster changes. I feel like a lot of these teams are going to be exciting. But IG showed they're willing to play aggressive. They have a lot of highly mechanical skilled players on the squad. And yeah, I think this is going to be a team that's going to surprise.
I think so too, and that's why I get so excited when talking about this matchup, because it's still so up in the air. Both teams actually performing pretty well to start off the split, but one person in particular is definitely standing out. It's got to be maybe a little bit of an evil mention to it, but it's got to be Cobra Yuakai.
Exactly, dude. Yuakai coming in with the Cobra Kai mantra. Strike first, strike hard, no mercy. We did see him show up in their last series, pulling out the LeBlanc. And for Yuakai, maybe not his most played champions in his career, but from talking to people in the Chinese community, everyone knows him for these AP assassins. He loves the LeBlanc spams in solo queue. Also very well known for the Akali. Solid KDA coming in, efficient in the CS despite playing these types of champions. And if this is a guy who can keep showing up for the squad, I mean, heck, we were looking at IG as potentially just being the Shun show coming in. Maybe Nani can develop later on. But if they have a mid laner who can fire on all cylinders as well, this is going to be a scary team.
Yeah, and it's definitely a test in the series coming up here, because you are having some pretty stout competition across the way. But we're going to take a little breakdown of Yuakai in general and looking at some of that assassin play.
It was just phenomenal coming in. I feel like when you're playing assassins, right, it's all about how you use Fog of War to put a lot of threat and pressure on the enemy carries, making sure that they can't play in range to hit your front line, weaving in and out to get that damage off. And Yuakai did show that he was a master of that on LeBlanc when they did go up against TP.
Yeah, he absolutely did. You see the finishing touches there on that one, but we somewhat mentioned it, tiptoed around it, if you will, but there might be a little bit of a cream puff on the other side, or maybe it's the entire game that's going to be full of cream puffs, because Cream himself on the side of OMG is a stalwart mid laner in the LPL right now.
I just love this graphic.
It's so good.
In the Karate Kid 1, Johnny, you're a cream puff was used as an insult when calling Cream a cream puff. I feel like it's only a compliment. OMG still picking up some wins. They did face Anyone's Legend the other day. And we always know when OMG come out of the Rift, one of their stories is just Cream is popping off. He got his hands on the signature Akali. You do not want to give this man this champion. He was popping off left and right, solo kills everywhere. But I think more importantly for the side of OMG is like, okay, this series was a bit scrappier than it honestly probably should have been with the expectations that are coming in with anyone's legend. Some of the macro was a bit of a mess. But on a good note, we saw Abel step up once again in the second game of the series, got on the Jinx, just completely taking over, triple kills, quadra kills all over the board. And from what we saw of Shanji in week 1, this could potentially be this like double carry team coming from top and mid with a bit of an X factor in your AD carry role who can step up every now and then.
And having that step up is so important, especially in the mid lane right now with the way the meta goes. But it all leads us to the conversation of who is the main matchup of this this All Valley Karate tournament here in the LPL, and it's definitely got a little bit of Johnny versus Daniel vibes in that mid lane matchup between Yokai and Cream.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Cream, I guess, coming in as our Daniel-san, even though he also does strike first and strike pretty aggressively.
They're
But I
both
think
just
both
Daniel.
Of these mid-laners, both of these guys coming in. Cream, we already knew was a highlight player from last split. Pretty much every OMG talking point has and probably will continue to be about Cream. Came in, has shown the Akali once again, has shown he can play things like the Victor and the Corki as well. Yokai on the opposite side has been fun to watch in their first series because he has gone away from those types of champions, pulled out the Vex and the LeBlanc, two early mid-game skirmishers who want to have more impact on the map. And I think that is definitely a breath of fresh air in this meta to see if we do get a bit of a stylistic difference coming in the mid lane matchup today.
I'm talking about a breath of fresh air in the meta. Like, that's why I find it so interesting to look at this matchup, not specifically highlighting the bot lane where we've seen that be the main conversation point for a lot of teams already because of the way the meta is going. But you get to see the beautiful stage where the combat will be taking place today between OMG and IG. And it does look like it could be IG taking.
Yeah, Nami in the top lane, Shun in the jungle, Cobra Yuakai, as we just mentioned, manning down the mid
Do I
lane,
have to call him
Xiao
that now
Yue
from now on?
I don't know, it actually might be a little bit jarring on the ears to do it through the full game. And we know our main man, Lucas, looking as stoic as ever, coming out in support, just vibing.
Isn't he though? Ready. He looks there. He looks good to go. No, but for real, the IG team, right? The biggest thing for me is this is the same for a lot of other teams, but this is somewhat of a rekindling of the flame for IG. It's trying to put together pieces that they feel confident with that will find them success after losing a majority of mainstays in 2021. And now we get to look at the other side of the rift. Oh, actually, I think we missed. I think we missed the beginning of it. I was gonna say I think IG is the second team at the list, but OMG already ready to go, already at their chairs, got their coffees and everything to go.
And it's fine, because we already know the OMG roster. 4 of the same 5 members from last time, Aki, Cream, Abel, and Cold. And on that bottom half of the map, Shanji, the only new addition in topside. And he has been so fun to watch. He's also come in extremely strong, showing the rumble, and just been super cool.
He really has, and that is one of the my most heartfelt pieces coming into 2022 is the fact that OMG, kind of like the world champions in EDG, are changing much, right? You know, changing out one position a little bit more so than EDG does, but being able to have confidence in what you see growing last year and saying, you know what, we're gonna give these guys another
Especially
or at least
with the
another
foundation
split.
they built, right? They've clearly identified that Cream can be the star and the carry of this team. I think Cold and Aki also set up a very strong foundation as enablers and role players. Cold, especially after having a few rough years, heck, I don't think Cold has looked especially good up until, 2021 summer. And now, since his name was 5, I think that was 2017, I remember facing off against OMG at Rift Rivals and the man completely slaughtering us. But point is, good foundations there. They were lacking firepower, though. So I think bringing in a top laner who can function as a carry, almost 30% damage share coming from Shanji, which I think is pretty ridiculous. Again, he is playing champions like Rumble. Heck, he feels comfortable to blind pick it. So those numbers will be inflated a little bit, but a player bringing his own personality into the league on a team that needed this type of personality, I think OMG coming in with really smart roster philosophy into 2022.
And again, I'm just going to say it one more time. I'm just excited that the focus isn't as focused towards the bot side this time around, because it's definitely looking at the top trios for both these teams. Absolutely. proactivity for themselves. But this leads us to the question of the draft, what we're going to be seeing early on in this draft, especially the bans coming out, because we have seen this entire week. It's all about the ADC bans. Who is getting what? What is that first pick ADC? Are we going to jungle for it? But I do wonder if we get a little bit of difference coming into this one, specifically because of the way these two teams play. And as you see, we are already in.
I just don't want to see Jinx and Corki together. I'm so tired of seeing those two on the same side. It pretty much means that once you go to mid game, you're going to outrange the enemy comp 100%. Then we're just going to start seeing those standoffs around mid wave and around Drake and so on and so forth. We are getting a bit of targeted bans coming out from both sides so far. OMG taking away that LeBlanc that we highlighted Yukai is so well known for. The Nidalee as well taking away from Shun. So target bans across the board. Finally, seeing our first AD carry ban in the Aphelios for OMG. All 4 games Abel has played so far in the LPL have been on Jinx. It seems like they're angling for that one once again.
Yeah, it definitely does. You get the Renekton ban in there as well. Cream Zakali taking away. The Jinx is the ban from IG. So Caitlyn actually still on the board here and available for this first round of pick ban. But the Corki as well is the main pick that has been highlighted recently with the amount of damage potential it can have. And it's first pick for OMG.
Yeah, it's been cool to see how the meta develops, right? We came in, I think, the first 2 days where Corki was picked, but typically left to second rotation. And he's kind of moved his way up to first rotation, but was typically sitting in that blue second or third slot. Now making his way up to a contested first pick. Now moving over to IG, we are going to go to some of the meta junglers. Xin Zhao being left open looks like what Shun will lean towards. The Caitlyn still being there for the side of IG if they do so decide to pick it. We don't have too much information on Xiao Yueji and, you know, what he's comfortable bringing out on an LPL stage, because this is completely different from what he does in the LPL, but I still think an S-tier pick, that would definitely make sense.
Yeah, it was, you know, the 100% ban pick presence the other day, and we'll see if it actually drops in that today, but the Gwen is the second pick for IG, trying to get a little bit of safety in the top side for Nani.
And it makes me wonder if OMG will want to respond with the top side counter early on, because I don't think there's too many things that really demolish Gwen. We've seen a lot of the Jacks coming out in recent days. It opens up side lanes for you. You have the Corki as well, who can kind of lean into that aspect. The only other thing that we've seen a little bit against it is a Jace coming out, which your range, you're going to do fine early on. But no, we get Abel Samira coming out. This is locked and loaded OMG. They just love running into you. They were so good at these very low range, all-in skirmish compositions last split in 2021.
Gonna be so excited.
Oh yes, please,
also,
Mazel, please.
Yeah. Also, the thing is for me is, like, we've talked a round of circles around everybody except putting a big spotlight on Abel, and I do feel like as one of the on paper weaker members of the team, this is a perfect moment on the Samira to pop up and be like, hush, you naysayers. You have nothing to say here, because we have the Rel and Samira combo to dominate the bot lane.
Like, Mazel, I know you are trying to hype our man Abel up, but I'm
Dude,
sorry.
Come on,
Cold
Samira,
is on
you have
Rel.
to be hypey.
No, Mazel. Cold is on Rel. Cold on Rel looked so cracked last year. He found so many massive Magnet Storms coming in, 4 or 5 man, setting up the team fight victories for the side of OMG. Moving over back to IG, though, we get the Rakan coming out in response. Very hard for Rel to be able to lock you down with the amount of mobility you have. Can try and bait out some of her spells early on, disengage, look for a re-engage later on with that W. And honestly, pretty surprising drafts that have come out so far in terms of pick order. For IG, they're not too concerned about the top lane counter pick coming out. They aren't banning any. Seems like they're rather focusing on, like, hey, we have Xin Zhao. There's a few other high priority junglers left open. We're gonna take away the Jarvan ourselves, which also sets up for more immobile carries coming out on the side of IG. Now I wonder if they'll look to take away the Lee Sin as well.
Still,
no.
The Rumble actually making its way onto the ban table here for IG. We've seen little sprinklings of it across the board. Not going to be so tonight, as it was actually the Xayah banned by OMG. So whittling down that ADC pool, and the Vex to finalize everything there for themselves.
Yeah, the Rumble's no surprise. Shanji sitting 2-0 on that pick right now. I mean, OMG are undefeated, so they are going to be undefeated, you know, 2-0 no matter what. Now it looks like IG going back and forth between 80 carries. I don't know if I really expect the Vayne to come out. Something like the Kaisa would make a bit more sense. Looks like IG are going to fight fire with fire in terms of just challenging it all in, but no! Xiaoyu IG actually does decide to bring out the Vayne.
Let's go. We're getting the gauntlet thrown down for game number 1 here. The Rakan and Vayne combo in the bot lane. Not something we've necessarily seen at all, but very, very exciting to do so this time around. It's putting a lot of weight on WBG and Lucas's shoulders here into this game. Talon is the confidence pick for Aki.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight one more thing about Xiaoyu IG real quick as well, is that even in LDL, he has not pulled out Vayne in a competitive setting yet, so this will be his first time bringing out the champion. I like that you highlight the Talon, though, so OMG just all-inning more on this very heavy all-in style. A lot of early bursts coming out throughout their squad. Looks like they're going to go with the Gragas in the top side. Look for a little bit of neutralization in that top lane. Gragas, pretty safe 1v1 against 90% of top lane champs. You get to level 6, you are incredibly hard to dive, as we did see. I believe it is the clip from Wonder right now on the top of Reddit. Fnatic completely outplaying. I think it was a dive from Vitality, so we're going to see if Shanji can muscle some of that up himself. And Yuakai now moving back to the Victor, so a bit of range coming out for the side of IG. It is pretty interesting because I think Victor does very well shutting down champions like Samir and Talon that want to jump in. You try jumping on top of the Victor, bam! Instantly W and Ultimate do go down, and it dissuades those engages.
I mean, I'm looking at the compositions holistically here. I definitely am leaning over to IG's side in terms of the team fight potential, the objective control potential, if they can move into the pits and find effectiveness in that way. But if the snowball gets rolling, I mean, there's going to be like a bus in that snowball or something for the side of OMG. They have that all-in composition, and once they get going, they will not stop.
I think that's going to be the main distinction, right? For the side of OMG, if they can land a lot of these multi-man AoE abilities, right? You're going in with Rel, you're hitting that Magnet Storm on multiple people, it sets up for a big package, it gives Abel the ability to get in there, those team fights work. For IG, I think you like things a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more spread out. You have things like the Zinzao and the Gwen, which can buy a lot of space for Victor and Vayne to be able to free hit on a not very tanky front line for the side of OMG. Gragas, I'd say one of the less tanky tanks coming into the game, for the fact that you don't have any like abilities that enhance your MR or armor, is just the damage reduction coming in from your W.
That front line is going to be paper thin, but got to find a way to make the paper stand, especially with the amount of damage coming out as the game goes on for IG. It's going to be a bit scarier, but as we said, you know, the Talon gets ahead. You find any advantage for any one of these members, and specifically for the bot lane. If you can find a snowball into Samira, things get a little bit scarier going against the Vayne, a shorter range carry who can't get to that late game scaling potential just yet. But here we are, Lyric. It is the first game of the night, the last day of the first week. The LPL 2022 Spring Split. OMG taking on IG.
We're going to jump right in, and nothing really too surprising. All about rune choice here, Mazel. Aki going with the first strike. It is something we've been seeing most assassin junglers in solo queue go towards. We did see it yesterday coming out from, I believe off the top of my head, it was Lian, if I'm not wrong, going with the first strike. Kiana are going to be able to get a lot of value out of that burst from the 10% true damage later on, and obviously a ton of gold from that. Not going to get too much value out of it in the early game, but I think for Aki that is completely fine.
And I love it because you see that like kind of all-in composition we've already laid out for OMG, but they're also emphasizing on the snowballs themselves by getting those first strikes and trying to get that advantage early. I love it. And we will have same side starts for both junglers, so potentially pathing up towards this top side of the map.
It's really interesting because I feel like for both teams, you're not really looking to invest too much into top lane. I think an early gank is something you can look to put down. They're set up on both sides, right? For the side of OMG, Shanji's bringing all the CC of the burst from Talon. On IG side, I think the 2v2 is a little bit stronger from the fact that you do have two champions that are both contributing damage. The only bad thing is you don't have any lockdown. And you already hit the nail on the head, Mazel. We have Samira down in the bot lane. Typically, when you have Samira on the Rift, it is all about enabling that Samira.
Yeah, and that's why I like the fact that you get this really close range ADC matchup, because it means blood's going to be pumping and the chaos is going to be flying. We'll see if that actually bears truth at all, as we do see Uzi going for a little bit of vision there. We'll spot out the red buff start for Aki.
Yeah, nice information for the side of IG. Ping's already came out saying, hey, he's on his Raptor camp. So now Shun can path accordingly. Looks like some pings coming out in the enemy jungle. I wonder if Shun will want to look for it from the fact that Nani is pushing up in top side. Looks like Uzi will get control of the wave after this right now in mid.
Yeah, he
OMG
wants
spotting it out, though.
No, he's not. He's not. He doesn't get spotted on the edge of the ward. That's huge. And this would be an absolute backbreaker for Aki on this Talon. The blue buff goes to Shun. The flashes are going aplenty. No, it actually went to Aki. So he was able to secure the buff and got out, did burn his flash.
Yeah, so sad for Shun. So close to being able to find that one.
Ooh,
looks like he's just going to default back to the scuttle. And, I mean, Mazel, we've been seeing this like every day of what victors are able to do in the first few levels. Level 1, you outtrade Corki pretty well with your Q. You get a few levels under your belt, right? You're just consistently poking him down with Laser, the corrupting pot as well. You do just win the War of Attrition with autos. And nice to see Uzi coming in strong. That's why we highlighted him in our opening segment. A player who, again, not a lot of fanfare around. I don't think was necessarily ever a standout in his time in the LDL. Only got to play one series with RNG in Summer Split, so we haven't seen all too much from him.
All right, here we go. Aki is getting onto the rift here. Does have the wall jump to get into there, but bot lane's got the engage first. Tauchuuchi, he's almost dead. One more auto from Abel, can't do it because it is going to be Lucas in the way. And close, but not finding anything in the bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, overall, it's going to be a win for OMG, even though they did blow more summoners, because WBG is going to be missing this incoming wave that's coming in. Lucas can't just hold it, already being pushed into tower. So for the side of OMG, they are at least getting a bit off this. We even see the CS advantage down there right now. Pretty massive for the side of OMG, but Shun going to look for a gank top side.
Pull it off. Shanji realizing something is up here. Has the angle, the body both as well is there to stop Shun if he can. Aki on the backside of it. Shun needs to get away from here. A lot of damage from the minions and the body slam from Shanji. And Aki wants it. He smells blood in the water here. Will not hit it though. Aki able to respond to Shun, but still no blood on the rift loop.
Overall, really nice E by Shun to dodge out on the last hit coming out from the Talon W. We also did see in the replay on the bottom of our screen that Nani did blow flash while the bot lane skirmish was going on. Looks like Aki did dedicate to the top side, and OMG still trying to set up for a play. Obviously, Nani, no flash, no ghost.
Some problems here. The damage is not enough just yet, and the tower shots are starting to come out. Nani gets away by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, the W going to do so much for Nani in that situation. Let's see if he does end up be zoned off the wave. Looks like he will. Shanji going to recall right in his face saying, hey, you cannot have these minions. Nani trying to stay close, at least to be in XP range and pick these up once the recall does finish. And IG already starting to transition their pressure to that bottom half of the map with the fact that Shun did recall first. Lucas here enabling him, and things looking pretty decent for both sides so far.
A little bit worried for this next skirmish because Shun overextending here. Does have Lucas on his backside, but Lucas dips. And that's the first blood to Cold of all people for OMG.
Really nice read by OMG. It doesn't look like IG's members walked over any wards. Obviously, we did see Shun push through mid lane, so OMG just realizing, hey, we don't see Rakan down in bot. We saw his team got this path mid. They're probably looking for an invade in our jungle, either stealing Raptors or putting the wards down. OMG rotate their bot lane over because their wave was on the opposite side of the lane, and they are able to get that nice pick off. Some pretty good assist gold, kill gold going all around.
It's just a slow and steady burn at this point for this first game of this best of 3, and I can appreciate it, right? But it's also leaning more into IG's favor, I feel like, because we talked about it in the draft and the fact that, you know, they are having a lot of scaling factors on their team. Their team fight around the objectives is going to be pretty stout, and you're looking for OMG. Yes, they have some scaling, but you're looking for that early snowball. You're looking to get the ball rolling, if you will. And they haven't necessarily been able to do that. It's a lot of passive gold gain right now and that first blood, so they're off to a good start. But I'd say IG is still pretty comfortable.
Especially with the fact that IG are also picking up a Dragon right now. Aki on the opposite side of the map looks like he's trying to pick up the Rift Scuttler. And I like that you bring up the Corky point, right? Because I'd say even though IG late game definitely looked better holistically than OMG, I feel like Corky right now is just one of those champions that can single-handedly warp a game or impact a game in a way that if you go even into late game, right, he finds one big package, he's consistently hitting those rockets that can completely change the dynamic of the team fight. Still going to favor IG there, though. We're going to be looking at Rift Herald spawning in about 30 seconds.
I do want to ask you, though, in your preference of the AP/AD build for Corky, we are seeing the AD build here for stream today.
I personally do prefer the AD build coming out. I feel like you can just get a lot more consistent damage. Yeah, a lot more consistent damage going off.
Oh, talking about consistent damage. Oh, there's a Blade Whirl, though. Now, UG is able to get a decent amount of damage back. Nothing too crazy. Shun, again, going for the invades. This time, realizing it's not the time, it's not the place.
Also, just look at his lanes, right? Having pressure in mid, they just had Pie on bot from the skirmish that Lucas forced out. So I think IG timing that really well of being like, hey, bot lane, can you generate some pressure? I'm going to walk into the enemy jungle at the same time to try and contest this red buff. Like we said, though, Aki was already level 6. I think that would have been quite dire for Shun to look for it. He is 6 now, though, so any skirmishes that do come out can now be contested. OMG can have a little bit of tempo in terms of going towards that Rift Herald. Their bot lane is on the map first, and it looks like IG might even just contend for trading. They already got the dragon. Send your bot lane back down to lane, get some more gold onto WBG. And yeah, for Shun to start passing down towards that bot lane, look for more vision, look for more of those invades like you've been trying to find.
And now it's about the utilization of this Rift Herald. Where is Aki? Give that gold over. You got a couple willing participants, I feel like, in this game.
Yeah, I'd say the one place I wouldn't, right off the bat,
no,
mark out his top lane.
He's got package, so he's able to get out at least the first little bit. I thought Lucas might follow up there, but does not.
Nope, not able to do it. I mean, Cream even still having flash as well would be completely fine.
And another Valkyrie.
Also, Aki still playing around his top side right now. Is going to just look to pick up another Scuttle Crab. Looks like he was thinking about a gank top, but Name playing very respectfully. For the side of OMG, personally, I think it'd be really good to get gold on your Sabira. I feel like when you pick such a heavily specialized champion like this that really does need to get ahead to not be useless, getting the play gold onto her makes the most sense. LPL teams typically do prefer the whole, 4-man rotation towards mid, try and break mid down sooner. In this meta, I do like that quite a bit because there is too much wave clear, Mazel. So without Rift Heralds, it could be quite hard to break down these mid lane turrets when you have Victor versus Corky every game.
Yeah, it definitely can be. So that's why I'm kind of keeping a side eye on Aki and where he's really heading towards with that. And right now, it is towards the Krugs, but towards the bot side of the map, more importantly.
Yeah, both junglers going to be around this side for now. You also see just a trade of pressure, right? For IG, they're consistently keeping up that pressure in mid. For OMG's bot lane now at this point, with level 6s coming out, I definitely think they have some kill pressure in terms of skirmishing, so their bot lane's going to be able to consistently push out the side of IG. And when we talked about IG kind of leaning into the later stages and how their team fight works out, I still feel like these early stages are completely fine for them, despite the fact that they are 2k gold down. OMG, though, starting to start off that snowball like we hit on. And heck, they have a 2k gold lead. They haven't even used their Rift Herald yet.
And that's absolutely, just, again, leaning back into that aspect of trying to get a snowball for this team, because that's what they rely on. Cold, making sure that's going to happen, but you get the counter engage from Lucas, and now it is turned around. Shun gets the kill. Aki overextends just a little bit, has to pop the ultimate. Makes it out alive, but barely.
Sadly, not enough burst to be able to find the successful skirmish. Cold, I love the amount of initiative coming out from the right. Flashes into the E, into the Magnet Storm. Looks like you're going to lock down the victory. You would kite the flash away. And let's go. OMG, don't stop, Mazel.
They do not. And this is exactly what you want to see from Aki. You need to see from Aki. Is this non-stop pressure? Oh, no. Nady realizes that somebody's there because the little baby Krug goes over the wall. But the tower is the objective here for OMG. They can get a little bit of plate for Shanji. Maybe some pressure on the name.
Yeah, and they're going to be fine to just drop this one down right now. For Nani, I was actually a little bit concerned right when Uakai started channeling his TP towards mid. Of course, IG are doing that because they want to look for the cross map. Dragon is about to come up, so they want to start contending for that one. But I think you set up, yep, the dive.
They turned around on the dive. They didn't think they were going to go for it. Shanji gets taken down. Nani! Nani's going to take the 2v1! What?
Nani comes out absolutely massive. Again, I thought IG were kind of throwing him under the bus the second Uakai started channeling that TP. Nani believing in himself, the amount of sustain coming out from the Q passive, from the ultimate damage as well, the W keeping him alive. And we're going to see here, Shanji not really having much mana left, does have enough for the body pop. No other abilities able to come out. The W, the damage reduction, just doing so much stacks of the Conquer as well, so getting some other healing going on other than what's built into his kit. And the man just pops off.
That's got to be one of the plays of the week right there. That's insanity. And it literally secures the top side for IG.
Now, IG, I mean, not even just the top side, right? Because top side is where they weren't dedicating resources. They were putting all of their resources into bot side. So they not only got those kills top, they also picked up a dragon at the same time, and they are still the team that completely controls vision on the bottom half of the map.
Ukai taking some poke there. Aki is there. Respond just in case. Now we'll run into Shun. This is going to be a 1v1, but Aki decides immediately against that. There was some backup to be had for IG. Crown of the Shattered Queen completed for Uakai.
And that's going to feel so nice when you're looking at OMG's comp, right? We've already hit on that OMG have completely indexed into burst when you are bringing out champions like the Talon and the Samira. So that 1.5 seconds of the reduced damage, I think is going to be doing a ton. IG now trying to collapse on Shanji. No flash.
It's not pull the trigger. Matter. He's being, he's buying his time. He's not popping the quickness overzealously. He's not overusing the grand entrance because he wants to make the moments memorable. Aki might need to get some kind of memory going for himself because it takes 90% of his health just in a quick trade with Uakai.
Yeah, he's going to have to back off from that one. Looks like the next objective we're going to be looking towards is the second Rift Herald. For OMG, I still feel like you still favor them for Rift Herald just for the fact that you will be able to time those with the Corki packages, right? For IG, I wonder if they'll feel more confident to contend with the skirmish top side now that we do have some of these mythics coming out, right? About even across the board, 3 on the side of IG for now, 3 on the side of OMG, but that's only because Aki playing the Talon does go for the Ghost Blade first. So we might get a fight. I think it definitely still favors OMG at this time. Corki already picked up the package.
And I'm still kind of waiting on Yuuchi to really get something going for the Vayne, to get any gold his way, right? It's been very quiet on that front, and that's beautiful news for OMG.
Yeah, and OMG going to use the fact to just start off the Rift Herald like we talked about. IG conscious that they don't want to look for this fight. I assume if their bot lane's pushing mid, might just go back towards the bottom half of the map. Really what they should do. Again, OMG, very frightening at this point in time. Heck, they've even managed to keep up the 2K gold lead despite some of the shenanigans that happened, like the botch dive in topside.
Almost a scuffle there as Cream has the package available. Not realize it just yet. Going to the spot side. Shoot, claim that wave there as well as first power being played by Shanji.
And that one's just been sitting up there right for the taking for a little bit now, right? Now the question is, how does OMG use this pressure? Are they going to use Shanji to impact mid, to impact bot, continuously roam him down, stack numbers advantage in mid, which then opens up a window for Aki to support Cream and bot side? I feel like it's the best play. Shanji, of course, not really going to have any 1v1 pressure up top side to be able to threaten taking a tower, so we definitely want to see him roaming and enabling the rest of the map.
So I hear you with all that big brain analytical stuff there. It's all well and good. But all I got to ask you right now is we're past that 15-minute mark. Who won the first round of the tournament here? Johnny or Daniel? Or are they both Johnny?
I honestly think in this case they're both Johnny. But we're going to keep calling OMG Danielson, and we're going to say it was OMG. I do got to say, though, I'm very disappointed in myself that I haven't come with more Karate Kid references.
I know!
I did binge watch all the movies the other day. I also binge watched the whole series on Netflix. So I'm, like, coming in
That honestly, I'm disappointed
for
now.
this.
Like that, you should not have told us that. You should have just left it at, yeah, I should have used more quotes, not the fact that you just watched the entire series.
You know, it's how we prepare for our casts. You know,
You watch Karate
spam,
Kid.
Gotta spam some 1980s movies. Might get some action down though. Chaos Storm
Almost.
is
It
available
was-
for the side of IG.
Yeah, that gravity field almost kicked off everything for IG. The Rift Herald utilized in the mid lane, though. The tower takes a big chunk, but IG pushes the fight off of the tower and able to survive for a little bit longer. But OMG surrounding here the side of IG, and maybe they just go for the trigger pull here as Nani takes a decent amount of health bar. Just have that little trade. The flash body slam into the cask, but it's a bit whiffed there. Now the re-engage comes through from Shun, but beautiful magnet storm on the back line from Cold, and he's making his name known. Aki is in and out, but Nani gets out with just a smidgen of health. Shanji going forward. They cannot claim a single life, but it's on a nice edge.
Man, that was so close. Really nice setup coming out from Cold, finding that angle. That's what we talked about. This is Cold's best champion. He put up so many great
TP on the
performances last year,
backside.
but
They
IG
do not
still
want
want
to
to
give
contest.
This is not the one they want to give up. The Dragon already about 2,000 health. It's going to go down, but it's over to Aki, who gets the first Dragon for OMG of the game. Now OMG, or IG, now OMG need to get away from this one potentially after stealing away that Dragon. And they're a bit of a predicament here because they've got themselves caught between a rock and a hard place. They go for the re-engage though. Cold is just down. Now they're going for it with Abel, and the Inferno trigger is not enough. Xiaojuwuji is still firing these silver bolts, and OMG back away.
Man, this was the perfect result for the team fight. Also, I was totally with you when you were in there. IG, OMG, IG was so back and forth. Both teams kind of testing the waters, slightly jumping in, kind of poking each other down. Looked like it was a 2 for 3 in the end, if I'm not mistaken. Might have even just been a 2 for 2. Really long extended skirmish again. Started off with OMG finding the initial win. They convert that into the Dragon. IG trying to challenge with the fact that they do have TPs available. We kind of end up in the same place where OMG is still a team ahead in gold. 2 Dragons over for the side of IG though, so potential win conditions still there as we're going to go straight into the replay. I assume this is going to be the first engage coming out. Shanji looking for it. Yukai able to get away with the flash show, and this is where Cold finds a massive magnet storm.
In the picture, we just got to kill. We'll go back to that, but yeah, we got to see that initial engage, or re-engage, I guess, by Cold to just send IG scattering to the wind, it seems like. And then after that, we get the re-initiation of a 5-on-5.
Yeah, and there's already so many flashes and key ultimate spurn that you know that this wouldn't be an optimal 5v5 for either side. Yukai trying to get in on the opposite side, but Shanji doing a great job of zoning him out. And looks like once again in the bottom left hand of our screen,
We've had
posturing.
2 pictures. That's just the LPL at this point.
I was going to say, you know, when you have teams like IG and OMG coming out of the Rift, this could be the kind of thing you get where it's like, okay, replay is going on, but we have a ton of other things still going on our screens. I believe it looks like IG potentially picked up a kill somewhere while we were
Nani got a kill
replay.
under tower in bot lane during that. I don't know. I think it was against Shanji, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe we'll get a replay of that. Maybe we won't. But now we are set up in front of the Baron pit. Xiaojuwuji is trying to get this topside tower, but he's getting engaged on by Cream. Cream going for the 1v1. He can't get him. Get the condemn back into the tower, and Cream has to pull away.
Yeah, and nice for Xiaojuwuji as well to back off, realizing, hey, that Immortal Shield Bow just popped for Cream. I'm not going to do the damage to this, so it'll turn on me and be able to win out in that 1v1. We are pivoting up towards topside control, like you have said. OMG coming back onto the map first are going to be able to clear up some of this vision from the side of IG. For IG, you're going to start transitioning Nani down towards that bottom lane. He's going to have consistent side lane pressure up against either one of OMG soul laners. So for IG, you can kind of play out through that win condition, try and pull Shanji down, try and bait out some of these TPs. You'll always be able to rotate Nani over first and look for these engages. The nice thing for them as well is the fact that you know OMG need to engage. They're the ones running the Samira, they're the ones running the Talon, so you still can play a bit more calm and collected.
Yeah, absolutely can. And I will say Shadow Flame has been picked up for Yukai. So second item completion there, but a lot of damage to the front line that we talked about maybe being a little bit paper thin earlier in the draft, it's working out so far. Cold and Shanji are very strong as this front line. Fimblewinder, they're completed as well for Shanji, and they're going to need that, right? They need to have a front line to distract away from Dream, Aki, and Abe.
Yeah, I mean, and again, a lot of the reasons given were in context of Gragas. I think Rel, phenomenal frontliner, of course, this goes. This is Shun needing to flash Cold.
Crescent Guard was popped. Is it enough to get him out of there? They're full committing under the tower. They don't have the damage, and damage is being done back. That tower is helping out a bunch, but Yuakai's Chaos Storm is doing so much work. The laser beam, not enough this time around, but they do save Shun's life.
Overall, we're trading some flashes on each side. Cream having no flash. Actually, apparently doesn't matter. IG going to take this opportunity to look for a bit of a Baron bait coming out. We need to remember that both Shun and Yuakai just used their ultimates.
Oh no. The package was immediately used by Cream, but that was actually a really good play because now Shun is almost dead. One more rocket could do it. Shanji tries to go for it, can't get it. Now OMG start up the Baron.
And we have Baron play into Baron play. Pretty much being thrown to either side. Is going to need to recall. The other members of IG are here, though. I think they potentially can poke them off of this. OMG not having a ton of consistent DPS at this point in time. And yep, neither team's going to Baron in the end. OMG should be able to get fast track on bot side, though, to be able to claim what looks like a mid tower and a dragon.
We'll start off with the tower. Nani taking a couple extra shots from the Baron there, as it does actually force a couple members from OMG to go back towards that side of the map.
Yeah, I think Nani just cleared out a Warden in the Baron pit.
AoE.
So, yep, so for the side of OMG kind of having to cover up towards the top side, make sure that nothing does go down. Still can commit a few members to the Dragon on the bottom half of the map, though. So OMG, ever since we found out what our soul would be in Mountain Soul, have picked up to Dragon. So feeling pretty comfortable there. And heck, when we're talking about things like Gragas and Rel being able to be as strong of a front line as they can, this is going to be helping them out phenomenally.
It's terrifying.
And we remember for the side of IG, right? They have a front line, but their front line is just bruisers. It's Xin Zhao and Gwen, not really true tanks, both a bit more sustained tanks, I'm sorry. So OMG will have the ability there to contest.
It's those S's, man. Those S's always get you. But,
they do.
It really is. I think that, you know, that Mountain Soul, you give it to this OMG roster, like, it's so ridiculously hard to kill Aki, to kill Abel or Creed at that point, because they do resist a lot of that burst damage that you're looking to put down. So it's going to be relying on the sustained damage coming in the team fights. Xiaoju Wuji's positioning especially.
I mean, luckily for the side of IG, right, both Xiao Yueji and Yuakai do bring pretty consistent DPS. Like, sure, Victor is all about burst, but I mean, the later the game gets, your keys on such a low cooldown, you're pretty much just spamming that ability in team fights. So I think for IG, they're pretty well set. We're back at the point where it's like, okay, for OMG, you're just playing as a 5-man core. You're going to look to rotate Shanji over whenever we can when he's forced to answer Nani on the opposite side of the map. And for IG, they can just keep doing what they've done. Nani pushes the bot side, rotate first, try and put down some damage on the mid lane turret with a range coming out for Victor.
Trying to do so now. The tower is going to go down eventually. No. Shanji activates the go button here, but IG repel them off with a counter engage of their own, or at least a seemingly counter engage, and both teams left a bit of standstill. A little bit of a Western show off here between the two in the mid lane.
I think ultimately it's fine. And Shun goes in.
He takes the engage, but Cold is on the back line. It is a very split fight right now as Nani is taking on Aki, but it's already a 1-for-1 trade. Abel getting very low, but the Infernal Trigger is healing up plenty. Xiao Yuji is taking the kills, though, and this is huge for IG.
Yeah, like you said, that fight was split on so many fronts. I was keeping my eye on Aki, trying to get around, trying to find a flank angle. Nani was zoning him off. Abel finds a way into the fight, but still, Xiao Yueji and Yuakai were untouched. They were able to kite out the fight, get out their DPS. And for IG, that's feeling pretty good. Sadly for IG, they aren't able to turn this into an objective.
They are not, and we'll get a replay of that chaotic fight, but it was so back for both teams wanting to get the engage and Shun pulls the trigger.
Yeah, Shun and Lucas going into Cold. sadly not able to lock too many members down. Does split up IG a little bit. Lucas getting picked off to start with, like Cold also goes down. So we talked about the Talon was zoned off the whole time. Abel trying to find a window to go in. WBG having a really nice condemn there. And then Uzi just putting out consistent damage the whole time. Sadly, you weren't able to get any massive AoE combo like we were talking about before. Cold locking numerous people down, into Samira jumping in, into Cream just putting off this consistent damage. Yeah, the ebb and flow didn't happen, Mazel.
I will say, WBG's positioning in that was stellar. As a very short-range ADC, trying to get the stacks for lethal tempo up in the middle of a very back-and-forth spread fight. That's the stuff you love to see. And yeah, Abel is looking for those wombo combos. You have to have the setup for the Samira. You have to have the distractions there. But WBG is slowly but surely making a presence here as this Vayne in the game later on in the game, even though he was pretty much speechless in the first half of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we can even still see the remnants of that, right? The fact that Abel is up in CS. Hitting on some item breakpoints as well. Uzi now finally picking up the Void Staff. Good purchase when you look at the items coming out from Shanji on the opposite side as well, with Cold having a lot of MR. So he's going to be dishing out a ton of damage now. Nani's been on a pretty strong point for a while. Did pick up some Grievous wounds with that Oblivion Orb, so hopefully things like his ultimate will be able to get on Abel and make sure he isn't able to sustain up in these team fights.
Package secured. Cream going out to the fight, ready to go with that big old package. We'll see if it's actually able to make the difference. The rapid fire cannon, also that completion for Cream. Aki on the side, on the flank here. 5-man strong in for IG in the mid lane, though.
Yep, we see right now just posturing coming from both sides. Can Aki find the angle? We've set up. A lot of this is on Cold finding the massive Magnet Storm.
He's going in for the engage. Shun has popped the pressing guard at least. There's big engage from Cold, and there's the wombo combo you needed. Resets coming through, and Cream is popping rockets into the back of IG.
And for OMG, that was just beautiful. It was the exact combo we were talking about. Multi-man Magnet Storm, package layered across numerous members, able to jump in and just take over. Now for OMG, it's not only a team fight win, they're going straight into the Baron.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. They're all going to be covered in purple at this point. OMG, find the fight. And now it's IG's response to try to get the dragon.
Yeah, but Shanji and Cream aren't going to let that happen, my dude. Nane, you need to get out of there.
WBG
is actually pretty close.
And he is pretty strong at this point, working on his third item as the Vayne, but the dragon getting ever so lower. Cream trying to put in some poke here. The TP is now coming in from Uzi. Dragon secured by IG. Now they need to get away, but Uzi, with the speed, is going to overextend himself. The crown blocks a ton of damage, but it doesn't matter in the end. Cream takes the kill.
The angle could have been so good for Uzi if other members were around. Sadly, didn't have his flash, didn't have his Chaos Storm available either, so not able to put out a large amount of that upfront damage you would like as that Victor, especially with the fact that members like Cream were a bit chunked out, and maybe you could have tried to force something like a flash, but ultimately does go down. We're gonna see here how this starts off. Aki looks for the flank. They immediately go on to Shun, and I want to keep an eye on Cold here.
God.
Goes in 4 members right into the package. Abel jumping in as well, and everyone on the side of IG just burns down.
My goodness. And the fact that you had Aki in the end there come in with all the knives, right, and pull them through everybody, that's the combo you're looking for. That's literally the game-changing combo for OMG.
Yeah, I mean, for OMG now as well, you have the ability to play out through 2 lanes. Just keep Cream hovering around mid, because you can very easily rotate the bot with that package. Start having someone push in that bot lane turret, which looks like it will be Aki. Try and sync up with that next wave when it does hit the inner turret, and IG being a little bit bold.
I mean, the Shadow's Assault is back up for Aki, and that is a ton of damage already. And the fact that Cream is sitting here on 3.5 items, their poke game is ridiculous, but their follow-up damage in the fights is also pretty redundant.
Yeah, for OMG now, though, just starting one turret instead of having someone escort in mid-wave as well. Seems like they're afraid of a potential engage to come out from Lucas, where he's just able to get on multiple members instead of a 5v4. I like it, though, sending Aki now towards mid, able to jump over the frame with his E and threaten on multiple fronts. Pull IG apart and have as much pressure as you can. For IG, I feel like you just have to absorb, right?
It's 4,000 plus gold for the Baron power play. They are now just circling 10,000 gold in the lead, and we haven't even busted 20 kills yet.
The same as I've seen better. I've seen better Baron power plays.
I mean, this is the LPL. Come on, our standards are pretty high, I would say.
Nice. That's just, what is this? 4,000 gold. But no, for OMG, you can see exactly what they're doing now as well. They take bot lane pressure. They start pivoting up towards the top half of the map, send their core down towards mid, allowing Aki to free hit on the top side. I'm a bit surprised that OMG also feel comfortable keeping Shanji alone.
They're just slowly bleeding out their base here. Cream is going to have insane damage numbers at this point because his poke is just non-relenting.
Yeah, I mean, for IG, this is where the philosophy typically comes in of accepting losses on certain sides, saying, hey, maybe we can't contend here. Like let's let the Gragas push bot and trying to all in mid with numbers of damage. For IG, they need to give up something and fight OMG when they are spread apart, trying to, pull you apart.
Yep. And they lose 2 inhib towers. No inhib to go down just yet. IG can rest well for a little bit longer, at least another day here. They make it out of their base, but nope. I spoke too soon. Nani overextends. They all waited in that bottom side. 5-man strong claims Nani's life.
See, Mazel, what the situation is right now, it's like OMG have IG pinned. Like they have both of their wrists held. IG can't throw any punches. This is where IG gets to throw the head. No, it's where IG throws the headbutt. Okay, they have some people on the right, they have some people on the left, there's no one down in the middle, or there's not enough in the middle, so bam, straight to the headbutt. We're gonna see here.
So this is the headbutt.
No, this is not the headbutt. This is OMG just, I don't even want to talk. They're punching IG in the throat or something. IG going for the headbutt. I don't know why we just see Nani overextend. It happened. OMG found another pick off. 11k gold advantage for the side of OMG.
Yeah, it just like getting caught in the, I finally can get a little bit of farm. But they were all waiting for me in my blue side jungle. But we have 35 seconds just about for the next dragon. It is soul point for OMG, but it's soul for IG here if they can claim it. And just denying OMG any more of this stacking of dragons is a crucial point for IG.
Yeah, for IG, they're going to find a way to bait out that Magnet Storm, or again, just utilize the fact that they have flashes up quite well, right? Both Xiaoyu having his dash, Yuakai being able to burn the flash. If they are able to get out of that Magnet Storm, I honestly think they can contend to take a fight. Gold difference might make it to OMG favor. Items, stats, math, and it looks like IG are afraid of the math. They're just going to back off.
Oh my god.
I mean, we look at items, right? 4 item Corki. Whew.
Yeah, you don't really
Actually,
deal with
5
that.
item Corki if you count.
That also might be my new favorite phrase. Yeah, they're just afraid of the math. Like I think,
dude, the
math. You sold.
The math is strong. Like when you get to the 10k gold lead. Again, compositionally, I feel like game becomes a lot less important. It becomes about execution or mistakes because it's just math diff right now.
Yeah,
there's nothing you can do to beat stat checkers.
About 10 seconds for the next Baron as well, and OMG look like they want to force a fight around it and force IG out of their base. Would be a very tough predicament for IG to deal with, but they might just be forced to.
Oh, they are. It's a lose-lose, right? You either give up Baron or you go contest Baron, hope for the best. If you just get Baron,
they don't even get there.
Can easily close out. Nope.
Not even going to make it there in time, and now they get engaged on Cold, looking for the beautiful Magnet Storm, but doesn't find the angle just yet. As IG scatter, there goes Cold, the cask in, as well as Aki on the side. They haven't found a kill just yet. Cold is the one that dies first, actually. Now Cream has joined the fight, though, and this is the man you got to watch for. Aki distracting on the back line. Shun goes down. It's a trade back so far, but the Infernal Trigger is popping off now for Abel. The damage dealers are still alive, and IG is forced back into their cave.
I mean, ultimately, this doesn't change the state of the game. The fact that IG were still able to find 2 kills is good for them. We'll see if they're able to survive this onslaught from Corki, from the Baron minions coming up. It's just going to be straight up 3v3. You do have the wave clear still alive for the side of IG with Victor.
Dude, fourth item complete for Yukai.
Oh,
Is he just
never
dead?
mind.
He didn't even get a chance to use the brand new Zanyas he just had. And Abel is popping off. Abel using the Infernal Trigger beautifully and ending the hopes and dreams of IG in game number 1. OMG take it smashingly.
OMG showing up. We were talking about the fact that Cream is a reliable carry for this squad. Hitting on Abel, someone who's shown he has the ability to step up in certain games and also be a threat that you need to worry about as well. And then just seeing the coordination come together in the mid to late game where we did finally see them finding those massive AoE wombo combos, able to just completely shut down IG. It was beautiful to see. IG in the first 15 minutes was doing pretty solidly. They were contending. We saw a lot of cross mapping coming out as well for them to realize, like, hey, this is a Corki package timer, or they were on top side first, they have vision down. So I feel like we saw some decent things from both sides, but for OMG, man, it is just so fun to watch their explosive play style.
It really is, and you could see a little bit of the look on the faces of the IG players, right? That was definitely a disheartening one to lose. It's so back and forth. You feel like you have good advantage. You're actually taking a lot of the engages there before they started losing by 10,000 gold, and they just never got back a hold of it. You still had the strength of the Vayne, the Victor, that just never really was able to be pulled off. The short range of the Vayne, never able to get into range to really do any damage. When you had Abel capitalizing on Cold's beautiful engages every single time, and you have so much to watch out for, so much to be distracted by, that somebody's going to kill you eventually for the side of OMG.
Yeah, there's just a lot you have to worry about on the side of IG. If IG didn't start to, fall so far behind once some of those exchanges came out in mid-game, it's really just the one, honestly. That one beautiful engage came out from OMG really felt like it turned the game into their favor. If IG could have kept scaling up, letting this Victor get some items, maybe it could have been fine. Again, we've talked about Corki warps the game, and even then, you're just going to consistently be getting bombarded by missiles. But Cream showing up. Last year, one of our biggest question marks for Cream was, what are you going to do once we get out of meta with AP Assassins? We saw teams ban them out before. That is consistently how you would beat OMG in 2021 and in playoffs. Just send like 3 bans at Cream. They won't have a carry. We see now in 2022, Cream can play anything. He's stepped up, and he is just performing on the Corkis, on the Victors.
Yeah, it's on the other side, right? I think we have our clear winner of our first round of the karate tournament we have going here. But on the other side, Yukai definitely feeling some bumps and bruises after that one. Maybe looking to sweep the leg in game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, just sad for him, right? We saw in their first series, he liked these more proactive champions like the LeBlanc and the Vex. Those both got taken away this game, and he did have to play something a bit more laid back, a bit more passive. And for the side of IG, I mean, heck, even though they had that pick right, they were trying to put the pressure on early, and we saw Shun trying to find these early invades, especially around bot side. But talking about those invades, OMG were even smart to punish them, right? I think OMG definitely came into this match as a supposed favorite from what we hit on earlier about them keeping their roster together. But as we saw, I do expect this to be a very close series.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just one or two little things going differently, right? And that's where I want to obviously talk about game 2 coming up here in just a little bit. But it's going to be so interesting. Draft number 2. What picks do we see banned away this time around in the first phase, and all of that leading into the potential last breath for IG in this best of 3 series. We'll have to see what that answer is, though, as we do take a little break. We'll be right back with game.
我的 LPL 家人和我的撸啊撸朋友，新年快乐！
熊捏左尿。
Ming looking to just deny the TP. Xiaohu onto the Nexus, and Xiaohu wins the game. jumps in over the wall. Beautiful grog is cast from Xiaohu. Putting that DPS into the tier 2. They're already going in. Go! Let's go, baby! Ale, if they want to go for this fight, in he goes. Move forward. Oh! He gets him! No! This is Donya's trying to buy time. There's Kingslayer. I win the trouble as well. The E goes away from Flash.
Well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But he needs to hit it.
No, they hit it.
They've got it. The satchel charge to secure. Oh, there with the kick. It's a 3-man 2.
But FBX still firing out. And goes Viper. Turning it around. No!
Oh, the flash! That is huge. He just can't do it enough. It's a clean ace. And ETG, the last of the LPL are headed.
I just believe more in the Dom 1 bag of tricks based on everything we've seen this tournament. So for me, it's a 3-0.
This scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the queue.
Viper is still alive though. Flashes in. Showmaker dashes forward. Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive.
They've actually done it. The LPL is back on top. Medius.
Welcome back, everyone, to the lovely and beautiful, as always, Shanghai. And we are kicking off game number 2 of our first series of the final night of the first week of LPL 2022. Lyric, you've been a stalwart companion through the chaos that was game number 1. But we got a karate tournament to finish here.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just happy we have IG and OMG playing 2 teams who are not afraid to scrap, who both do have very mechanically good players. Unsurprisingly, Cream is the MVP. And you know what Mr. Miyagi says? Man who catch fly with chopstick accomplish anything. And that's what Cream did in this game. This man caught a bunch of flies between his chopsticks.
Are you calling IG a bunch of flies?
That is what I'm calling them.
Wow.
Because the package, Mazel, the package hit, the rockets hit. Cream was not setting everything, following the setup given to him by Cold alongside Abel. And this was always the strength of this OMG roster in 2021, is the way that they are able to coordinate, to go in at the same time with a lot of these engages, to be able to find the team fight wins. I think they're one of the best team fighting teams that we had in 2021 summer, and it shows that in 2022, that is not slowing down.
Yeah, it was the fact they had so many tools to work with, so many things for IG to deal with, right? You have to watch for the packages from Cream. You have to watch for Abel getting those Infernal triggers. Cold's insane Magnet Storm engages. But my biggest question now is, what is Mr. Miyagi, or if you will, Cobra Kai, saying to the other side? Because IG have to find a way back into this series.
You know, this is where, John Kreese comes in and he says, like, there's no losers in this dojo, boys. And we're gonna find out if IG keeps it up. Maybe if they come in with some low blows, some dirty tricks.
Oh no!
I feel like they tried to in game 1 with the Vayne pick, but it did not pan out. IG
I need more
realizing
ratings,
in game 1. Yeah, we're done. We're done because they're taking away the Samira. They're like, yo, we are not dealing with that again. I want to see if IG prioritized the Corki, because the Corki prio, the way it's risen so much in the past few days, has just been insane to see.
Yeah, and Yukai definitely scoops that one up. First pick for IG. 4 bans towards ADCs, the tried and true trio, but plus the Samira. Yeah, Kali and Nidalee to boot. OMG on the red side this time around, though, so changing things up just a tiny bit. And kind of surprisingly, we're going to get our mid lane matchup to start off the draft for both sides, I would think, if they do want to lock in the LeBlanc here for OMG.
Yeah, it seems like not wanting to wait till 4-5 for things to
Okay,
pan
I
out.
like this a lot better. I like this a lot better.
What a surprise. What a surprise, Mazel. So, for context, we're just going to keep going with numbers. This is our 23rd Corki game and our 17th Victor game. The 3rd most played mid laner is Vex at 7 games. It is pretty much this matchup every time. We say that every game. We will keep saying it in a way of complaint. And Xin Zhao is also locked in. Holy Jesus, I'm shocked.
Things going pretty safe right now as Shun locks in the Lee Sin, and the Gwen is picked up for IG in the first phase.
I do got to say, though, we are getting a bit of difference from how the first 2 days went, because pretty much days 1, 2, and 3 were all like, okay, you pick your jungle, you pick your bot lane in first rotation, you save mid and top for 4-5. IG this time around feel more comfortable going into the depths of the AD carry and support pool for the fact that all the S-tier ADs were banned away. So it's like, hey, let's get all the strong champions in our solo lanes, save that for 4-5. We are going to get Shanji on the Gragas once again, so definitely prioritizing the comfort coming in on these AP champions. We saw in terms of laning phase, he did completely fine last game. I would not recommend going for another dive. Maybe if you do that, though, we get like 3 men up towards the top side this time around if you're going to go for a dive against Gwen. But yeah, Mazel, keep that away from me.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how successful that's going to be last time around. It's a bit of a yikes. That's definitely going to be going in the highlight reel montage at some point for the LPL this year, because that was absolutely nutty. It is into the second phase here that we had the Gragas picked up for OMG, so taking some tools from last game, but as well as utilizing some that IG had picked up for themselves. And then we have the Xayah first banned by OMG, followed by the Rel actually taken away by IG.
Now for OMG, I think you have two ways to pivot into the spot lane. You could either go with something like an Ezreal and play up the fact that you do have the victor against the Corki, play up the fact that you will have an AD carry that will ultimately outrange whatever the side of IG picks up. You have disengage coming from your Gragas and top side and lean a little bit into that. You might be lacking in early lane pressure, but you should still have consistent push coming in from the victor to make it okay. I think the second route you could go is something like a Jhin or a Varus, have a safer and a bot lane with more presence in mid game, but I think you'll lack some of that late game strength if you don't go with the Ezreal.
Can we just go back to when nobody cared about the bottom lane and like everybody just let ADCs do whatever they want? I don't like this anymore. We have literally almost all the bans but 2 are focused towards the bot side of the map. And we have 6 ADC bans to boot. Like, that is insanity. And we still have powerful picks on the table for the ADC pool. We have the Kai'Sa still, the Jhin, the Ezreal that was picked up for Abel. It is crazy to me. The pool that is such an ocean right now, it seems like, in the LPL. And the Rakan is picked up by IG.
And I would expect the Kai'Sa to be what follows, and IG just going to lean back into a comp that does want to all in. Again, OMG did follow the kind of initial path that we set out for them if they pick the Ezreal, in terms of having the kite potential to come out, having the disengage and the zone control. For the side of IG, it will be quite interesting because you are playing a little bit on a knife's edge from the fact that you don't have any... Like, you don't have like a Nautilus or something that can mindlessly run forward, right? Rakan, you do got to be a little bit more delicate with the way you are chaining your engages, either going in with Lee Sin or coming off on a flank. Lee Sin is the same, coming from behind with a kick, and we get Cold Yumi. Look at the grin. Look at the cheeky little smirk on his face.
That's just the worst. That's the worst kind of person. You know what you're doing. I was going to say, so they highlighted it, but I would say the lack of priority on Leona, I felt like was very interesting because I do feel Leona is so strong right now in replacing that kind of full-on engage style. But the Yumi paired up with the likes of this composition, with the Ezreal, with the Xin Zhao, even with the Victor there, that's scary stuff to round out the OMG composition.
Oh yeah, later on, this is going to be so annoying to play against, right? You could go on the Xin Zhao, you can look for picks continuously set up with the Qs from the Yumi to enable the slow, allow the wind becomes lightning to hit off. You're definitely going to outscale the opposite side. Yumi just going to lock everyone right in front of her. And for the side of IG, I feel like I'm so tired of saying this. I feel like we're going to be looking at the Corki. Early game, they're definitely
Hold on. I need you to be absolutely positive that's where you want to look.
I'm tired of him, Azel. I'm tired of it.
It's only one weekend, man. What are you going to do?
For IG, I feel like we're definitely going to be looking a lot of how they can get ahead early. If they are going to try and set up some kind of like plays or dives, early ganks on this bottom side, maybe look for some type of cross-mapping or plays like that to set up, and then especially post 6. Because again, we know if this Yumi Ezreal are allowed to free the scale, I mean, your top side is going to become unkillable with the amount of sustain coming out from the Yumi. Ezreal's going to be untouchable. Kai'Sa's going to be jumping right into a Yumi ult every time she goes in. And yeah, the mid and late game can be a little bit rough.
A little bit rough, you say, but the thing for me is Shun on the Lee Sin, it fits the playstyle. We saw him being aggressive last game on the Xin Zhao. This time, looking for those unique paths for the Lee Sin. We do get onto the Rift for the second game of the day of our long final day of the first week. We've got IG taking on OMG.
You know what I think is very interesting about this matchup, and with Yumi in particular as well, is from my time as a coach and just kind of listening to whether it's coaches from other regions, players, analysts, is that there's been like differing opinions on how to deal with Yumi. I think the one that's come out more fruition, right, is just hard targeting bot, looking for ganks, looking for dives, because she's in a champion who can really do anything to survive these dives. Decently easy to stack waves on. But I have met teams before who also went the opposite way, to say, hey, no, go shut down their top side, because one of the things that's so annoying and good about Yumi is how she enables a lot of bruisers to be these unkillable forces. I think I lean with the former. I think just targeting that Yumi is a very good strategy, and it looks like IG might do that.
Hey, Abel taking some damage early on. The grand entrance connects, and Abel has to burn his flash. The Ignite also burned their Cold, just trying to get some damage back. The Cold in a very different predicament this time around. Not on the Rel, not on the frontline engager. Has to play a little bit safer.
3 summoner spells for 1. Massive HP advantage over to the side of IG. They're starting to get some of these wards down on the bottom half of the map as well, which is where Shun is going to be pathing. So it looks like IG are going to follow the mantra of going up against Yumi, just putting so much pressure on that lane. They will be able to have consistent control now. And heck, they're even spotting out Aki. So having good vision to make sure that their own bot lane doesn't fall prey to any ganks.
And also just want to, you know, go back to the conversation about bot lane and also the first strike Ezreal, right? And see where that ends up leading towards, because it is a little bit different, I feel like, but still towards the same goal of trying to get as much money as you can to make this build work. And it is going to be interesting to see what build Abel does.
Yeah, we have still seen some of like the Divine Thunder normal Ezreal come out. You also have the Crown of the Shattered Queen build. Yeah, and when you look at the side of IG, right, they do have a lot of burst damage come out. I think you're especially going to be looking at WBG and Shun. As speaking about Shun, looking for the gank mid.
Oh, barely misses the Sonic Wave there. First gank will not be completed for Shun and IG.
You know, I actually think I would like the Crown build this game. When you think about it, right? As Abel, as long as you don't die, your team is definitely going to win these extended skirmishes. They have a ton of AP damage coming out as well. Just, you know, getting the AP, the mana, everything feels like it will be quite nice for Abel this time around. I don't think this is very much like a Divine Thunder. I'm just going to look to stay in range of you the whole time, auto you down. Extra security and the longer team fights is what OMG are looking for.
Sustained damage and a little bit later game team fights, especially. But it's really cool to see the absolute differences in the strategy of the same team, right? OMG game number 1, pedal to the metal. We jump on them and we do not stop. Game number 2, a little bit more reserved, switching sides, right? And picking a composition that can bend but not break all the way.
Yeah, for both teams, I definitely feel like there are some playable conditions there. We've already seen IG trying to set up some of the early aggression that we hinted at, with Shun targeting towards the mid lane. Heck, I mean, the beautiful level 1 coming out from IG's bottom lane to secure themselves an advantage, though Abel and Cold have been able to stay even in CS, so they haven't been able to find too much from that. And now Shun just doing a nice job of trying to keep up vision and see what Aki's doing.
He's been
Make
finding
sure
him everywhere.
play the way they want.
That's the second scrying that has found out Aki and his pathing.
You know, we need to find... Okay, Abel.
Oh, wow. I don't know if that's the 2v2 you wanted to take. Abel overextending, and Abel just dies. WBG is on the board. First blood for IG.
I'm scratching my head a little bit at what we just saw. I mean, I know what we saw. We saw Abel E forward, get an auto off, Lucas pop out and press W, but not too sure why we saw it. My guess is we'll get a replay. I feel like in LPL, we like to show like very obvious replays of things that are just questionable and then, you know, question them. So here we go. Abel showing up. I don't know if he's seen Lucas. You would assume he has. Lucas has been in the lane the whole time. Just goes in. W automatically comes out from the Rakan. Abel nowhere to go because he did blow his summoner spells from the level 1.
Yep. And phase shift forward. Still getting that first blood for IG. Definitely on the path towards success that you want to be. Now we get 3 bodies mid lane to try to take down Cream as the roam timer came up for Lucas.
Yeah, IG trying to keep control of mid. They know Corki should lose this matchup, as we've seen every game. So just consistently making sure Victor can't find those advantages. Does have to blow the Chaos Storm right now, force you a Kai off. I wonder if wanting to look for a bit of a reset himself. And OMG responding, 4-man having to walk up to take control over River. We need to remember, Yumi not a champion who can solo walk through River by yourself. Not safe enough. You kind of need to be escorted by your AD carry or jungler, as we do see OMG now answering back with their own vision game towards the bottom side.
Vision in the Dragon Pit, now up the Dragon yet. Feeling more like a reset to come out for Aki at this point, when the lane states the way they are, and especially a lot of things still up in the air. We'll look at Shun's pathing down towards the bot side. Did get spotted out by the control ward that was put there. And so nicely done on that reset. Now towards the outside is Aki. Shun knows that this is his.
even OMG seem like they're conceding it. I saw some question mark pings come up on Dragon on the bottom side. So OMG consciously kind of giving this up, realizing, hey, our bot lane and mid lane are not in a position where we can look for this fight just yet. Gonna path once again from top to bot. And for Aki, I mean, you're just trying to slow the pace of the game down, right? You've already had some vision on Shun. You knew exactly what he was going to do in that play. And as long as your bot lane keeps scaling up, especially now that they have summoners back up, so a lot less threat coming out from this 2v2 of IG, and OMG will be making their ways into the mid game just fine.
They will do so. I think Shun has had a very proactive yet not bloody performance so far, but that's going to be super important in this game. We kind of talked about a little bit of the draft. Meanwhile, Abel games back as the engagement a bit wide for IG's bot lane.
IG's bottom lane is, you know, starting to find a bit of an advantage. Abel, though, is catching a wave. Rift Herald Mazel. Rift Herald is up. And when Rift Herald is up, teams go to Rift Herald. And means there's potential action as Aki sticks around mid lane.
A Valkyrie there for Yukai to get away, and Aki not gonna pull the trigger. Actually, oh my gosh. That whole series of events, man. If Aki hits that, he knows he doesn't have Valkyrie. It would have been an absolute storm to follow, but does not find him out, and the back comes through for Yukai.
And now IG rotating the bot lane over already. Aki still kind of hiding his presence. They don't know he's here. Looks like he's waiting for Kareem to push out this wave before he starts making his way up. IG will have numbers advantage first with the fact that OMG's bot lane is still making their way, but the fact that Cream was still in lane means that IG are going to have to answer away before they can walk into this topside river.
Looking for a death brush right now, and Lucas is about to walk straight up to it. He knows what's going on, realizes it. Gets the health into the non-visioned bush there for
Shun and
IG.
Nady were doing it the whole time.
Yeah, they literally were. Shanti is at the pit, but the Rift Herald just taken by IG. Shun picks it up easily. No harm, no foul.
No, I'm disappointed by OMG. And you know what's funny? Now that I've figured out how to just slam these Karate Kid quotes into here, I feel like this one is a very LPL one. It's okay to lose to opponents. Must not lose to fear. That is the LPL. That is the LPL. Like, you could go in and fight and die, it doesn't matter. But if you're scared, if you're just sitting there not willing to fight out of this league, exactly. And that is what we saw there. OMG lost it.
Aki is trying to check out the Krugs there, but sees Nany and Shun.
Yep, very
1v1. Lucas coming up here to make it not a 1v1. The flash is there. The Chaos Storm is not enough. Cream goes down.
I just love the amount of emphasis that IG have put on this mid lane. We've seen both Lucas and Shun hovering over so consistently, so Cream hasn't been able to find any advantages. IG have pretty much consistently kept pressure up in mid lane with just sheer numbers advantage throughout the course of the game. We're going to see here, Yukai looking for a bit of a trade. You can tell he's baiting him in. Gravity Storm and Chaos Field both come out. Lucas flashing forward with the E into the quickness, then following through with the W. Yukai luckily able to back off, just throw out a rocket, and they guarantee that kill. Man, Lucas is still going on the top side of the map.
Yeah, he is.
This guy is enabling everyone.
Working out beautifully. The Khan looking real good for Lucas at this point. Both main carries having one kill to their name. It's going to be nice as Kraken Slayer completed for Zhao Yueji.
Kraken Slayer just coming out right. Shun once again. Kind of guarding the top tower. Still on the opposite side, speaking about items though, Abel has had the Essence Reaver for quite a while, right? Going for that as your first item. Pretty nice early game power spike with the Spellblade active, damage coming after you use an ability. So he will be able to contend in some of these shorter trades to try to win off of the range advantage he does provide. And with the fact that gold is still even at 11 minutes into the game, I think despite the fact that IG have been more proactive, OMG are still playing towards their win condition.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And slowly but surely going to come alive for them. They just have to make sure not to bleed out too heavily like last game for the opposite side, right? Where IG were just bleeding out that early game. There was no hope to kind of stem that. And OMG are kind of in the same predicament right now. But with a little bit of a brighter future, it feels like. Now, as second Dragon of the game comes online in about 20 seconds, a lot of bodies for IG down this way to make sure they secure it.
both teams look like they are pivoting around that one. IG, though, are the team that does have control, getting even more deep vision down. So anywhere that OMG walk into, they will know. Looks like potentially going to try and set up a pick around mid lane with this Rift Herald.
Just goes for the engage there. Chaos Storm is right there as the backup from Aki is enough to dissuade them from it. The TP completed from Shanji as well. Now you got Abel here. Shanji going for the kill. Lucas dies. And first kill goes to OMG. And they're going to definitely need that one.
This is what we talked about, right? About must not lose to fear. That play looked very questionable. Lucas saw both members there. I was actually really surprised at the middle of the dive and didn't just keep posturing and be like, hey, I'm here. Don't walk too far forward. You're not allowed to get Herald. Allow for the Herald to just get the charge off for free. You back off. But no, actually commits to the dive. Cream just throws down the gravity field. And I love Shanji walking up at the last second being like, yo, this is mine. We're going to see here, Lucas did see both members. Instantly, gravity field does go down. Lucas gets locked up, takes a ton of damage. Heal must be used. Lucky doesn't go down yet. Shanji, though. E, flash, casket, bam, death. Hey, more death.
What? Aki and Co got the bot lane dive in between tower onto Xiao Yuji. Wow. We gotta see a replay of that one.
Yeah, looks like Lucas wasn't even there, so 3-man dive onto 1. That's how Xiao Yuji was able to go down. IG now just answering a little bit late. OMG now positioning themselves with about a 1K gold lead. So even despite the fact that IG have been the early aggressors and the ones trying to find all these proactive plays, again, it's come down to the counter plays coming out from OMG that have kept this game so tight-knit.
And that whole setup was in favor of IG around the dragon that was spawning in just a few seconds. I know second dragon isn't that big of a deal, but setting yourself up faster than OMG, I feel like is very important in this game right now because you do not want to get to the late game for this team. And they end up just giving up the dragon and that kill over the mid lane. So things not going as planned, per se, for IG.
And, you know, like you're saying, things not going as planned for IG, but for OMG, it's also nice to see this continued evolution. Last split, another push over from the team as King comes out.
That's huge.
He's gone.
Lucas. Yep, they just delete Cream off the rip.
Yeah, not beautiful angle coming from Shun. Makes his way around the Raptor camp, comes over the wall, finds the kick. Now we're going to have more consistent pressure on this mid lane turret. Aki is here, though. They're going in.
They have a lot of damage there. Aki's just going forward. He does have a lot of support with Cold, and you just see how crucial this Yuumi is to the composition. He almost loses no health here.
Yeah, we can see what's going to happen as this game goes longer. With what Cold will be able to do. I still don't mind Yuumi. Maybe I used to mind Yuumi, but not anymore. You know, Rusty's out there on Twitter. He's mad at Yuumi for all of us. I think Corky definitely is completely taken over.
Corky is the new Yuumi. So now we need a definitely not Corky skin that is just Yuumi. Nani just walking into it, a 1v3, it looks like, trying to dissuade them.
And look at the mini-map, Mazel.
Yeah.
Xiao Yuji is on the opposite side of the map.
There's no way for him to get here. Yukai also just used the package. So IG back away from the Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, this is a very delayed response coming out from IG. And this is something we just see a lot of. Honestly, probably one of the most common mistakes, I feel like, in LPL games about whether responding to late rotations in terms of where enemy already controls, right? It's like, okay, even if you wanted to contest, you knew when Herald was spawning. If not, just completely commit to the full trade side. You could have already taken this turret. You could have already had deep vision in the enemy jungle. Maybe you could have caught Abel off in transition when he came back down, but massive missed window from IG.
He is, but they're still trucking here. They've still got the Corky. Insane, crazy stats this build will have later on, and Xiao Yuji just trying to hold on as this Kaisa to get into the game team fight. Now Lucas pulling the trigger again onto Abel, but can't find it. Tower about to go down. Aki and Cold are here, and this is the combo you're looking for. You've got Aki with the Yuumi on top of the final chapter, help seal the deal, and Abel gets one kill. Xiao Yuji tries to use the killer instinct, but will die as well, and Cream coming through clutch. OMG are on a rampage at this point. It just feels like they have taken control of the momentum.
Especially when we've been talking about that OMG's comp delay this game Gates is going to be so annoying to deal with. And they are already finding their advantages at 15 minutes into the game is huge. IG are answering, at least in other lanes. Yukai picking up a turret in the mid lane. For OMG, though, they just have the ability to keep going. And I don't see how Shun's going to put any damage down onto Aki while Cold's attached.
So what is, like, I know the ability is called Killer Instinct for Xiao UAD, but the fact that Aki is looking so comfortable in knowing when he can go into 1v3s, 1v4s, unmatched fights, because it's incredible right there. The backside fight against IG, who were the ones putting in pressure, and the thought of, I've got Cold on me, we've got Final Chapter, we've got range with the Ezreal, let's get it.
Yeah, we're going to see here exactly what happens. Ult pop from Yumi, Wind becomes lightning. Instantly, Aki goes in, they lock down Lucas. And it just comes from what we talked about with how much Aki is enabled by this Yumi. Able easily having the ability to close the distance and just make sure the collapse comes full force. And Aki now, with Cold on him once again, can just keep running at IG. He doesn't care.
Like, he's literally walking into a 3v5 right now, and it does not matter. The Dragon getting so low. There's the Grand Entrance inside. The Dragon goes over to Aki. They claim the second Dragon of the game, and now OMG are taking the team fight. Oh my God! You are dying out here onto the Rift. The Final Chapter is alive and well once again, and Shanji's trying to make it stick. He's got the damage, but can he get the actual keep up here? The body slam is available shortly, and you've got the follow-up from Abel. They take down Xiao Yuji, and it's just slow but sure death coming to IG. You needed to sweep the leg, Johnny. You couldn't do it, and now OMG are about to win this karate tournament.
I absolutely love Shanji and Cold chasing all the way to the fountain. Slows coming off the barrels, slows coming off the Yumi Qs. Now, they've not only picked up a bunch of kills, they're pivoting into a turret mid lane. They're taking a vision control topside for Baron. OMG just got everything on the map.
At a snap of a finger, it's a 5,000 gold lead for OMG. They just took this game, flipped it on its head, then turned it back around and flipped it again. It is insanity right now what Aki is able to do with Cold.
Yeah, Shun instantly kicking away. Aki doesn't do anything. You don't need him out of the pit. You yourself have to run away from that situation after it goes down. The rest of the burst follows up. Shun has to run away. I love Shanji for continuing to follow up. Beautiful cast coming out from him. And I love that they realize they can just keep running them down with the amount of chase up, the amount of slows that they have on this team. The exhaust still there for Cold. Instantly popped onto the enemy AD carry. And Shanji and Cold don't stop. They go all the way for the kills, Vizel.
There ain't no stopping the big man once he's rolling. And Shanji, Cold combo. Honestly, Cold with anybody on this team is terrifying. And that's exactly what we pointed out in the draft when we saw the Yumi locked in.
And now OMG using that Yumi to control space so well. Shanji clearing out some vision. IG on the opposite of the map. And they're spotted! OMG can start Baron!
They are. Oh no! The Baron is just burned down, and yet another objective goes to OMG with no response unless Lucas and Nady can do anything. They're committing TP. It's too late, too little. Baron's already down, and OMG ready to take the fight afterwards. Final Chapter coming away. The damage dealers are on the side. Package coming to split the fight, but he's immediately taken out of it. And now Shanji with Cold. They are unstoppable. And OMG want to make this a quick night. Unakai dies, and it's just Nady.
OMG following up with the success in 2021, pushing forward into 2022 with this new top laner. They have so many options in terms of how they can play the game. He is popping off, Cold right alongside him, and Cream as well, dishing out the damage.
I was high on this team already to start off the season because of keeping the roster. I believe in continuity. I believe in building up your product and knowing what you have in your chamber. And OMG are looking so damn good with this roster, and it just makes them one of my favorite teams at this point. They are all handling these pressure moments so well, and the decision making, that killer instinct I was talking about earlier, it is so alive and present.
Yeah, and I mean, we come into the replay, but I feel like a lot of what matters is what came before this. Now just all the members of IG are so close, OMG easily able to chase down. But the zoning that started off this fight to come out from Cream with the gravity field, the fact that they had the vision control down bot side to spot out Shun and know they can instantly start up the Baron, that's what led to this. IG were forced to get to a position of trying to stop them, but they were so far behind it just opens up the engage.
Cream is 100%.
Cream might be in
down
trouble,
here.
though.
Got Lucas waiting in the bush. The TP also called here. Chaos Storm is a lot, though,
he
and
dead?
they pull off.
Is he
Now
dead,
Lucas
Mizzell?
almost just dies. They double TP'd for this, and no, it's all doomed for IG. Aki almost gets the win, becomes lightning connection onto Lucas, but Lucas gets out with a nicely timed flash. Shanji has the speed, the prowling projectile. One more boop. It's not enough. It is the final chapter.
It's a
Patrol
solo
gets the
kill,
kill because
technically.
why not? Solo kill for the wonderful at this point Yumi in this game, and OMG have snowballed out of nowhere against IG, and they will claim this series 2-0, but they got a couple more kills to get under their belts here if they do want to do so. The last-ditch effort from IG is not going to be enough. Shanji's getting a little bit lower. Aki goes on to Shun. Dragon Rage kick back, but it's not enough. Zhao Yuji trying to make something happen. The Nexus dies, and OMG go 2-0 in our first series of the night.
Man, OMG are coming into LPL swinging on.
Look at that walk. Look
all
at that
across
confidence.
the board. Shanji has looked good every single game we've seen in the LPL so far. Cream has not lost a step. Abel, honestly, I think we've seen more carry performances out of him in these first few games than we saw of him in the first half of the LPL 2021 summer. So across the board on form, of course they're gonna have smiles, Mizzell. They just smack IG. But just talking about both teams holistically,
Yeah.
man, I love this series. I love that we did see a lot of these AD carry bands, which pushed us further into the pool. We got more expression from the Samiras, the Vaynes, the Yumi being brought out, and just neither team being afraid to pull the trigger. Both team having clear ideas of how they want to play, even if certain circumstances is wrong. We did see, again, some like bad cross mapping come out from IG and so on and so forth. Great vision control coming out from OMG in that second game, and yeah, it sucks because it's week one, so I feel like we're just being very repetitive about this team's in room to grow, these good highlights, But I feel like it's true. At least for these teams, I genuinely believe that. This is not some caster narrative BS that maybe if, some other teams are playing, there'd have to be some nice things. No, I think IG and OMG both look promising. OMG, though, what are their heights? We don't know. This team is scary.
It is. I will say, no matter how much it breaks my heart to see Shun lose in that fashion, I do still see the working pieces for IG, right? And finding a way to get it all going together is really important, especially giving tools to Uakai for carry potentials, for self-sustainability, I think is so important. Because you see, as soon as the enemy team is focusing that mid lane, he looks like a completely different person. And so I think finding that and finding the connection between Shun and Uakai is so important for their success long term. We got to look at present day, and OMG are taking the LPL by storm, even if it is only one weekend.
Oh, they are. They've come in. They've showed different kinds of compositions. They've played the meta. They've played this whole Victor long range, zone control, front to back team fight style. They've come in. They've shown aggression. We've gotten the Akali mid. We've gotten the Samiras coming out. So it's cool to see their flexibility in terms of draft, in terms of how they want to play the game. I feel like drafting overall was solid. Like there's a cohesive identity to what the comp does, and every champion kind of complements each other in different ways. And then on the Rift, we can see the gameplay and the execution is just there. So when you're grading teams, I feel like OMG are one of the teams that across the board are getting pretty solid marks.
And that's the thing for me is like the variation in strategy that they're able to pull out, right? Going from a game one, which was a 37-minute bangarino, where they were able to push and pull and eventually win with that all-in style composition, the snowball-y style composition, and then to come into game two, get that side swap that was forced onto them and be like, yo, we'll take a late game team fight comp that you took in game number one. We're going to add our own flair to it, but it's going to work out beautifully. And at the drop of a hat, the game just seemingly was gifted to OMG. Like, it seemed like IG were running away with it, right? They had such good target calling in the beginning. They had good map movements, but it just started breaking down a little bit, and OMG took that momentum and ran with it.
Yeah, once OMG got a full hold, I mean, they were just so strong. IG, like you're saying, I feel like IG's tactics were pretty good, pretty interesting. Like we saw the level 1 coming out from their bot lane, realizing the strength that they have, able to force all those summoners. We saw Shun trying to be proactive, trying to gank mid. We even highlighted Shun and Lucas many times coming around mid. So yeah, I think there was a lot of cool, kind of small things, so I say tactics, but they were never brought into some cohesive strategy of well, what are we getting off of these plays? We're getting pressure, we're getting prio, but what are we converting this into? And sadly, we never saw some of the plays to punish the Yuumi or Ezreal down on the bot side. We never saw them go into the enemy jungle and finding the Zins out to find the kills. So just didn't pan out for IG with this one, but were cool things that feel unique to them.
So then I guess the question is, how prevalent does Yuumi start becoming now? Because it's terrifying to think that this is going to be a mainstay in the meta already, but we'll see how that all works out. I do hear that we are ready for our interview, so we're going to be sending it over to Sam and Aki. Take it away.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and we invited jungler Aki from Oh My God. First, congratulations on your 2-0 victory today, and I have several questions for you. The first is about Game 1. You picked Talon as champion, which is not quite regular pick in this patch, so I want to ask more about this champion. 那么首先恭喜你们啊，阿 K 选手就是你们2-0战胜了对手，今天也是拿到了3连胜。想要问一下，第一局当中你们选到了南刀这个英雄，可能说在这个版本我们认为不是特别常规的一个 pick， 想要问一下你们这么做的原因是什么？
当时就这些英雄，其实我们训练赛都有玩过，然后就比赛，因为我是4-5楼出了嘛，没什么打野英雄就可以出这些。
Actually, we picked a lot of talent in the scrims, and at that time, I have to pick a jungler, but no many junglers available there, so I picked Talon. And after you pick Talon, you've got a 2v1 top tower dive, but it ended up like Guan got a double kill. So what happened at time? 那么其实选到南刀之后，对于上路发起了一波 gank， 但是可能结果并不是特别的好。最后是格温双杀了。想要问一下那一波的时候发生了什么？
那一波好像是我没有打出被动，打出被动应该就杀了。
At that time, I missed my passive, so we didn't get a kill, and Guan got a double kill. It was a very embarrassing moment. And in Game 2, both of your sides banned a lot of 80 carries, and you together banned out like 6 80 carries. And you played a lot around the bottom lane in the early and middle game. So what's your game strategy for that game? 那么在第二局当中，你们其实也是围绕下路来打的。从 BP 阶段开始，两边一共ban掉了6个 AD。想要问一下你们，包括你前中期也是围绕下路来打的。想要问一下你们这一局当中前期的游戏策略大概是什么样子的呢？
就我们选了猫咪嘛，然后就比较怕前期下路被越塔，然后我就舍弃一点野区资源去保他们下路不被越塔，就打到后面就很好赢了。
So we picked Yuumi, this support champion. So we are quite afraid of their bottom tower dive. So I just gave up some resources in our jungle camps and try to support our bottom lane. And my last question for you is because like you've already got the 3-win streak. So what's your key point to keep such a good momentum? 那么现在为止，你们也是已经拿到3连胜，而且一个小局都没有输。想要问一下，你们保持状态保持的这么好的秘诀是什么？
状态秘诀就打好自己的吧，然后其他的我也不知道怎么了，因为最近训练赛其实状态蛮差的，没怎么赢过。
Actually, we didn't perform well in our scrims, but we just win all the games on the stage, and that is the interview today. 那么再一次感谢阿 K 选手来接受我们的采访。Back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you, Sam and Aki. My goodness, I just love hearing from the up-and-comers in the LPL, hearing the talent story a little bit there, but as well as just seeing that smile, man. Like, I love seeing players having a good time, and OMG, they're having a good time.
Yeah. And Shanji picking up the MVP, not a surprise. The things he was able to do on the Gragas. I also want to point out for, the OMG fans out there, the next OMG match will be on Thursday. That is January 20th. They'll be playing up against Billy, who is playing later today. That one will be a really fun test. OMG coming in, potentially looking in current form, one of the top 3, top 4 strongest teams in the LPL with this man on your screen.
And seeing
them up against higher competition, I think is going to be the real fun thing, right? Because we've seen OMG play up against a bunch of expected mid and bottom tier teams thus far. Seeing them go against the Weibo Gamings, the BLGs, the FPXs, right? That is what's going to be some serious fun and also going to help us know where to gauge them as a squad.
Absolutely, and you start to, for me, look at IG in a real light, seeing what their possibilities are in spring, right? And it's good to start building up that momentum when you're going into those bigger teams, ain't it, Lyric? I would say having a quick 3 wins under your belt for this is not too shabby. But I just love that this is literally just deja vu constantly with Shanji on this Gragas, just pushing the limits of what they can do.
You know, you actually just made me realize it's crazy. We are not even done with week 1 yet, technically. And OMG are already 3-0 in the league in terms of series. So, yeah, massive start for them when we're so far away from it. Once we get to the middle of the split, we're talking about like what teams are going to make playoffs. These are the wins that are so important and that you won't be able to get back later on. So let's go, OMG. Just to highlight what's coming up later in the day. So we got V5 coming up next. V5 in W. We got Rookie.
Yeah, it is really exciting. We have some pretty lit matchups coming up. I mean, it shouldn't be any other way though. I mean, to finish off week 1 with some of the hypest matches that we're gonna get of the entire week, like it's just insanity. And we have none other than Munchables and Dagda coming to finish us out strong, and I couldn't think of a better duo to do so. So we're going to go ahead and send it to a little break. Munchables, Dagda will be back after the break to cover WE versus V5, and then our match of the week, baby. We've got BLG taking on Weibo Gaming. We'll see you soon.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the
fall. I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one life. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. don't you live a little? Why 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 don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine.
Hello, you beautiful people. Welcome back to the LPL. As you can see, Shanghai exists and it is on your screen. We may not be there, but that's where the games are being played. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined by the Daggertron once more, who not only is this a man, a menace to connections all over the world, he got announced to do some guesting for LEC, and immediately the LEC stream dies as well. Dagda, you're unstoppable.
I'm just getting more and more powerful, you know, as time goes on. I'm just amassing more issues that I can just send off to the different regions and mess with, you know.
Well, I have to say, you maybe shouldn't be as proud of that as you seem to be. But regardless of connection issues, let's talk about...
The thing is, it only hits the play-by-plays as well. Analysts, they're on my side. Only for the play-by-plays.
True. Maybe it's a civil war. Civil war's about to begin. Let's talk quickly. I want to hit on what happened last game. OMG coming out of the woodwork. IG. I mean, I think at this point, like, the expectations of those two organizations comparatively to last year, it's an entirely different story. I'm not sure we have time to go into that one properly, Rob, but I'm excited for OMG now. I had them so low on the power rankings, they're looking pretty good. But there's another team that's going to be looking good. Now that's V5. And I want to start off, I'm going to give it over to you, Rob, because I know one of the players that's joining, you're very, very excited for. Little old jungler that you guys might know.
Yeah, I think people give him a little bit of unfair flack. It is going to be Carson coming in for V5, and I'm very excited to see how this man is going to do. Because honestly, I think Carson plays a very different style of jungle from what a lot of people look towards, right? He's much more about suffocating his opposition, keeping them all in check, and making sure that they're not able to operate on the map and being able to support their lanes. And especially coming across from top esports, where we saw him playing towards 3 very strong lanes, I think Carson's going to do really well here, where he'll now have a new lane that he can support in that mid lane, and making sure that he's playing towards what is inevitably going to be the biggest strength of V5.
Carso is such a monster, and one of the things that made him a monster was the mid laner he was playing with. Well, guess who he's going to be playing with this year? Rookie is moving over from IG. He's joined V5. And just look at the mechanics, man. Just look. If you don't know who Rookie is, first off, you've been living under a rock. Second off, he is the most exciting mid laner, maybe in the entire world, but certainly in this series right here. I cannot wait to see him and Carson working together. 2 players that both love to support their team and love to work together, I feel like they're a match made in heaven. I can't believe they've never been on the same team before, honestly, and I cannot wait to see how it works out.
It really does feel like a no-brainer, right? Especially Rookie, who's insanely good at setting up his lane for ganks. You've got Karsa, who's a prolific ganker and can do very well in being able to like give early kills across. It feels like this mid jungle is going to be the crux of V5, whereas when you look at the rest of the team, though, there's still a lot more people to get excited about.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaolong Bao, if Karsa and Rookie doesn't work out, there's always Xiaolong Bao there behind him. I mean, another prolific RNG jungler, I guess V5. Same colors, right? Makes sense. But then when you look towards the bottom lane as well, I'm excited about this duo. First off, PP God, still here, still knocking about in V5. He's kind of the franchise player for V5 at this point, which is kind of funny to say because they haven't existed that long. But also Photic moving on up, and we can talk a little bit more about these guys as well because this bottom lane is extremely hyped. They had some insane moments during the Demacia Cup, but Photic, a player up from the LDL who you guys will probably know the name. If you've been watching LPL for a couple of years, he played in LPL in 2020. He played on Top Esports alongside Karsa. Unfortunately, it didn't look so hot. Dagda, tell me the story of why I should be excited about this player that didn't look so hot last time we saw it.
Yeah, the big thing for Photic was when he came in onto Top Esports, he's playing alongside Yuyanja and was a hyped prospect coming up from the LDL, but when he got up to the main stage, that synergy with Yuyanja just wasn't quite there. The lane phase was kind of messy. We saw a lot of pressure going down towards that bot side and the whole thing started to fall apart. Basically, Photic was like, right, I need to start the training montage at that stage. Went back into the LDL, and even though he was considered one of the best AD carries in the LDL at that stage, he is now, without a shadow of a doubt, heads and shoulders above every other AD carry in the LDL. And we got to see it at Demacia Cup, where this guy, when he came onto this roster, popped the hell off. His lane phase was looking wonderful, his team fighting was amazing, his individual mechanics were phenomenal, and that's why we're looking at the triple P bot lane. The Photic and PP God bot is here, and I'm so excited to see what they can do.
The triple P, and all three of them stand for popping off. I cannot wait to see these guys officially in the LPL. This will be the first series we get to see V5 playing, but these are clips from Demacia Cup, and they had so many great moments of not just in terms of team fights and things, the actual 2v2 itself. And remember, PP God, he was a player that's known for when he gets a good opportunity in the 2v2, he will go ham.
Or any opportunity. PP God just likes to go ham. He loves being able to come in and go hyper aggressive. And that was something that we definitely saw in Demacia Cup, was that this, because of the nature of this bot lane, they popped the hell off or they got popped. Like, there was no in between. It was a case of we're going to see them go ham. And when you have Photic, who mechanically is a very strong player, they were able to outplay a lot of those moments in the bot side of the map. But we're going to have to see, sometimes they need to rail it in a bit. But as you can see with like Photic being able to sidestep every ability that was chucked at him there, this guy is a beast.
He certainly is. But PP God himself is going to have his work cut out in this game, because when you look at the first series that WE have played, which this is going to be V5's opponent for today is WE, their first series, while they didn't win it, Kadaya specifically looked exceptional, especially on that Rakan. Dagda, I know as a support main yourself, you were well over the moon watching Kadaya.
It was gorgeous. I loved Kadaya in this game one, and honestly, he set up a huge amount of the success that we saw for WE in that first game against Weibo. You're going to see it on your screens here. The synergy on these engages, being able to set up his team so well for so many of these early skirmishes, was why WE were able to succeed in game one, at least for a large portion against Weibo, and make that game so close. So I really want to see Kadaya coming back to these kind of more engage-oriented supports, working with View in the same manner as we saw, because that was the success that we got from WE in that game one that nearly pushed Weibo to a loss in that first series.
Nearly being the key word there.
Yeah, nearly being the main word.
WE is definitely with some work to do, but it's possible. It's a situation that can look good. We can look at some of the picks that we have seen from Kadaya and what's worked, what hasn't worked, and pretty much exclusively it's Engage is a big green tick. Enchanters, really not so much.
Yeah.
It feels like his positioning on the Enchanters, where he's just the way it's kind of like Mako, honestly, during playoffs last year. I feel like Mako, every time he was Leona, it was great, and then he locked in Lulu or whatever a couple of times and just. I mean, he got it towards when we got to Worlds. I'm not trying to flame Mako, but there were games where it was like, okay, let's go back to hard engage.
Yeah. And there's a reason I'm talking about Game 1 Kadaya, right? Because, like, Game 1 for Kadaya was the Rakan and looked great. Game 2 for Kadaya was the Soda, and he did not look anywhere near as good, right? Like, as you're saying, like, overposition in lane, got caught out, burning flashes, heals, going down, and then even when we got to the actual team fights as well, he really didn't look as impactful as we saw on the Rakan, right? Like, Sona, not really someone who's going to very much set you up, very reliant on, like, flash crescendos, but he just wasn't able to have that same impact and kind of link up with you in the same way. And especially when we're looking at WE, the reason those early skirmishes went so well for them was their coordination, right? Like Kadaya kind of being the main factor there, where he would lead the charge and suddenly you see Shanks come in with the package on Corki. They'd take over in these quick skirmishes, like find 1-2 picks very quickly, and Weibo were kind of left holding their hands going, lads, what the hell happened? We were 5 and now we're suddenly 3 people left. It felt really good from WE to see that, but I want to know if we're going to get that same style here. Because certainly it just doesn't feel like we've got it from Kadaya. Because when we look at like the Enchanters versus the engaged supports, like we've seen him play, at least in his career, 2 Enchanters, right? We've seen the Lulu where he went 0-4-0. We now saw the Soda where it went not so hot, as you can see with the 0-5-3. Both 0% win rates, whereas when you look across at his engaged supports coming from the LDL, you can see insane win rates. 85% Rakan, 65% on the Alistair, 89% on Thresh, and those KDAs are insane. Like, this guy really does like to kind of be the main engaged tool for his team, setting his team up for success, and that's what I want to see WE prioritizing in this draft.
Yeah, really, really good stuff on those engaged champions, we'll have to say. Although I will say, Thresh is kind of the standout there in that he kind of can fulfill both roles, right? Maybe not the Enchanter role, but certainly a more fill spot. Let's take a look at our lineups. Let's head over to the stage, Dagda, because we're ready to get this one up. And while we're looking at our players stepping out onto the stage, it's very exciting to see V5, especially Karsa, Rookie, Botic, BP God stepping onto that stage, as well as Invincible. It's all very exciting, but Dagda, I've got to ask you, what are your expectations of this team? It's the first time we see them here in the LPL. Like, lay it out.
I'm really hyped for Victory 5. Like, I think this team is going to do wonderful. I think the Carson rookie mid-jungle synergy is going to do fantastic. It's a shame we don't have Rich starting today. It will be Invincible starting that top lane. Rich still on his way over. But I still think that this will be a perfectly fine top lane for them to, or sorry, top side of the map for them to play through. But big question mark is going to be that bot lane. Botic, we've already kind of highlighted, I think is a crazy strong prospect coming through from LDL, and one that I'm keeping my eyes on. But we've seen from PP God where he can go too aggressive, he can cause issues sometimes in lanes, especially when he's on these enchanters. So I want to see if we're going to get a more stable bot lane that will allow Photic to take over on these late game carries like we saw in Demacia Championship, the Jinx, the Aphelios, these picks where he can be a staple carry for this team.
I'll have to see if he's going to be able to. I have to say my eyes are drifting towards the mid lane as well, because when we think of WE, not just this year, I want to say last year towards the end as well, it feels like a lot of the play focuses around Shanks. Right? But one of the weaknesses we've seen from Shanks is his early laning phase. Well, guess what Rookie's real good at? He's absolutely destroying people in the early laning phase. So I have to say, I am concerned for WE coming into this one, because I feel like that could be a huge point of weakness. Not necessarily that Shanks isn't good, just that Rookie is insane. And like, he bullies anyone. When that's your strength as a team, that's going to be a huge problem.
Well, we saw it right in his last series up against Angel. Angel nearly killed him game number 1 at the 7-minute mark, and then got solo killed by Angel in game 2, right? It really didn't feel like Shanks had full control and was massively comfortable in that Corki Victor matchup. So definitely I think I'm going to be keeping my eyes to see how Shanks does. And as you say, I am actually a little bit worried for Shanks coming up against Rookie, because if you end up with Rookie on the likes of Victor and you're in that Corki side of the matchup, Victor can bully Corki in those early stages. We've seen it in countless games so far, and Rookie is certainly someone who's insanely good on the Victor and should be able to even bully you twice as much as your regular Victor.
You don't have to worry about it, because let me explain. I threw Rookie a DM before the game. I was like, listen, mate, you know, Victor Corki, it's not that exciting. Can you slam a Z for me? And he was like, I got you, fam. Don't worry. It's Z versus LeBlanc coming up. I can feel it in my soul. Just in case anyone didn't get the sarcasm, I obviously did not DM Rookie. I don't even have the ability to DM Rookie before a game, but fingers crossed he got my psychic plea and will lock in something exciting. I'm really hoping it's not Victor versus. Please don't let that become the meta solidly again. I don't know. Like week 1, fair enough, but come on, lads, let's move on now.
Well, we'll have to find out because we are going to be coming in towards picks and bans, and I'm kind of with you. I know Lyric was losing his mind in the last series because he got his whatever amount of games of Corki at that point in time, but we'll have to see what the plan is going to be. We've already got the Caitlyn banned away by V5. Traditionally, this ends up coming along with a jinx, especially when the WE have banned away the affiliates. Get rid of those top 3. And then maybe we just actually end up with that Corki priority or the priority on Xin Zhao because you've already got that Lee Sin banned away.
Yep, Xin Zhao could be the option. I mean, I feel like the jungle has been one of the more comfortable first picks throughout this entire first week, right? We've seen it for many, many teams, and View is just going to lean into that as well, continuing to pick the most picked jungler of the split so far. Now over to V5, we have to see what they will prioritize because Aphelios, Jinx, and Caitlyn, all 3 banned away. And then that leaves open a lot of space for creativity in the AD carry role.
I will also say, I'm curious to see what Karsa is going to pick in the jungle, right? When we think of Karsa, he loves these early skirmishes. We've seen him go a lot towards the Trundle, but we're not actually going to get that counter pick. He's just going to go towards the Viego. So, different style coming through from Karsa than we usually see, right? Where he is on these more early game skirmishes. Now you've got, like, the Viego, that late game scaler that can be a big carry for the team.
It's kind of funny to see from Karsa as well, because when I think of Karsa, I think of, I mean, obviously Lee Sin, but Trundle. Trundle is one of, like, in my mind, a quintessential Karsa pick. So exciting to see him going for a Viego early on in this series. We are going to see the Kai'Sa locked in for stay, and Kadaya with a hard engaged support. This is what we wanted to see, Duncan.
Yeah, this is great. You get that engaged support for Kadaya, someone he can roam around with and actually link up with View like we were talking about, but also syncs very well with the Kai'Sa being able to proc her passive to allow her to get the ult off, but also denies that strong pick away from the Jhin. You deny the Leona Jhin combo, don't allow Karsa to have this super strong bot lane to play around, and now with that Nautilus locked in, you're actually a bit more on the defensive footing here for Photic and PP God. You're not going to be going crazy hard engage unless Karsa is down on that bot side.
I have to say, we just zoomed in on that WE badge and there was like some noodle stains or something on the guy's shirt. That wasn't a very complimentary camera zoom. We're going to have the Galio. We're going to have Corki ban. Let's go V5. Rookie knows what's up. And Vex taken off the board by WE as well. Hopefully we see a Victor ban, and then we can get real excited in this mid lane.
I'm really curious what the plan is here for V5, right? Like, Invincible wasn't the strongest laner. Honestly, wasn't one of our strong top laners coming in from 2021, so it feels weird to try and play up towards Invincible, but when you've got Jhin in the bot side, you tend not to play heavily down towards him, just let him push back and forth, so I'm curious. I was maybe thinking Rookie might end up towards something like the Twisted Fate mid, but it looks like he is going to go just towards that Victor, get the other big mid laner that we've been looking towards, but something that certainly is going to be more lane centric and not be looking to roam as heavily, especially if he's up against the Rise, who can push him in effectively.
Yeah, I will just quickly mention that the TF was banned in the first space. So, so Victor, I mean, like, let's be honest. I don't think anyone's surprised to see the Victor locked in, especially with Corki taken off the table. Rise is going to be the answer here. Another heavily scaling mid laner. And the question then remains, what happens in the top side? Both teams still need to pick those top laners up. What are you expecting here, Rob? Because we've seen a good amount of variation across top laners.
Yeah, I feel like it'll be Renekton or something for View. It's kind of just been like, hey, here's a top side that we can just leave and do its own thing. Gwen, also a big standout. So yeah, Gwen's going to go up towards top, but it's just something that basically can scale nicely, do fine by itself. You don't need a huge amount of pressure up on that top end, and you're going to be in a pretty good shape. It also allows WE to try and play more heavily down towards staying Kadai in this bottom lane and open up themselves to try and get that pressure, get this Kai'Sa towards the point where she's going to be nice and strong. On the upside for V5 though, hovering between the Kennen, hovering between the Jax. I honestly think the Kennen might have been a stronger pick here just because it gives you a bit more of that team fighting, which certainly V5 can set up around, but they want to just match toe for toe in those side lanes, and you've now got the Jax who can do that.
Yeah, and obviously a good individual matchup against the Gwen as well, right? Having that counter strike to be able to dodge a lot of the damage the Gwen can bring out during the laning phase, so will make life a little bit more difficult for BuBu. And let's be honest, BuBu is a player up in that top lane, can sometimes go a little too aggressive and perhaps not respect where the enemy jungler is on the map. Karsa is a player that likes to gank top lane, so could be a match made in heaven there.
My only concern for WE is how heavily indexed they are into AP damage, right? Like, the build that we've actually seen coming out from Kai'Sa a lot of the times is that Gnasher Tooth build into Crown of the Shattered Queen or the Ludens, and when you've already got Gwen, got the Rise in the mid lane as well, I don't think you really want to go that build. So I think we'll actually see kind of the old school Kai'Sa build come out, try and index more into AD damage. But if you're someone like the Nautilus, or if you're looking towards someone like you, maybe you can opt in towards the Anathema's Chains, end up putting that on towards the Kai'Sa, index in towards some of that magic resist, and you could be reasonably alright here.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the builds are going to look like, whether it is going to be that AP Kai'Sa, whether we see a swap over towards something like just the Kraken Slayer Kai'Sa that we used to see all the time, right? And just go for the attack speed, go for the IE, go for the crit. Because, I mean, it's still a workable build, right? It's not that it doesn't exist anymore, but certainly not the optimal build for Kai'Sa in isolation. We'll have to dig further into that once we get into the game, because it is almost time to finally jump into V5's first game of the LPL. Now, this is an organization that is very hot and cold. They joined the LPL. They didn't win a single game. Then they had an amazing split for themselves. Then they had another split where they basically didn't win a game. Is it going to be another split of glory for V5? They've certainly got a roster that could pull it off. I'm here. I'm ready to believe. But WE are going to be the opponent that stands in the way for the first one.
Yeah, the hype market is going to be all over the place during this match, right? Like, this is where we got to figure out our stonks. Are we putting V5 super high? Are they a Fortune 500 company? Or are they just going to pass themselves off and kind of fade into the distance? This is where I want to see. And I'm excited to find out. It definitely feels, though, like we're getting kind of a V5 that we're expecting, right? You've got a mid-jungle that can do reasonably well. Not quite as strong as WE's. So maybe we see Rookie and Kars kind of taking a back foot there. But certainly you can got Photic and PP God that you can look to play around on that bottom side if you want to, and kind of just leaving the top side of the map on an island, which we expected from V5 coming into the split.
Yeah, we certainly did. And Kars are going to be starting on this bottom side. Obviously, he did get a leash, whereas WE were able to just walk straight into that bottom lane view, starting on his blue buff without a leash. So less information available inside V5, and already an engage in this bottom side as well. A little bit of damage, but not really able to follow up too much. This is one of the issues with Kai'Sa in the early laning phase. If there's a lot of minions, your Q really doesn't do it.
Yeah, and you've also got the Nautilus there as well, who can counteract a lot of Kadai's engage, right? You're playing that more defensive style where as the Zenith Blade comes through, you toss out the anchor, and you just have enough time from the CC to walk away, so you actually can't get the second half of the Q stun from Kadai. So should be able to play reasonably safe in this bot lane, but we'll have to see what the story is. The only thing I do want to mention, though, is there is a ward on that red buff in WE's jungle. So we do have the information for V5 as to where View started, which is why we see Kars already playing towards that mid lane.
Kars started as he missed the goal, as BuBu takes a heavy trade in the top side. This is what we were talking about, Jax versus Gwen. It's a tough matchup for Gwen. She's auto-attack based. Anyone that likes auto-attacks is going to struggle into your Jaxes, into your Shens, into these guys that still build Ninja Tabbies even though they don't exist. Ooh. This could be a kill. BuBu solo on HP and invincible. He's showing up. This is not a player that people were hyped about in the V5 roster, but so far so good.
Yeah, really nice job from Invincible, and one of the reasons that we see Jax do so well against this Gwen as well is Gwen has one of the highest armors in the game, base armor in the game. The only other top laner that has a higher base armor is Maokai, but Jax does mix damage. So it means that a lot of that magic damage doesn't get negated by that crazy high armor, so Invincible can actually do quite well in this matchup. So nice setup for V5 thus far, right? You've got Karsa putting a bit of manners on towards Shanks in the mid lane. Invincible, not expecting him to, but taking over the top half of the map against BLG. So top side of the map firmly in V5's control and giving Karsa a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, so both junglers as well have now finished their full or will have finished after they both do their Krugs. They each got a crab. I expect a reset. And we'll kind of have a moment of silence before we jump into potentially some more ganks. So, Dagda, while we've got a second, I want to talk win conditions again. Because during the draft, you were saying you preferred the idea of a Kennen up in that top lane to facilitate team fights. Well, Jax, not necessarily the thing that we know him for. I'm going to hold that thought, though. Because we've got Karsa playing Secret Agent here. He snuck into the brush Invincible. Looks like he's trying to bait BLG into an all-in, but I mean, he's just going to win the trade instead, so BLG doesn't have much reason to go for this one right now. Slightly more minions. Karsa is using a lot of time staying here, and this is just classic Karsa. I feel like we always see this with Karsa.
Yeah, and View now starting to hold up, so I think this is where Karsa will stay, but look at the minion wave, right? It's slowly pushing in towards Invincible, which is why BLG is struggling so much, and Karsa is just kind of allowing Invincible to get the freeze regardless, but he didn't have much camps up on the bot side, although they are starting to spawn. So now this is where Karsa's like, hey, look, whatever about my camps, I'm supporting you, Invincible. I've got your hand here.
He knows that View is coming. He could tell. Karsa sticks around for so damn long. And I guess it sort of worked out in that View is here and Karsa was able to stop anything happening. I don't know. Both junglers going to still be on relatively similar farms, so I guess he's got away with it. That was a huge commitment for not a lot of gain, though.
Yeah, I think for Karsa, he thought View was going to be up there quicker, right? Like, View's wave was in a horrific spot. He really needed to crash it, but View kind of stuck around for a little bit longer. So, yes, View lost some farm, which is why we see that advantage, but Karsa ended up losing out on a good bit of farm. So, definitely going to be Karsa trying to fast clear through his jungle, moving from this top side into bot. Going to be looking to see if he can try and support this bot lane push that we got going for Photic and PP God. Could always look at a dragon off the back of that push if they really want to, especially since Rookie's wave now should be able to push back out as well.
Rookie missed the cannon. It's a disaster. Terrible player. It's all gone since he left IG. Yeah, I will say, you know, View is going to be feeling good with the XP as well because he managed to soak up waves in both top and mid lane on his way through the jungle. And now he started up this Drake, so this will be the first Drake going the way of WE. Karsa really not in a position to try and contest this one. There's no Gromp available for Karsa to steal either, and Wolves would be, I think, a bit too much of a commitment. The stay is caught, and that's an anchor to go through, and that's immediately a 2v2 kill for B5. Photic and PP got the triple Ps. Coming up trumps.
We said it, either pop off or get popped, and Stay's the one that's gone a popping this time around. A really nice job from PP God and Photic to pick that one up, but Xinjiao still coming down into the area. Kadaya trying to see if he can get the freeze, but PP God might have gone a bit too far.
And they've got a View for a gank right here as View goes in onto PP God. The anchor flashed in front of, beautifully done. And surely you give this over to Shanks, who's made his way down and will be gifted a kill as a result. And in the meantime, Rookie was just getting the blue buff, so he can't even push Shanks out.
Yeah, nice timing from WE, as he said, right? No real pressure coming through mid lane, so Shanks is able to round warp down, and Kadaya acting as the bait, but Shanks now caught.
Rookie is like, you know what? I can't push the wave to stop you, but I can just physically stop you in the jungle instead. As looks like there was a bit of an all-in from BLG up from the top side. Invincible down to half HP. BLG's ult used. It's on cooldown, as is the Grandmaster's Might from Invincible. But without the ulti, it feels like every single trade will go the way of B5.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Invincible has that Vampiric Scepter already picked up as well, working towards the Blade of the Rune King, so he's going to be able to heal up nicely, despite the fact you had a lot of Summoner spell as Ignite used, ult used from BLG as well, so he should be reasonably fine. But it's weird to see how heavily Karsa's orientating towards this top side of the map, because, well, might work out from here.
Yeah, we've got shenanigans afoot. PP God has moved up as well, as has Kadaya. This could be a full 4v4. Kadaya in a bit of an awkward spot. In the meantime, Carson forced away from the blue buff, but the rest of the team is in behind. Smite came down, but can they win the fight? 3v2 as Shanks is desperately trying to arrive, but he's gonna be too late. 1 kill down, looking for a second onto view, and V5 coming up huge in the skirmish. Rookie looking for more. The gravity field does not get a stun. It means WBG walk away, but it's 3-1 already to V5.
Nice job from V5 to all orientate themselves up towards that Rift Herald and find the picks that they needed to. You can see that WBG very separated, so it gives V5 an easy dunk onto the top side of that fight, and they pick up those kills, and especially the kills going over towards the Jacks. One of the big things for V5 is that they want to try and match that side lane pressure that WBG are going to put out, right? It's a 1-3-1 composition from WBG, and the fact that Jax now already was winning out in that matchup, has the CS lead, has the kill lead, he's going to be able to work wonders against BLG in these side lanes as we get later into the game.
Sneaking up past Carsa. I think he did spot him, so they'll know what's going on. A Herald secured as a hook comes down in the bottom lane and is followed with a root as well. Kadaya, you know, he's playing Leona, so you can kind of afford to take those trades. You're damn tanky. Yubu takes a bit of damage up in the top side as well. And this top lane is just so aggressive. Constant trade back and forth. But let's take another look, Dagda, at this blast cone flank from V5.
Yeah, I mean, V5 just do a really good job of separating WBG, right? They get in to kind of pincer them on this top half, separating both Shanks and Kadaya in the bottom half. And although Rookie had to burn his flash to keep himself safe, hold on, all in top side.
Oh, Invincible could be in big trouble here, but the stun and using the leap strike to get away. Nicely done to escape from that one. And importantly, only a minor CS lead up in that top lane for Invincible. While the trades have been going his way, he's not building that much of an advantage just yet.
I will say, though, it's minor in every lane, though, right? You've got a little bit in the top side, you've got a good bit in the mid, you've got enough in the bot side as well. It's about a wave across the board, and it means that you see that 2,000 gold lead that's opened up for V5. Now, we'll have to see WBG trying to equal that, using the fact that they've got Kadaya and View linking up together to get a little bit of pressure on towards Karsa, who has kind of been the one that's falling behind as a result of all this these winning lanes, because he's been trying to play top side, keeping Invincible in check, allowing him to push aggressively at the same time.
PP God had a stopwatch. He's face checked and he's bought a bit of time for his team, but there are 4 men strong for WE, and they are not slowing down anytime soon. I say that, they have immediately stopped. So maybe they will slow down, but they get themselves a pick, and that's the crucial thing.
It's all right. It's just a quick reverse, right? They're going to come back out. They want to reset for Dragon. It's in 30 seconds. Make sure they can get that one for themselves as well. Exactly. But you can see now, right? 2 kills over towards this Rise. Going to be working pretty well for Shanks. They can still operate as WE pretty well in team fights, right? You know, Shanks can lock up a lot of this front line. You've still got Stay, who can do a lot of damage. Kadaya and View are going to do wonders. Bew as well can do great in these team fights if he's set up correctly. So if you're getting like kills on towards Shanks, it can help out quite a bit to just have that extra DPS for some of these skirmishes and objectives.
And I'm liking that WE have not, you know, they've started to fall behind a little bit in this early game, but they've not just keeled over. We see a lot. Oh, that anchor did not hit, but we're going to say it did anyway. As Kadaya locked up in the gravity field. He's damn tanky as that Leona, but the Chaos Storm and a Carcer on top will finish that kill over the wall once more, and the resets come through as Rookie gets another. And that's going to be V5 with 2 more picks, just in time for a Drake as well.
I love the way V5 are playing, though. We thought it was going to be the Rookie Karsa mid-jungle, right? As PP God gets hit by the Dragon. But PP God's been linking up with them as well, right? It's actually been a really strong trio that we're seeing, and this mid-jungle support was something that we saw a lot in summer 2021 from our really strong teams, and it's nice to see that we have it here again for V5. They've got Boat who could just push bot, he'll be fine. Let's get this 3-man unit working, and they managed to find the picks here while Shanks is clearing mid lane.
He just like throws out his magnet and it like zips onto the Leona. Oh dear, unlucky for Kadaya on that one. But as you say, really nice synergy, really nice coordination between these 3. And I have to say, it gets me excited, Rob, because PP God is this player that we've criticized for sometimes not having the greatest decision making. Well, alongside Carcer and Rookie, if you need people to train that, surely these are the guys.
But it was one of the things that Rookie was really good at is stay. Oh no.
Oh no, not again. He has to use the ult defensively. I think he is going to get out of this one. Oh, floating flashes straight Kern Core. Can he hit the shots? Kadaya to block. That's one, that's two. The fourth will get a kill whichever target he chooses. And he's not just looking for these kills because there's a Herald in the lane. Carter's here. This is likely the first tower of the game as the plates are going to be channeled into this AD carry. And with Carter already 2-0-2, now a chunk of plates in his pocket. This Viego's huge.
I mean, this is real confident stuff from V5, right? Understanding how heavily they can play, hiding the bush there to pick people off, and they're going to get 2 towers out of this. And look at the rest of the map for WE, right? Yes, you're getting some pressure on top side, but Jin Zhao is going to show mid, which now allows Vincible to actually collect this wave where he could have been zoned off. They're not really answering for anything. But Rookie,
they're trying to get Rookie flash away from the solar flare though. Shanks trying to chase him. The Chaos Storm will force him away. The rest of the team coming, but that's going to be a run walk behind Rookie, who just all-ins onto Shanks, almost gets the kill, gets up to a blast cone and might escape, and now Caster's alone, has to ult over the wall, but he will do so and will escape. WE thwarted again. The trade overall, 2 plates for 2 entire towers.
but the idea is to cross map, not play towards the side of the map where V5 are strong, and that's exactly what WE did there. Maybe they could have made that play onto Rookie if he'd run towards the top half of the map, but because Rookie's smart enough to move bot side, keep himself as to where he's got the most members of V5, he's able to escape and has the backup there from Karsa as well to make sure he's able to get out. So unfortunately for WE, they get caught out, they're left with nothing, and they didn't really deny anything either. So now V5 sitting 5,000 gold up, it's looking pretty damn clean so far.
And how insane is that? 5,000 gold. They're only 4 kills up, and yet they're 5,000 gold ahead at this point. V5 are just destroying WE right here, and I love the split-second decision-making that we're getting out of V5. Like, Rookie sees that opportunity, all-ins onto Shanks, and now it's a 5v5 on our hands. The TP comes on through here. Invincible still on the top lane. He's going to be late to the play, but could be on a flank. This is the opportunity for WE. If they could burst the Herald, but it's hard to burst a Herald. And V5 starting to muscle them out of the play. That's going to be a route. A hook to follow it up. PP God is here. Solarfly just onto Rookie, but the long-range damage is working out. Caster getting the resets to stay. Forced out of the fight, jumps back in, but Caster with a double kill now. Stay low at HP. The route comes on through. The curtain call to finish the kills off. And Shanks is left wondering what on earth went wrong. The triple for Caster on the new black and gold.
And it's looking so clean for V5. I mean, they orchestrated that so well, playing with their range in the start of the fight until they eventually engaged with PP God. And Karsa, well, we said he usually takes a backseat. He usually doesn't want to be in the spotlight. Well, you've got 5 kills now on Viego. You are going to be doing so much work in these fights, let alone the triple kill that he just picked up.
Yeah, absolutely insane stuff. Karsa is monumentally huge. 5-0-2. On a jungler that, let's be honest, it is a hyper carry in of itself. You really can 1v5 on this champion. And he doesn't even need to, because the rest of his team is massively ahead as well. Let's take another look, because it felt like WE, they had the numbers advantage, but just, they really were not willing to commit.
Yeah, it's heavily reliant on Kadaya getting this ultimate to kick things off, and he couldn't quite get the engage to start. And once that Xena play was down, you can see V5, Rookie moving up, getting a bit of that, the Ray damage down. You got Photic who's poking for a far with a Deadly Flourish. You just don't really have that same range coming through on towards on WE's side. So unless they find that engage in team fights, they're just going to get poked down. And V5 do a really good job of corralling them, finding them, pushing them in towards the jungle, and then using those big AoE damages, the AoE stun from Invincible, to actually set up the team fight.
Invincible is like, oh, only 2 of you? Yeah, I'll take that fight any day. Just gets chunked off and backs away again. Not sure that was the greatest engage, but, you know, I'm there for it. That's the mojo that I'm seeing mojo. That's what I'm seeing right here. V5, they're bringing some mojo to my screen, and I'm absolutely loving it. Rookie's behind them. Stay is in all kinds of trouble, but he clears the wave. He'll be okay after all. But I have to say, 7,000 gold, 17 minutes in. V5, if they wanted to make an entrance in the LPL, this is how you do it.
And you have to be so careful here as WE as well, right? Because you know that V5, not only are they ahead, they still have Rift Herald in their back pocket. So if you try to make a play on the top side or you get spotted, that's an instant Rift Herald that at this stage where you've got no outer towers on the bottom side, you've got a tier 2 that's looking pretty unhealthy in the mid lane, you could end up losing your base very quickly. So need to be careful here as Karsa now moving up towards the top side. It feels like they want to try and crack down this outer turret on the top side just so they can really deny pressure on the map for WE and prevent this 1-3-1 composition from really getting going. Well, more so than they already have.
I was going to say, I think getting going is a long time past on this one. Shanks,
there's a bit
down in that bottom
it's
lane.
like, you know, when you got a motorbike and you've revved it like several, or not the motorbike, a lawnmower, and you've revved this thing like 9, 10, 11 times. You're like, it'll go eventually, just give me time, it'll work. But I don't know if they're gonna get that time. V5 are just on a slaughter here.
And then it dawns on you that there's no petrol in the tank. And then it dawns on you that you can find the petrol because it's 2034 at this point, and suddenly you realize you need to buy a new lawnmower. That's sort of where WE are right now, looking at a new lawnmower because their garden, it's in disrepair at this stage as the Herald gets a slam down on that top left node.
Well, this isn't going to look too hot. V5, you can see already, now going to collect this mid lane wave. And with the tower that as low as it is, it's going to be very difficult to survive. The only thing that WE have in the favor right now is that Invincible is in the bot side. He needs to challenge his TP to try and defend. So maybe WE try to make some sort of play.
Maybe Kadaya tries to get in, but it feels like they're just denied. View jumps into the action as well. That's a good CC chain onto Rookie. Chaos Storm still doing work, but it's 1-0 in favor of WE. Invincible still not here, and the Realm up forwards. Oh, it's going to be more on top of it, but Photic flashes out to safety. But hey, 2-0. WE will take that any day of the week.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying was Invincible needed to come and join as soon as that fight kicked off, but decides not to. Means that you end up losing 2 now. Maybe he can get some good damage on this turret, but a lot of members from WE on the way.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how slowly they're on the way. Because he almost finished the tower. They wanted to commit to the Baron, I think, but Invincible just manages to put enough pressure to stop them doing that. But indecisive from WE, right? They needed to just reset and stop Invincible straight away. They needed to acknowledge that maybe the Baron was not the call. But regardless, they do still get this fight, and this is a crucial pick on the Rookie.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about Kadaya kind of trying to be that big engage tool for this team. Unfortunately, not able to connect, but PP God gives them that road in, and they're just fighting 4 versus 5 here as V5. Like, yes, you're ahead, but you aren't that far ahead, especially when you've got, like, Yu on this Gwen who can do a ton of damage. So they do still need to kind of be a bit careful coming into these fights. Now, with Baron up on the cards, it feels like you just kind of let Invincible stay on this bot side, keep him pushing in, use the fact you've got good push coming through from Rookie and Photic to shove in mid. You can even have Rookie if he wants, like, push in top side and then rotate to join you in mid, but it really does feel like you've got control of the map here for V5, and that's not even including the fact that you've got the potential for Soul Point coming up in a minute.
Yeah, and it's an Infernal Soul nonetheless, so even outside of the Soul itself, just getting Infernal Drakes always feels good. Extra damage, can't really go too far amiss, and it's a victory with 2 items at this point for Rookie. It's 2.5 for Photic on that AD carry. Does feel like we're starting to get to the point where this V5 comp is really going to start hitting hard. And the scary thing is, it's not like this is a comp that doesn't scale. You've got a Victor, you've got a Jax, you've got a Viego. Like, these guys are going to be fine in the late game. So I'm really worried for WE in terms of, I'm not sure what the comeback plan is, because I'm not sure you win side lanes that hard, and I'm not sure that you win team fights. So I'm not sure how you get into this one.
And you can see, like, key breakpoints coming across for V5 as well, right? Pretty much everyone having completed their second item, if not halfway towards the third. So when you look across at WE, where you're already sitting on 1, it ain't looking so hot.
Not sure that this is the play. Kadaya locked up here, caught in Gravity Field, but will escape at least with his life. And in the meantime, Invincible and Bew duking it out in the top lane, but Invincible just backs away, keeps himself safe, does not need to risk it for the time being. 4v4 around this Drake as Kadaya keeps stepping on forwards to try and get damage, but every time Rookie blasts him with a laser, and now the all-in from PP. Gotten the shots coming through from the curtains, and it's curtains for WE by the looks of things. 1 pick is all they need. for V5 to just force them out of their own jungle. Castle once more as he ults forward. Shanked hooked once more, and PP God, he cannot miss because, let's be honest, it's difficult to miss on this champion with hooks like that. Photic moving up in the mid lane, and it's looking like this might be inhib o'clock.
Look, it's just most people don't realize that Nautilus hook, he's underwater. He's water-based. It's just refraction. It looks strange because you're looking at it through water. That's all that it is.
It's like a straw in a glass.
Exactly. But the thing here is, V5, they managed to pick up the team fight win again, working wonderfully at range, getting their ton of damage and poked down, and then eventually finding the fight. But WE are in the area. They don't feel confident to go for this. And look at the dragon, right? Like, it was started up. Actually, it looks like WE have backed away, but still, I mean, V5, they're not as confident to go towards the Baron as they thought.
We have to take a moment to appreciate the restraint here. This is players from IG and Top Esports plus PP God, and they've decided that that was not a fight they wanted to take. Now posturing once more. This is 5 versus 4. Invincible is not here. Baron taken with a bounty, and it's a pick on Costa as well. Forget restraint. They've contested 4v5 with no health. What was that?
That was brilliant from WE. They were like, hang on a second, you are going towards Dragon, you're still low from the fight, you haven't reset yet. We can just take the fight. We're coming off of reset. We're perfectly fine to do this, and especially when you've got Invincible with no TP committed to Dragon, they just go for the Baron. They get the kill, they get Baron, and that's the back into this game for WE. You'll see, this is our replay just down to this Dragon, and see, once Kadaya misses his engage, there's just so much long-range damage that can come through. It's really difficult for WE to set things up. But the big thing here is you spend so long kind of chasing through the jungle here that you end up being able to reset here. Kadaya is coming up pretty soon as well, and they can get back out onto the map to pick up that Baron. So now what was looking pretty good for V5 at least gives a bit of a window for WE to push out these waves, get some gold, and try and hit a point where they can fight back.
There is a crucial thing to mention that happened during that fight that was happening on the other side of the map. Invincible finished that top inhib tower. He didn't get the inhib while that tower's down. And we saw earlier the bottom lane tower was down to like a quarter of its health. That'll have healed up to some extent, but it won't go back to full. There is a window for V5 for shenanigans. That's all I'm saying. It might not happen. I'm just bringing attention to the fact that that's on the cards here. WE grouping on the bottom side to protect Shanks, who's trying to get onto this tier 2. With the Baroned up minions, Invincible will be here to try and clear some of that away as V5 moving to answer, but they might move a little bit too close on this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're still playing at range, right? Like, you've got to keep your eyes on where Kadai is, because that's the engage tool, and he's at half health now. Terra goes down, you have objective bounties for WE, but Invincible is in trouble.
That's the second bounty they've got as well. The gold gap is starting to close somewhat, but the Realm Warp out to safety. That is beautiful to see. There's WE. I thought there was only 4 of them for a second there. The health bars were all like on top of each other. They will get out. They get themselves another bounty. They got the bounty on the Baron. They get the bounty on the bot tier 2. They are getting a good chunk of gold. They are still 5k down. Let's not overstate it. But they are getting back.
Exactly. And the more of these, like, 1 or 2 towers that they can pick up, the more it's going to help, right? You're just getting such a big cash injection across the team. And if you manage to pick off 1 or 2 of these members, fantastic.
He'll be in trouble here. I think he'll be alright, just also more. That will be a Scuttle Crab gleamed in favor of WE, but crucially, Dagda, Baron is going to end in 10 seconds, so the odds of another tower going down for WE with this Baron are pretty slim to 0. But in 2 minutes' time, Infernal Drake comes back up. V5 are on salt point, so while the last couple of minutes haven't looked so great for V5, they are still very much in control of this game, and Kadaya has to flash away. Bit of a fumble from him to try and face check into the jungle.
I mean, ignoring that fumble there, I actually like how WE have kind of set themselves up though, right? They get the bot lane pressure there, so they get another little bit of objective tower. You instantly see Shanks reset, push in that top wave. What they're trying to do is deny the opportunity for V5 to play off of top inhibitor in towards the dragon pressure as well. And because Invincible's on this bot side of the map, he's not actually shoving out that wave, so you won't have that top lane pressure right now for WE as this dragon spawns. So WE are actually able to contest this, and with the quicker resets, they can get control of River and deny V5 the opportunity to try and play at range, find flanks, find opportunities for the Realm Warp to get them into the midst of V5.
See if they can find those realm walks, but I have to say there's an extra concern I have for WE now. As I'm just looking at the scoreboard, I've realized that there's a man, half machine in the mid lane. It's Spartan 117 himself, Rookie, the Master Chief, is here to take down the Covenant that is WE. But WE have a position on the Drake so far. 35 seconds until that comes up, and you have to believe that V5 will make a move. The alternative is Invincible, staying in that top side and trying to just... I mean, let's be honest, I already said this team's got mojo. It wouldn't surprise me if they just try to end the game instead. Into the mid lane for WE. They'll take a mid-tier 1 off the back of this one, and he comes through. Votic. Actually, we've got an all-in. View has gone real deep on this one. That's a huge amount of damage. Has to flash away. And that's the jungler. Low HP with no flash right before Soul comes up. Kadaya will be the sacrificial lamb. It's 13-5. And I think that might be all V5 needs to blow this one over.
I was so happy for WE there. They'd actually played that well, whereas like, okay, we push out top, no pressure there. This gives us the opportunity to group and actually take that mid turret, get the objective bounty. We can reset in towards River and again control that area, quickly pick it off and make sure we're in a good spot. Invincible had actually reset from top side, so there was no pressure there for V5, but unfortunately View, he just tries to bite off more than he can chew here. Like here, just reset and walk into River. That's where you're safe. You can draw V5 into the area, but View tries to do too much, and from that point forward, the long range coming through with the Jhin sets up nice for V5 to pick off Kadaya and get themselves this dragon.
So Infernal Soul now for V5, and you have to say, it's the longer this goes on, there was like a few minutes of hope for WE, but it looked bleak about 10 minutes ago, and it looks bleak now for WE. A TP coming through from Rookie, who has now finished a Void Staff, and PP God is on the hunt. Won't find an opportunity to go for a trench line just yet, but View forced away. That's going to be a route coming through as well as the rest of the team just jumps in, and immediately WE health bars are shattering here, but V5 push back a little bit. Invincible on the back line, as is Karsa, trying to finish these carries off, and will be able to do so. Stay falls, PP God gets a kill of his own. As jumping forwards for more. The route goes ever so slightly wide there from Votic, but Invincible trying to close the gap himself. Curtain call now, as they just will not let WE get away with this one. Fourth shot goes wide onto View, but I don't think the fourth shot will matter at all. I think this might be game now.
That is 100% going to be game. You've got a good old minion line there. There's not going to be much left in these towers, especially against the Jackson. V5 looking good in game number 1.
Going to be a stun coming down, and it's going to be a kill onto View as PP God will sacrifice himself in the name of the team, but it won't matter. The Nexus will fall, and V5 take their first game of LPL Spring 2022.
I mean, look, we're not quite at the summer yet, but it is looking pretty good for V5.
2021 as well.
Yeah, oh true, yeah, 2022. I mean, what happened, man? But anyway,
what year is it?
2020 for V5. I'm feeling pretty positive on that, right? Like we come into it, they end up with basically what we're expecting, right? Like Rookie looking really good in the mid lane, trying to play through this top side of the map, especially with the draft that they had. Like Rookie and Karsa working well. I think Karsa, we're still seeing very much a playing for his lane type of jungler, right? Like he wasn't going for, I'm gonna pass down into my bot side, make sure that I'm keeping all my camps officially cleared. He was like, no, I'm going to be playing towards Invincible, make sure he ends up in a good spot, which we saw that Jax was able to punish the Garen really well because of the attention Karsa put top side. And then we got in towards team fights. I loved the restraint that we saw from V5, and I think it was a great word that you used, Munch, because every time we were coming into these team fights, we'd see them continuously using the long range that they had, right? Like hiding back, making sure Kadaya couldn't find those big engages that could actually set up WE to contest them. Instead, they were like poking with Rookie's lasers, poking with the deadly flourish. And then once Kadaya had used up his engage tools or was kind of already taken to low health, that's when we'd see the curtain call open, and that's when V5 would pound. So I was really happy to see how well V5 were able to orchestrate themselves this game.
And I love the Jhin pick as well. You know, said how Photic is this hyper carry player, super hyped up, and we expected the team to play around bot lane. Well, played exceptionally well on this Jhin as well. Curtain calls it, he barely missed a shot. His W's as well were pretty much always on target, and I think the synergy between him and PeekAGod in some of these fights to find those picks and lock them down consistently is really impressive to see.
Yeah, I think the only like gripe I have really with V5 that game is that like I think Invincible could have played around some of the lanes a bit better and like the wave states, but I mean we kind of knew that coming in that Invincible isn't like the craziest strong top laner. He still looked really good in lane, don't get me wrong, 1v1, but understanding the map state and where he need to be come the mid game was a bit of an issue, but Rich will eventually be coming in. So as the moment for a Band-Aid, like he did really well in lane, didn't really cause any issues, looked good, and when we got towards team fights we could see V5 they were just popping off. So really well played for V5.
Yeah, exceptional stuff from V5. I'm excited to see what's coming up for this team, and I think just the biggest takeaway for me is just the lane gaps that we saw, right? Every single lane finding an individual advantage in that early game. And like, WE played their hearts out in the mid game to try and get back into it, but there was just such a void for them to get past. It was basically impossible at that stage. We'll see if they can change their tune though for game number 2, or whether V5 are going to finish this one in style. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time to find out.
It really does. But we got to start off by capping off 2021 because look at me, Cameron. Look at me. We are the greatest region in the world. The LPL are the world championship winners. And it doesn't stop here. The year is going to get crazier. EDG tied a bow beautifully on 2021. And we got to celebrate that just a little bit. So, guys, I want to go ahead and start the conversation off by talking about what is EDG, who made EDG, and for me, I'm gonna start off by saying it was Viper all year long. I think Viper had such a consistent carry mindset throughout the year, and really having that top off in the final, being helped out by JJ. I think Viper makes EDG. What about you, Dagda?
Yeah, I think Viper obviously absolutely amazing. I mean, I've seen that clip of me losing my mind in summer finals a couple of times.
Just a couple, right?
Where
Just
I
a
didn't
couple.
expect to be on screen, but yeah, Viper's an absolute monster. I think by head and shoulders far away the best AD card that we had in the LPL in 2021. Curious to see if that remains in 2022 with certain faces coming back, but definitely think Viper was a monster. But I think the most curious thing for me is like looking at the finals, how they kind of shifted away, even kind of over the course of the World Championship, away from the bot lane and playing around Viper to playing around Flandre in that top lane. Because honestly, Flandre had an astounding performance, and same with JJ. Like, I think there was so many standout performers on that roster that was more than just Viper. It's hard to just be like, oh yeah, this was all on Viper's shoulders. There's so much more.
I asked you the question. Whose name is in your mind for EDG? Come on, man. You gotta give me a name at least. You can't say the whole team. That's like the weak answer.
Well, apart from Corgi, you know, because Corgi's a legend.
Yeah, true. No, you can stick with that answer. That's fine. We all know who carried.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think Viper definitely carried, but I just want to give a special shout out to Flandre. I thought Flandre.
Yeah.
And if we dream and I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we're rounding out week number 1 here of our spring 22. I can't speak. Our spring 2022.
What is wrong with
split.
2022? Why have you
don't
not been
know.
able to say this?
I'm not used to it. We've only been in 2022 for 16 days. That's not. It takes me until March to figure out what the year is. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by the Daggertron himself. And guess what? We've just witnessed V5's first game of the split. They looked amazing, and with Karsa on this roster, with Rookie on this roster, our MVP is not going to be one of these superstars. It is PP God himself grabbing an MVP in their first game, and I think a deserved one off the picks that this guy managed to find.
I mean, look, poetically, it's the only way it can go, right? It has to be. It's a V5 PP God angle every single time, right? Part of the original V5 that got us all hyped and ready for them back in summer 2020. But as you say, PP God looking pretty damn clean, right? The hooks were on point, setting ups for dual lane kills. The engages were great. And again, one of the big things we're talking about was kind of the restraint that we saw from V5, where they were playing these fights incredibly slowly, not overextending, but every time they find the right angle of attack, you're there with PP God, ready to play and ready to set up for those fights.
Yeah, beautifully done by PP God consistently. And the way that these two were working together, right? PP God and Photic. Every time PP God had a hook, Photic was there, Wing the right spot, timing the W right to be able to chain that CC. And then the auto from PP God to follow up on the route from the W. Really, really nice stuff. And it's the reason that Nautilus Jhin is such a good combo. And it's great to see these guys clearly already having a massive amount of synergy. We're ready to jump to the stage, though, Dagda. It's time for game number 2. Ban pick is already underway. So let's head over to the stage and see what V5 have up their sleeves for game number 2. But also, let's see what WB have, because we need to see more in the early game. We need to see them fighting back, because they looked pretty good in the mid to late game. They made some good decisions. They had a couple of good fights, but ultimately, they were too far behind to do anything, so we need to see more in that laning phase.
Yeah, and it felt like a lot of that was coming from them being behind in the bottom lane, meant we couldn't get Kadai and View linking up as we saw in game 1 against Wavo. So maybe this time around we end up seeing them prioritize something a little bit different so they can get that control, but it is going to be the Aphelios. I'm not the biggest fan of the Aphelios lock-in here. I feel like you should have maybe taken the Thresh, so you can always get that Thresh paired with either the Aphelios or the Jinx. Because right now for V5, I feel like you take the Jinx, you take over with the Thresh as well, and you end up with a really strong bot lane for Photic and PP God, and you're still going to get access to a jungler that you're happy with, even getting the counter gank from jungle if you really want to, just because with Jin Zhao, Lee Sin, Jarvan all taken off the board, there's still a lot to play with in that jungle.
You know, I completely agree with everything you just said, but I don't think that the players do. I think our casting team massively, not necessarily overrates Thresh, but values Thresh much higher than any of our LPL teams do, because neither team is picking Thresh. It's a Nautilus with a Jhin. Thresh isn't even locked in. It's a Rakan that comes through for Kadaya, and we've got a Talon jungle. So who cares about Thresh, Dagda? Forget Thresh.
All right. You know what? Screw you guys. I like my Thresh. All right, Thresh is great.
I think
Thresh would have been perfect here. Screw
hey,
everything. The second someone gets caught out of position, they could have been saved by a Thresh hook. I'm calling it. Or Thresh ladder, I'm calling it out. But regardless, Kadaya back on this Rakan. We saw how impactful he was in that first game against Weibo. I'm super excited to see him back on this pick again. And certainly one that can disrupt a lot of what Jinx wants to do, because you can dive in on lane. Set up for a view on this Talon as well. You want a lane that you can play around. Well, bot side certainly seems like that could be the port of call here for WBG.
Certainly could be. And look, I'm not going to lie, my audio cut out for the whole of that, so it's difficult for me to not repeat what you just said. But I'm excited to see Kadaya play Rakan. That's what I'm.
That is exactly what I said.
I thought it might be, but I felt like just in case you hadn't said it, I need to say that out loud. Corki and Callie are banned away by V5. The enjoyment of online casting.
Remote casting, yeah. I mean, look,
no
you got the
tech issues
Dagatron
ever.
here. What can you expect? We're going to have some issues. But when we look at the bans, right, a lot of focus towards the mid lane, which means Rookie's going to instantly pick that Vex. So he's going to be super happy. I love seeing super strong mid laners on this pick, because the flexibility you get with being able to poke, plus timing your engages with that ultimate, being able to set off the big fears is so much fun to watch. The big question here is what Shanks wants to try and pick into that, though, because you're not going to be able to have a huge amount of answers to this Vex in the early stages, especially with the Talon there. It feels like you want to try and pick something that maybe can set up for the Talon, or at least play around the Talon. The Orianna's been hovered at the moment, but at least Ori in this lane, like Vex can kind of push in relatively well, is able to have her own shield, so quick trades for the Orianna not going to work out too hot. So it feels like you've got a really strong mid here, alongside a strong jungle working for V5, and certainly one that can play off of each other with those executes coming through nicely.
I will say for WE, there's a hell of a wombo combo there. With the Orianna ulti, with Rakan following up on that Infernum ulti from the Aphelios, explosive cast to ruin all of it. Like, I could see some magic happening with WE. If everyone groups up as V5, that's a big if though. Invincible locking in the Graves to round out this combo. So I feel like you've got on one side the big wombo combo from WE, on the other side it does not feel wombo combo-y at all to me. Talk to me, how does this V5 combo work?
Yeah, it feels like a lot of this is going to be played off of 1-4 for V5, right? Having Graves play off a side lane should be able to do reasonably well against the Gragas, and trying to set up for having Vex try and play as your main engage tool alongside the Nautilus, like following up and having much more of a setup and zone control coming through for the Jinx, allowing her to free fire in the backline. Carson just kind of setting up for resets and picking off low health members. So I think you've got a nice answer here for V5. The biggest thing for WE is trying to get ahead, or at least keep themselves even in this early stages, because WE's composition, without a shadow of doubt, as you pointed out, big team fighting team, so they want to make sure that they're able to contest objectives. But if V5 manage to get these early leads and Invincible super far ahead, it's going to be really difficult for them to try and deny the 1-4 while also being present fully at objectives, because you need BLG. They are already at the objective, providing that front line. Otherwise, V5 can very quickly jump onto the squishy members of WE.
I am excited.
Is that a Shanks was playing Rakan and Ori was bot? I think it might just be a visual bug.
I'm not gonna lie, mate. This stuff behind the stage has been wrong like every single game. There's obviously some kind of technical hiccup that's going on there. and they don't swap properly, it's definitely Rakan bot, I promise you. We're on to the rift.
I wasn't
It's
sure if the
game
players
number
were
2.
swapping. That's all I wasn't sure of, but yeah. Okay.
Oh, no. Well, I guess we'll wait and see. I don't know that one for sure, but I doubt it. Let's get on to the rift, though. Game number 2. It is the right players playing the right champions. V5, just spreading out to start things off. And I want to quickly talk lane matchups for a second here, Dagda, before the game properly kicks off. Because especially in that top lane, I feel like Graves, especially across Worlds, was this pick that was like, I'm just never going to die. I'm going to have sustain. I'm going to be a lane bully. But against Gragas, his passive doesn't do anything. Gragas kind of matches the sustain that he brings with the fleet footwork. So I feel like BBU could have a really good time.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing Gragas kind of popping up more and more, and especially with Fimbulwinter being added as an item, it works brilliantly for Gragas.
Sort of overstepping a little bit there. We'll be able to back away, but actually V5 in a bit of a precarious spot. Looks like they've got out of that one with their lives, but I'm not especially sure what the game plan was there. I feel like Rookie was not on the same page as everyone else. Never mind, they are on the same page. And the page is go forwards, press W. Actually, that's a different game. Karsa is going to settle for some chickens to start this one off.
See, this is the thing, right? You've already called it. It's members of IG and members of Top Team. When they get a lead in their games, Game 2 tends to get a little funky because we're like, you know what? We've got a game in hand to play with here, lads. So let's see what we can do. So V5 throwing some wrenches into the work in the early stages does pay off for Karsa, though, right? Because Karsa actually able to clear reasonably healthily on this Viego, whereas Talon definitely someone who can struggle in these early stages with the clear, not getting the health. So, or sorry, getting the help. So for View, he'll probably try and go for some sort of quick free camp and reset. And then see what else he can do. But Karsa already can see moving through mid, making sure that View cannot go into that topside jungle. And with bot lane pushing in, there's no way that View's going to be able to recover.
It's a big choice from Rookie in the mid lane as well, considering he started this lane on half of his HP. He's doing all right so far. He's out of those corrupting potion stacks, inevitably. But doing a good job of trading heavily so far. As
I will say, those trades are even better than they look initially, because he actually used 2 of those corrupting potion stacks initially. So he's already ahead in health and forced almost all 3 out of Shanks thus far as well. So really nice job from Rookie. This is what we're talking about in that mid lane. You don't really have as much control as the Orianna, especially when you hit level 3 for Rookie. Just the Q push is absolutely insane. It makes it really difficult for you to trade on towards Rookie and also manage your wave. And the personal space shield as well coming through from Vex means that she's able to kind of tank a lot of those auto attacks that Shanks is going to be tossing out and trade really well back as well.
So smart pathing from View there, sneaks in, gets the crab on this bottom side, which V5 actually had priority for. Karsa was moving his way down towards the top side of the map, so nice quick thinking from View to be able to grab that, get out of there, because you are the Talon that can just jump around the walls. As PP God, it's going to be fine. I wasn't sure if Kadaya was going to commit to a little bit more in that bottom lane. TP's out from both of our mid laners as they both reset, get some more stacks. It's just about even in farm. And curiously, Shanks has gone for a Dark Seal for himself in that mid lane. So if a couple of early fights can go well, could be an opportunity for Shanks to show Rookie what's up.
Yeah, it's something that we see a lot. It's just a pretty cost-efficient item at the moment, and does have the ability to become even more cost-efficient. But here we go, View will actually spot out that he can pick up that Goodman Crab for himself, but still you can see behind on XP, right? Karsa's got his bot, the majority of the bot side for View, and also has his own jungle to play with as well. So for Karsa, you're not too worried. Those Goodman Crabs, since the new patch, aren't worth anywhere near as much as they were in seasons past, and you can see the results of this game.
Mate, View's living in 2021, just like me. He's also struggling with the fact that it's a new year. As View, you know, I thought that this was going to be a bit better for Gragas than it looks like it is going so far. Invincible, 10 CS up in the top lane, certainly not struggling on these trades. View completely out of mana and not having a fun time of it. View could look to change that as he can get real creative with the pathing into the top lane. Hop, skip, and a jump over the wall here. It doesn't look like anything will happen. Invincible, just going to go for his recall. There are no Krugs up, so View, unfortunately for him, is wasting his time.
But I love that our V5 are played safe, right? Because the only way View really gets back into this game is if he can get a kill. Right now, Carson's doing a great job of keeping him down, but Rookie taking some less than optimal trades in the mid lane, as View is here.
Yeah. Curious, important to mention that a good shockwave there would kill Rookie at this point. PP got ignited, nice little combo. WE, we said we want to see better laning, right? That was the big takeaway from last game. So far, so good. We've got Rookie getting forced out by Shanks in the mid lane. Got some nice 2v2 action in the bottom lane as well. The only issue being that top side, but doesn't seem like it should be too big of an issue, at least for the time being. Engaged from PP God in the bottom side. Karsa moving in as well. Kadia's in trouble. Has to flash, but it's followed by Karsa. The Gravitum now stacking up onto Stay. He's going to be taken down surely, but the flash actually maybe gets away with this one. Another hook comes in. Karsa with first blood is View the next target. He will walk away with his life, but it's 1 for V5.
Nice job by V5 and playing around this bot lane once more. Once you see these jinxes come in, definitely having that opportunity to set up plays in the bot lane is going to be very important. Now, V5 have found their first one, and they're still nicely ahead when it comes towards the jungle, the bot lane, and we're going to get a replay just here as Karsa just comes in over the wall. PP got another great hook. This Nautilus has been paying dividends just thus far. And even though Karsa tries to commit toward Kadia, it's actually going to be Stay who ends up falling, not being able to escape away from this.
And the extra hook there onto View as well. I wasn't sure if they were going to get a bonus kill back in the play, but very nicely done. And, you know, it's a bit of a heartbreaker for WE, let's be honest, because we were just saying how the lane seemed to be going a bit better. We saw the nice trade to the 2v2 for WE in the bottom lane, but unfortunately, Karsa able to punish them for that one. View getting his third Scuttle Crab of the game. That's 100% Scuttle Crab participation from View. Managing to keep relatively even in the jungle. That said, Karsa got first blood, so he will inevitably be behind.
Yeah, he's behind in gold, he's behind experience. Like Karsa, you'll see, will hit 6 first. Actually, View just hitting level 6 is Karsa.
Rock.
Not sure where he is, but here we go.
Here we go. Nice explosive cask and the combo from the Talon. We said View needs a kill to get into the game, and View is there to set him up.
Yeah, exactly. Getting that early kill for View is so important as well. You're an assassin. Falling behind is not going to do well for you as PP got in full tick. I'm not sure where they're off to, but Karsa now, that was not what you wanted to see, especially as you've done such a good job in kind of keeping View behind. Yes. But Karsa was doing a really good job of keeping View behind, but View, like, kind of moving into the mid lane and, like, sharing XP with Shanks, then going back in and, like, being able to pick up some of that experience soaked up in the bot lane as well. He's managed to kind of right the ship a little bit, and now with that kill as well, he's right back into where he's actually like the spot.
So I've realized as well, the reason that V5 were making that play on the blue, but it was to stop Shanks getting the blue, right? They forced View to take it for himself, as V5 now can move up towards this Rift Herald. And with View on the bottom side of the map, I don't think this is going to be contested by WE, so I'm going to take this opportunity to mention that I'm loving watching Rookie play Vex here. Actually, I don't think I have time to talk about this. I think it's 2v4, but we might get a fight anyway, because View's moving over. View has made his way across the map. Invincible has to dash. And it looks like WE maybe get this one for themselves. Stay, though, is in the wrong spot. That's not the place to be. PP God gets the pull as well, but Stay's still surviving, at least for the time being. And Rookie's cooldowns are long at this point in the game. Stay finally falls, but it's 1-for-1 support for AD carry. And in the meantime, their Herald went down, and WE got themselves that objective.
Yeah, I mean, you all in on to Stay, but he survives for so damn long with the heal, the shields, and also Kadia just being able to heal him up off of the quiver as well. They're not able to do anything, so View gets ripped, they get the turnaround kill, and now View is getting some damage for himself on this top side. So all in all, WE come out absolute trumps, and it looks great, right? But there just isn't enough damage. Invincible doesn't have the ult to try and follow up. You even get the Jinx rocket going wide, so Stay just stays along for so long.
In defensive voting, I'm pretty sure that rocket was aimed for View to try and steal the Herald. I think that was where that rocket was going. But yeah, bit of an interesting one. And look, I like the play from Rookie fundamentally, but the problem is you don't have the damage to actually finish him off. So the fact that ends up being a 1v1 for 1, and you also don't get the Herald, means it's a rough play for V5, and it means that WE are maintaining a gold evenness. That's not a word. they're staying even in gold, which compared to this game number 1 in this series is a huge positive for them. Invincible trying to get some damage down up in this top side, and he's doing a good job. Still 10 CS up and maybe looking for kill threat here. View is real low on HP. Just a couple more autos, a Q and an ult would finish the job there, but View wants a bit of revenge. Invincible knocked back by the cast. View needs to be careful how hard he commits to this one. View is here. Does not have the ulti available for now. And Invincible has his passive stacks up, so Talon not going to do that much damage, but I think it might still just be enough to bleed to finish it off. And well, with the Herald in pocket, this is going to be a good chunk of gold for View.
Yeah, nice job from View with that flash, right? Predicts the movement coming through from Invincible, which means he gets the second half of the rake, dealing a ton of extra damage and setting off that bleed, so they get the kill on towards Invincible. And unfortunately for Invincible, he's now just become the target for View. When you've got bot lane that's going to be able to push in and keep himself safe for both PP God, Rookie, incredibly hard to take down in the mid lane, Invincible becomes the prime suspect, and unfortunately, Karsa hasn't been able to put as many resources into the top side this time around. And with the lack of vision for V5 on this top lane, View is having a field day.
He certainly is, View. Especially considering the early game, the fact that he was struggling to have much of an impact. So Karsa get first blood. I was a little worried about this jungle matchup, but the last couple of minutes, View has been doing real well for himself. Got another serrated Dirk on top of the Ghost Blade now. So he is going to one-shot people. Botic needs to be real scared about what's going to happen in this mid game, because Jinx does not do well into Talon. I have to say, in that 1v1, it's not a 1v1 that Jinx wins.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about for V5, is trying to get set up on these objectives first, right? Like, if you're able to have Invincible play sides... Oh, actually, hang on. Invincible may not be in a side lane for long. His View's up here, and he's got that Rift Arrow.
Yeah, you know how I was saying Botic's going to be worried? I don't think View cares about Botic. I think he's just going to bully Invincible all game long. View tagging the tower, and the combo is there as View just basically one-shots Invincible. And Invincible's name quickly starting to feel quite ironic.
Yeah, it's not looking so hot as... There goes the rocket. Unfortunately, a little bit too late. And for Karsa, he just hasn't been able to put pressure topside. And one of the things we were saying was like, look, it'd be great if Invincible could control side lane. Get this Graves ahead. You force View to play into that 1v1 matchup and not being able to join in for team fights. But with the way WE are playing right now, it's actually going to be really difficult for Invincible to get control of this side lane, keeping Gragas in there. And then you open up the opportunity for V5 to contest the likes of these dragons that are coming up, contest the Rift Heralds and those Barons, and play towards their team fight strengths.
Staying going to have to set up for some time being, but it wants to move back in here. PP God getting a hook, but Hidayah able to get on out. And I have to say, this team from WE is real difficult to catch with a Rakan and a Talon. There is lots of opportunity to escape these players. Botic looking for an extra plate, and looks like he will be able to get it. Solo gold on that one as well. He's 20 CS up, has his Gale Force already, and that's his third plate. And I'm pretty sure all three were taken solo, because the first two, I'm pretty sure he got while that first Herald was underway. And remember, V5 got the first Drake, with the next one coming up in a minute's time. It's looking like the bottom side of the map is where V5 are indexing.
But we are looking at things being unleashed. Teleport is now available as we crest the 14-minute mark. And when you've got the TP advantage for Pew, you've got a team fighting composition for WE, I think you just give up pressure on the top side. Pew comes down and you fight this next dragon. So for V5, they have to be so careful about how they set up. WE, they're coming in with the resets now. I think they're going to try and look for this aggression.
I'll have to. Red buff coming up as well. 20 seconds until that Drake, and Karsa has moved to the top side to go for his red buff. Looks like at least playing it safe for the time being and not just trying to brute force the objective on the timer itself. But Botic's moved mid to try and get priority for his team. I say try. He will get priority. He's a Jinx. He's very good at pushing that lane. And in the meantime, Stay is still in that bottom lane, so this could well be a Herald going the way of V5 if they could just start this on spot.
Yeah, and you can see BLG was trying to roam down to think about going for the dragon and keep his TP to get back topside, but you're actually just going to see Invincible pushed off. BLG should be fine under Terror, so you get the Terror trade on bot side. V5 will start a Rip Terror, but Dragon's being traded as well, so honestly, this is a win for WE, unless they can try and make some sort of play onto BLG in that top end. They're kind of missing out on this trade.
Yeah, Invincible was looking at his watch and he was thinking it was revenge o'clock, but the team not on board with the dive, at least for the time being. It will just be Herald grabbed for V5. At least Invincible is real good at shredding towers as well on that grave, so he will be able to at least trade for one tower. I'm looking at the tier 2 bottom side though, because remember, this Aphelios is just shredding through it, and there's a huge minion wave as well. Few there to help on now. That's going to be 2 towers traded for just one on the top side, on top of getting the Drake, and it's going to be a Hextech Soul. So if you didn't have enough ways to get in and out of the enemy jungle, well, now he's got some portals to help him out.
Yeah, and it's going to be wonderful. Like, you can see these, well, we haven't seen it yet, but in theory, these Hextech portals are great for assassins like you because you can reposition and you can get yourself into some nice spots, but mostly we've just seen people into it. So I'm kind of down for either way, you know? We'll get some craziness regardless. The big thing, as he said though, Munch, is tier 2 bot, bunch of gold injected into towards WE. They are now effectively in the gold lead, and they have really good control over the map, right? You need to be able to make sure that you can push in bot side as BLG, make sure you can keep them safe, and if Invincible's got to play in this long lane, it opens up more opportunities for BLG to keep bot lane safe and look towards that Baron that's going to be spawning in 3 minutes.
Invincible ulting to dodge the ult. Nicely done. As he gets out of the shockwave from Shanks. Both TPs available to the side of WE, but Karsa trying to make a play on the bot side onto BLG. Oh, beautiful ulti from Karsa to stop the CC out from BLG's explosive cast. But in the meantime, WE making a play on the top side here. Invincible, the target, has to flash away straight off. But the quickness, the knockup is there, and Invincible will go down. Another kill going the way of WE on the top side, but a Herald dropped in this bottom lane. And with Rookie and Karsa here, it's at least a tier 2, perhaps more. But BLG, I would imagine, can defend this one, at least for the time being. And Dagda, the pace of this game is really starting to pick up. But again, I want to reiterate what we said we wanted from WE after game number 1. It was more in the early game so that the mid game could be strong. Well, they are still 1,000 gold ahead of P5 right now. They are poised in a phenomenal position. Their scaling looks good. Feels like this could be the game for WE to be able to show us what they're made of.
And it feels like right now, the best bet for V5 to try and shut that down is trying to play through these side lanes, right? Invincible works better in the side lane over BLG in theory, although he is 0-4, so BLG kind of getting the best of that so far. Rookie definitely going to be stronger in the side lane as well, where he's got a little bit of safety with the passive, so we can actually try and run away from people, versus Shanks, who's kind of just a sitting duck. So I think for V5, like, shove out sides, try and collapse on mid is probably your best bet, but WE are doing a really good job of like pushing in that long top lane to stop that happening. Kedaya will feel a little bit of a push here in the mid.
Yeah, trying to set up the rest of his team as BLG moves in alongside Stay to try and clear these minions out. Like an LDR second item here for Botic, who's just trying to get some armor pen. He knows he's going to have to try and shred through BLG on that front line. Now Drake coming up in 1:20. So far, WE having control of the area, at least for the time being. I'm a little curious as well about Rookie's build, going for the Everfrost over the Ludens, wanting to play a little bit more as a peel bot, trying to get that chain CC down and play for those picks as opposed to just one-shotting people. Kedaya desperately trying to fight for vision control. With View off on the side, feels like he'll win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a battle for mid supremacy here, right? Like, if you can control mid, V5 becomes a lot easier to move in towards River. But honestly, for V5, I would just give this Dragon, right? Like, you don't want to come into WE when they've established themselves in River, and they're such a strong team-fighting team. Instead, try and trade it for, like, the top tier 2. Try and find ways so that you can open up this map a little bit more for Invincible. But it looks like right now, maybe actually they're starting to move across. It looks like they're just going to go, hey, look, we don't want to be here for Dragon. We're going to go collect that top wave.
Looking towards Baron, potentially. Baron is on the cards. There is a Scuttle Crab that's owned by WE. So that will keep at least some vision in the area, but that has actually just timed out as I say it. So perhaps not as safe as they felt like they were. 7 seconds, though, until this Hextech Drake comes up. And remember, Hextech Soul, exceptionally strong. This is not a Drake Soul that you want to give up without a fight, but for the time being, V5 are going to concede. They're saying, look, and again, Dacta, this is what we were saying last game. Restraint, uncharacteristic restraint from V5. A good effort from Photic. Every single neutral objective, if they're not on it, Photic will ult it, I guarantee. But V5, these players from top esports, from IG, and from V5, another team that, let's be honest, not known for their restraint, respecting their opponents and not playing in dicey situations. That said, is Rookie going to make an attempt here? Kadaya's moving over, as is Karsa. We could have a 2v2 on our hands as Karsa. Looking for the Birdman, but Shanks is caught out up on the top side. Everfrost there to keep him still. So that's all of Rookie's damage. Karsa has to finish this one off. The flash from Shanks and Kadaya with the Guardian keeps his mid laner alive.
Karsa's mechanics just kind of failing him there. It looked like he didn't quite get the W flash over the wall, and it's kind of been the second time that we've seen it, but unfortunate there, as they're not quite able to lock down Shanks long enough to get the kill. But honestly, this has been great from W, right? We said, hey, look, V5, they can trade the Dragon attempt for pressure topside, maybe look for a tier 2. WE just read that so well, get players in position to stop that dive, and now they're looking for things.
God has to flash away. I think he'll be okay on that one, at least for the time being, as Photic having to Gale Force just to keep himself safe from View, who did have that explosive cast available. Cast. I'm not going to lie, Rob. Speaking has been difficult today for some reason, but here we go. WE, they're not having any difficulties as they kick this Baron off. Remember, game number 1, the highlight was a mid-game Baron play from WE, and it looks like that might be the bread and butter for this team, as PP got forced out once again. WE can just rinse and repeat, or can they? Because Stay's been found, but Rookie didn't have ult available there. I'm not going to lie. I saw him get feared, and I was like, that's it. Aphelios is gone from this one, but without Rookie's ult, they couldn't finish the kill.
I'm a bit worried that WE are just kind of going for these, hey, let's go for a Baron play, though, because it feels like they're not really having everyone in the right spot. And although Kadaya can set up really well for engage, Shanks actually wasn't in position to follow with the Shockwave. It's feeling a little bit like, hey, WE, not really sure how they want to try and progress this. Whereas I think you're giving time to to V5 for like Invincible to move down bot side, push some waves in, get him into a better spot, right? Like he's just finished 2 items, so the fact he's 0-4 kind of being nullified by the fact he's 200 plus CS. It feels like for WE, trying to find moments where you can push waves, like congregate on mid, look for dives, look for big plays is going to be your best bet. We're just not quite getting that.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be shenanigans to put 3 people stacked in Pixel Brush, but it doesn't happen for the time being. And I just want to bring everyone's eyes to the scoreboard as it vanishes from your screen. Perfect timing there. Look. Shanks right now is on like 260 CS. We're only 23 minutes into the game. He's also 50-60 CS up over Rookie. That is not a sentence that you get to say very often. That is absolutely insane. And that is a portal. Rookie is on a mission. Last game, I called him Spartan 117, but I think he's going 007 right now. Invincible moving through the jungle as well. View, I'm not sure if he spotted him or not here. V5, they could try and make a play on towards this mid lane. Stay is currently alone. Rookie, this time, he does have the ulti available. That Shadow Surge to dash on in. Photic needs to push the wave. I'm curious if WE know what's up here. I'm not sure if you spotted either of these players as they tried to get in the position. Photic moving with the wave. Here we go. Invincible and Rookie moving in, but the Shadow Surge is the biggest whiff I've ever seen Rookie make, honestly. And it's a disaster.
I think the play just took too long. I mean, yes, you end up whiffing on it with a Rookie, but even then, I don't think you wanted it to hit, because WE kind of read, hang on a second, we have Invincible, who's been missing for about 30 seconds, same when you look towards Rookie, and we've just completely cleared topside. So there is nobody in this topside jungle. They could only be on the bot side of the map, so WE had already moved into position to counter that play. So unfortunately for V5, It's a swing and a miss. And now with 30 seconds on towards the Dragon, again, it's WE who are in control of the area. Again, this team fighting squad that is going to be able to set themselves up so nicely. And if you're trying to come through either of these entrances into River, against Kadaya, against Shanks, against BLG with that AoE CC, it is not going to be a fun time.
It's gonna be a toughie. 2 items for each AD carry as we've got a pick onto Karsa and massive damage out from View to finish that one off. And now, surely Drake on a platter here for WE, and it would be Soul Point as well. PP God actually trying to start a fight there because PP was a little too far forward, but apparently not as PP God who was too far forward. The Cask of the Century for View. Well, that's maybe an overstatement, but it was a great cask as View finds a pick onto the enemy support. That will be Soul Point, surely, for the 7th.
I mean, it's going to be the mid lane turret, and I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, there you go. Dragon going across over towards them. This has been so well orchestrated from WE, and again, we're talking about, look, when WE find these early skirmishes, when we see Kadaya on these big engage supports with easy follow-up from WE, that's where WE look most confident, and they're finding picks. We haven't seen the big team fight yet, but this is so much stronger from WE.
Yeah, looking really good from WE. I'm excited that this squad is showing up. The Gragas pick looking really good for BLG as well. Let's take another look, because, I mean, Karsa, I think, just being a little too aggressive on trying to fight for vision.
Yeah, thinking, hey, look, I've got the rest of my team right beside me, but not expecting the number of WE members that would be coming over the wall on top of him. So, gets caught out, and now it might happen again, Karsa.
It's not the place to be, mate. He's going to just get chased down by the Talon, who has massive damage individually. And I will say, when I looked at the rosters today, Rob, and I saw it was View versus Karsa, my mind did not immediately go, oh yeah, View's just going to gap him. No, easy peasy. That is not the way that you expect this matchup to go, but so far View is having a series and a half here. Game and a half. As WE start the Baron once more, 6,000 health. They are going to have to peel away, at least for the time being, with a TP from Invincible. Stay still committing. He doesn't want to let it reset. Finally have to back away. BLG moving forwards. Invincible just chunking Stay out. That surely means WE can't team fight this. You've got to believe that. Shanks does have his... And remember, I guess they don't need help, right? As long as they get the big shockwave, this could be the opportunity, but the explosive cast knocks everyone away. That's a knock-up. Shockwave in. Is there an ulti from Aphelios? I don't think so. View in on the backline, looking for Photic, but he flashed over the wall. And now it's Karsa versus the world. Rookie back into the fray. Fears across the team. Karsa goes down. Invincible can't finish these kills. They just don't have the damage. And it's Shanks to sweep the kills up. A triple on the Orianna.
It was messy, it was spread out, but WE managed to pick up the victory off the back of that. And now WE, with just Photic alive, can turn over towards the Baron. That's the big team fight that they need.
I was just watching for the ult. I was watching for the second that B5 group up, and then Shanks finally gets that huge shockwave. And it turns the fight in favor of WE. I want to take another look at that one, though, because I feel like there was a lot of intricacies in a very chaotic fight.
Yeah, you can see here, right? The engage on the BLG was not the call, but you called it, right? You're in this very tight quarters here. So the second PP God moves over, there's the engage from Kadaya, sets up for that shockwave, and that's the two-man piece we're talking about. But bottom left screen, we got an engage, and it looks like Photic just barely escaping from the WE jump.
Yeah, I'm not especially sure what happened on that one for him to get caught but get away. But get away he will. I think it was a blast going to get him out safely. But yeah, the combo. I wish Stain held onto his ulti a little bit there. If Stay's ulti goes on top of the shockwave there, I think that's a much more one-sided fight in favor of WE. Kind of whiffed his ulti. I will say, BLG ulting that early on, I was expecting, when they were grouped as a 4 there, I was expecting that to be the shockwave moment, but unfortunately, I mean, no, there's no unfortunately. They won the fight. It's 11-3. WE are looking great. They're 5,000 gold.
I will say one of the big things that is aiding WE is just a lack of vision control for B5. Like, it's been pretty consistent as we start to siege up on this mid lane turret, but B5 have not been able to spot out where View is coming from at any point in time, and you can see it in that fight, right? Photic instantly gets jumped on, gets 0 help from the rest of his team, and he will kill you, but the fact you're 1v1 as Jinx pretty much for the entire fight against Talon says a lot about kind of what's happening on the B5 side.
Damage onto Invincible here as the Siege can go on all day long for WE. Not the greatest Siege weapons for Aphelios, though. He would love to have the Calibrum in this kind of situation, as Carcer threatening off on the side. B5 holding on, but they've still got a full 2 minutes almost. Oh, sorry, a minute and 10 on the clock here for this Baron to keep on ticking over, and then 30 seconds until the Hextech Soul comes up. WE, they're just playing for control of the map. Get that Soul first.
And it's very much protect the package that WE are playing with. Like, look at Stay. He is never not surrounded by at least 5 members of WE. Is Shockwave.
Shockwave. Oh, the combo is gorgeous. WE make it happen. Forget the Soul. They can go for the base. Pew Pew happy to tank as they charge on forwards, and Rookie is left alone in the world. The inhib will fall. WE are pushing us to 3.
That is going to be game. Nice, easy win for WE. Confident play with the team fight as Rookie gives his life for the cause, says, look, I'll give it a shot. But no shot is what he'll find as WE will pick up the win.
Beautiful stuff from WE, and what an explosive finish as well. The Shockwave into the barrel to knock the wall into Kadaya's waiting arms. Oh, that was something beautiful to witness, and it means that we're going to 3 games in B5's first series. And let's be honest, we already set it up. B5, this is a team based around Mojo. Mojo's a two-way street actor, and it doesn't always pay off. So I expect this is the kind of team that's going to go to 3 games every single series they play. But I'm excited for WE showing up in this one and proving that game 1 is not always the case.
And I think it was a good call from WE in the early stages, right? Like, you did get set behind by the plays coming through from Carson being able to invade onto that bottom side, but we saw View go, okay, well, I'm behind in experience, I'm going to go mid, soak up a little bit of XP from Shanks. We then unfortunately get the kill onto WE's bot lane, but View then picks up the wave, so now he actually is in a decent position, and they just bullied Invincible. Like, he was 0-5 at the start of that game, a huge amount of golden experience going across, and it kind of shut down a lot of the control that V5 were hoping to have in this game. And when you've got such a ease of execution for your squad, WE, when they get that lead, are going to be able to close it out beautifully.
And I have to say, I'm surprised at how low Bubu's damage numbers are. But I guess a lot of that game for him was just clearing waves and waiting for the correct ulti. Like that,
he's also
he was
tank
building
Gragas,
tanks,
right? Yeah, you're not going to get much out. That's actually something that we get to see a lot more of now, is because Fimbulwinter exists as an item, you don't have those mana problems that you used to get with a lot of these like AP top laners, or at least tank top laners. So able to pick that up means you've got more of these tank Gragas builds coming through. And honestly, I think Bubu played it wonderfully, right? Front line was great, and that combo that we saw at the end between Shanks and the explosive cask was just so nice.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Fimbulwinter in the meta, because, you know, it gives a great build path to these classic tank champions like, you know, Kassadin and Ryze. These guys that you know for being great tanks. That's really, really healthy gameplay. We are going to 3 games in the end. I don't even know who's going to get MVP on that one. My vote is for View on that game. I think his early jungling was fantastic. I think he played the map super well. And I think, honestly, WE in general read what V5 wanted to do beautifully and played around it. So I'm excited to see what's going to change as we move to game number 3, and what V5 can do to switch things back around again in their favor. I guess we're going to have to wait and see right after this.
The World Championship defines who is the best in the world. And well, 2021 proved to be the year of the LPL. EDG captured the hearts of millions, and now 2022 has dawned and the spirit of competition is alive once again. There may be changes among teams this year, but the goal is always victory. Having been a historically world-class team, Sunny was unable to live up to expectations in 2021. But as one door closes, another opens, and Weibo Gaming are bringing in a revitalized roster to claim a top spot in the LPL. SOFM remains a cornerstone player for this team. The Jungle Constrictor himself never shies away from a fight, and even when the enemy tries to pin him down, he always finds his prey.
Tarzan in the pit, SOFM back in and he gets the soul! It somehow comes up trumps for Suning as they pick everybody up!
What happens when you load on the star power? Well, you get BLG. This team kicked open the door and found a place at the table without even playing the game. The mix of old and new, the legendary and the becoming, it all has such an electrical feel to it, and Crisp is sure to stock up on some puppy snacks in 2022. Up among the BLG stars, you find Fofo, seating peacefully among the chaos. His last year showed just how high his ceiling can go, and not to mention, the man's got a literal champion ocean in the mid lane. Don't take your eyes off this mid lane menace, because if you do, he's sure to come knocking.
Mark gets the stun down. It's reset city for Fofo, becoming Ezreal, now on top of Shadow. Here we go. Arcane shift, no, it's a Zoe time. And Rare Adam were given space to get the reset for Fofo.
Both of these teams look very different from their 2021 selves, and with the alignment of so many top-tier players, it's sure to be a crazy battlefield. The 2022 season has already begun, but the road is long and treacherous to reach the top for Weibo Gaming and Billy. So temper yourselves, you would-be champions, because only the greatest warriors will find glory on this battlefield. Get ready for war.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm
the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sang my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you. Turn off the music, I ain't playing anymore. I seeked out what you're hiding, so I'm not keeping score. No, believe me, there ain't nothing to talk about. Ain't nothing you ain't told me before. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sang my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you. I hope it's worth it. Now I'm gone.
Welcome back, everyone, as we continue our day here, day number 7 of the LPL as we round out our first week. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda once more as our second series is going the distance. WE and V5 taking it in turns to strike a blow at each other, and I'm excited to see WE in game number 2 coming back with a bit of a vengeance. And Dagda, at the start of today, at the start of the series, you brought Kadaya on his engaged champions, especially his Rakan. Well, he gets the Rakan and immediately grabs an MVP.
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, he looks so damn clean in the Rakan, and it's good to see him looking as potent as he did again in that Weibo series as well, because this is a big pick for him, and it feels like when you've got something that's so much of a go button for the squad, the rest of the team just rallies around it. And we saw it time and time again in these fights where he was linking up with View, setting up for some of these picks, but in the team fights it was like Kadaya who's setting up for these big shockwaves, allowing the rest of the team to come around. And you can see it in all these clips, right? Picks, team fights, it doesn't matter. Kadaya was such a massive factor in these games.
I mean, that quickness there, the knock up onto 2, then pulls Rookie into the shockwave as well. Really beautiful stuff. I feel like we're seeing a version of WE who are very willing to play as a unit, right? When you think about what happened last year and what went wrong, a lot of it felt like lack of coordination. Whereas this year, I mean, this combo, coordination doesn't even begin to describe how beautifully that was pulled off. And I'm excited to see what WE are bringing to the table. This will be the second series in a row where they're against a team with some huge names. I mean, the other side of the IG split, right? We've got the Shy was on Weibo, who they're against. Now they're against Rookie on V5. Big teams to go up against to start their split off. And so far, showing promise in both. And this time, with an opportunity to potentially get a win underneath their belts if they can keep this going for a 30-minute series. What are your expectations, though, Dagda, as we move towards the draft? Because for V5, this was a very dramatically different game from what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, on the V5 point, sorry, the WE point just before we go to draft, this is the team of rookies. Like, realistically, like, Shanks has a bit of a time underneath his belt for with this time last year, but View is coming in new. We haven't seen a huge amount coming through from Stay, obviously, just joining the team. Kadaya, we saw a little bit of, but not getting too much play. Like, this is a squad that, especially when they're going up against these teams and looking strong and looking that they're able to take games, it's going to be pretty good. Here we go, though. Fresh back in priority. It looks like this time around, this is kind of the combo I was more hoping for, where you do play a little bit more appeal for Photic. And WE are just going to go, all right, we found the weak point last game. It was Invincible in the top lane. We're going Renekton in Italy. We're going to play towards top.
Yeah, the instant lock-in of the Renekton Nidalee as well. Invincible, I can hear him voiding his bowels from here. He's going to have a rough time in this game. And the Thresh first pick, this is what you were calling for in the first game. We were saying Thresh is really, really good. These insane hyper carries. The Jinx locked in alongside it. PP got Photic with a very, very strong bottom lane. And we're only 4 picks in. But it feels pretty obvious to me, Dagda, which sides of the map each of these teams is going to focus.
Yeah, and I mean, you've even got the Jarvan there as well, right, to try and provide that early gank setup on the bot side. We already said WE, they're going to be playing on top. The big question mark for me is, do they just go for the Aphelios? Because you can end up banning away a lot of these champions in the bot lane that can kind of provide a little bit of safety for the Aphelios. Or actually, looks like, yeah, they're just going to go towards the Jhin. So still the AD carry, but you ban away Leona, you ban away things like the Rakan, like get rid of these big engage setups for Kadaya. You're making your life easier for plays if you want to go bot side, but also just preventing a lot of the follow-up engage. Because right now, V5, they have the opportunity to try and like set up these big team fights using the fact you got the Jinx, whereas WE are very much trying to rely on, hey, can we get this early lead? Maybe try and play at range with the Jhin Nidalee if they want to do so as well.
And with Syndra and Vex banned away, I was kind of expecting another Galio ban. We've seen a couple of Galio bans in this series already. I feel like Galio for rookie could be a really, really nice angle here. You've got the Java to follow up on. You're also just trying to protect Photic, right? So could be a good angle. But still, the Victor available as well in that mid lane as Corki banned away. And as you say, Kadaya's right.
Okay, so they actually ban away the Corki. I like this because they're kind of going, okay, we can still get the ability to go for the poke option for WE, but I still think Syndra would be a really good option for WE. You've got like strong gank setup coming through for the Nidalee. You still got long range you can play with if you want to go towards that. Makes life a little bit more difficult for V5 when they're trying to set up for fights, but we'll have to see exactly what the plan is for WE. On V5's side though, looks like they are just going to go for a kind of more stable top laner where they're like, look, something that can go pretty well against Renekton. Gragas can do just that, and they're going to lock that in. And now the question mark is, what does Rookie want to blind here? Orianna was the big one for him in years past, but Victor also another option, as he said.
Yeah, Victor's super strong right now. They left that open. I feel like Victor is kind of the pick, to be honest. But, you know, it is Rookie. It's like to mix things up a little bit. And
okay.
It's going to be a Zoe. I'm over the moon. Let's go. We get to see Rookie's Zoe in the mid lane. Now WE have to decide. The one thing I will say, Zoe's matchup into Victor, not that great. Victor is available. I don't know if Zoe is the blind pick when Victor's available.
Yeah, it kind of feels like more of a takeaway, right? They were a bit worried about the range level that WE could play at, so they're like, hey, look, we'll take the Zoe, but as you said, it does need the Victor and still fits into at least a good bit of range. Now, at least on V5 side, you can answer a lot of it when it comes towards the later fight, right? You have the Gragas who can set up really well, Jarvan with like EQ flashes, and the Cataclysm can certainly try and lock down WE, so at least V5 have responses to that range, but I like the amount of poke that we can see on WE's side and the zone control that can come through as well with the Victor, the Renekton being able to play kind of bodyguard alongside Kadaya. This is going to be a really close game.
This is one of those few games where I'm coming out of the draft phase and I'm like, I like both combinations. They have clearly different goals, they have different objectives to achieve, but they both have a solid composition to achieve those objectives. Now, chips are on the table. It's about who can execute better. But I have to say, this comp from WE is very classic LPL. It's all about setting up for diving in that top lane. And I want to see what View can do on this Nidalee, because we already saw View and View absolutely bodying Invincible in game number 2. The question is, can they repeat that feat?
It feels like you've got both sides of the map to play for, right? Like, View, obviously your traditional one, especially with the buffs to Renekton that is stun actually like lasts longer now. It makes things a hell of a lot easier for Nidalee to set it up. They're basically reversed the changes that they made to Renekton. But also on the bottom side for Kadaya, right? Like, you've got Jhin, Leona. This lane is insanely good at setting up for junglers, and if that's going to be Nidalee and you manage a Zenith Blade, you get the Shield Bash, and you get the Deadly Flourish, like, you're not moving before that Nidalee Spear connects. There's no world. So I think you got plenty of options here as WE as to where you want to play around. Whereas for V5, it definitely feels like a bot lane focus.
Listen, I'm just, I hope Zoe wins, Rob. I'm a big fan of watching Zoe's, especially Rookie. Rookie is just so clean. But that said, there are so many great Zoe players in the LPL. It's the same in LCK, actually. Like, BDD, for example, at Worlds was absolutely unbelievable to watch. There's so many great Zoe players to witness. So, definitely going to be a fun one to keep our eyes on that mid lane. Although, I expect the actual matchup itself to be relatively quiet until level 6. We'll have to see how they're able to impact the rest of the game. Because realistically, with the Zoe, that's what you're looking to do. Get into those side lanes and have an influence.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll have an option in the early stages to try and link up with Karsa, but I think with the amount of push that Shanks has, and also just the fact that Shanks has access to the TP, trying to look for early dives on bot lane is going to be really tough to do. I'm actually curious to see if we end up having a little bit more control for WE through that mid lane, trying to see if like View pops his head into that matchup early just to get control for Shanks and make sure that there's no pesky business that Rookie can do with trying to roam up top and prevent early dives with.
That'd be one of the big questions, because BLG certainly will have to be aggressive up in that top side, especially when Nidalee comes near. He's got to try and bait Invincible into these trades, but both of these top laners, plenty of sustain to play with. And so far, BLG the one in control of this lane. And you can see View pathing up towards that top lane, whereas Karsa is moving away. So Invincible, he's going to be alone in this lane, at least for the first clear. Now, I'm wondering if View will find an angle to be able to get in there.
I mean, at the moment anyway, Rookie with the push in mid, as we talked about, could potentially roam up there just to try and shut down that play. But you do have to be incredibly careful. However, like, you clearing so quickly, you can see the difference between the Jarvan and the Nidalee. He's going to have access to the map and kind of have his pick of the litter as to exactly where he goes. But it feels like a visit to the solo lanes is going to be his best bet.
But I'm excited that we're looking at this jungle matchup, and it's like, I wonder what View's got up his sleeve this time. As you said before, this is a rookie squad from WE. The fact that View is the veteran player on this squad, I think says everything we need to say about how new a lot of these players are for WE. And they are up against a squad of some of the greatest veterans that the LPL has to offer in Karsa and Rookie. So it's really exciting that they've even managed to get to 3 games, and now they're into the territory of making a name for themselves.
Oh, here we go, though. View's got that 4th wave crash. View's here.
God. Invincible in all kinds of trouble. Have to see a miracle flash here. Wonder did it on Gragas in LEC yesterday. Invincible doesn't even need to. The spear just goes wide. The dive is called off. They've decided that ain't the play anymore. And Karsa, in the meantime, will get this bottom scuttle crap as he has priority in that bottom side. So we're perhaps getting a little too excited for the time being, Dagda, because everything kind of resets to normal.
Yeah, but the visit to the top lane does give time for Karsa to match the pace of the clear coming through from View, right? He's now reset, coming back out onto the map, so at least for Karsa, it kind of gives him a little bit of breathing room in this jungle matchup. But certainly this Nidalee now, with the blasting one picked up, is just going to outpace Karsa. So on Karsa's side, forget about clearing efficiently. Forget about trying to keep up with Nidalee. That's done and dusted. That's not happening. You need to impact these lanes.
Oh, BP God's in big trouble. That's a huge all-in flash forward coming out from State as well. Still a heal available, but Photic only has a cleanse as Kedaya flashes forward and PP God goes down. Photic trying to answer. 4th shot available. The root comes on in, saving the 4th shot from Stay. He wants the maximum execute damage and he finds it. Stay with the 4th shot for the 2 kills.
No ward left in the tank for Photic, means he can't spot Stay, and he goes down. The pop off has been returned as Stay manages to pick up both kills there, and that is such a massive advantage now for Stay in that lane. This Jhin Leona maybe looking a little bit more appetizing for View, and you can see it here, right? PP God doesn't get the play off in time, and this is something that's actually been a big change with the Leona now running the Glacial Augment, because you end up with the slow coming through from the Glacial Augment. If Thresh is also not running Glacial Augment or doesn't have the passive buff on it, oftentimes you can actually just chase him down with the slow from Glacial Augment to get the Q, and View
It ain't over. We've got another pick happening as Karsa gets one onto View here, and Kadaya left alone will be chased down. Surely Rookie getting some good damage out with his Spell Thief as Kadaya does not have that flash, remember, but a Blast Cone! Oh, he dodges the Pedal Star as well. Rookie surely can head him off on this one. The bubble will land. There's a root. Karsa can finish it. Rookie gets it in the end. It's a kill for the Zoe, and it makes it 2 apiece.
Again, though, nice to see V5 trying to link up with this mid-jungle support, right? Making plays onto the bottom side, finding people playing off towards this mid lane, and now that buys space for Photic, who can actually get turret plates on this bottom side, and we see it here, right? We talked about PP God and Karsa working as this duo. Beautifully done to get that kill in the replay in the bottom right corner.
Beautifully done. And it does mean that we're dead. Even on this one, View goes in, and it's going to be Karsa to get the Drake. View, a nice attempt there. PP God is there to save Karsa and get him on out to safety. Okay, I think we need to reset for a second here, Dagda. We're even on gold. It's 1 Drake in favor of V5, but where that gold is different on either side. We said it'd be V5 that focused on the bot lane. So far, it's WE that are ahead.
I mean, they are ever so slightly ahead, right? But the CS difference and also getting the turret plates has evened up that bot side, and now more.
Oh! PP God misses the hook. I don't think it'll matter. Kadaya low on HP, knocked up, finished off. Photic with a kill. And, well, that's me eating my words, isn't it, Dagda? Because V5 are resoundingly ahead now. They have a gold lead for Photic ahead of Stay. Might even get another turret plate off the back of this play as well. And now View, he has to settle for a blue buff. That's all he can get off of this one.
Look, it's a simple equation, right, for V5. WE bot lane, no flash, let's smash. They just go to the bot lane, absolutely smash WE while they have no flashes, and now they're able to pick up those kills. You get more pressure on that bottom side. It's a very simple equation, and one that we're probably going to see a lot here, especially since you've still got a little bit of time before WE's flashes come up. There is always the opportunity for Karsa to try and come back down towards that bot side.
It's the classic V5 rhyme. Flash up, no look, no flash, let's smash. That everyone knows that.
Yeah.
That's the classic fairy tale, the rhyme that everyone hears as a child. Karsa, yeah, get back out of there, buddy. Definitely correct decision to flag and drag himself away. Herald has now spawned. Gold is dead even, and every single player on the map is moving towards the top side. Dagda, I think we've got a brawl on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, V5 are in a really good situation here, though, right? You've already got the double push coming through from the duo lane being in that top side. You've already got Invincible's moved into position with a wonderful flank spot here. It's going to make it pretty tough for WE to contest.
Invincible off behind does have Zulti available. Kadaya already starting the fight, though. Good damage here onto Karsa, who has the flash. The curtain call, but the flag and drag keeps him safe for now. The shield stops the ignite, finishing him off. But it should be enough to keep them out of the fray. Herald was picked up by View, and WE, they're happy with that. They don't need to fight anymore. They got the objective.
I was surprised Invincible didn't commit there. Like, WE were pretty spread out. Shanks was actually in a really precarious spot, and it means that without the commitment from V5, WE push back V5 and get the Rift Heart for themselves. So nicely done from WE actually being able to contest that.
BWE. As Stay gets chased down, Photic. Good look for a 1v1 here. Jinx, with level 6, can definitely do a lot of damage, but not going to find the opportunity at this for the time being. Invincible now trading heavily with BB in the top side. And again, I will say, V5, they're ahead in gold right now. They've got that Herald to work with. View can slam that wherever he wants, and Invincible could end up being that target once more. You can see View starting on the bottom side of his jungle, path up to the top side. I can imagine a world where Invincible gets a bit of pressure put his way.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about BB being able to keep control of the wave, but as you can see, like Invincible, he's gotten to the stage now that it's a little bit more difficult for BB to just easily shove in that wave. You've got really good wave clear on Invincible side as well with the ults, so even if you manage to shove that wave, in theory, Invincible can just use that AoE damage to boot it out. So, actually, BB just needs to be somewhat careful with these trades.
I'm amazed Invincible didn't go for the ult there. Like, surely knock BB back or at least force his flash out, but maybe just trying to save the ult.
I think he mistimed the ult. I think he mistimed the ult there. If he knew that BB's ult wasn't up, I think he could have killed him. I have a feeling he thought that BBU had his ultimate up, but was just a couple seconds.
I thought you meant he'd mistimed his own ult. I was like, he didn't have it.
No.
He didn't use it. Yeah, BBU, it's still just taking an absolute beating as the Qs continue to come in. Oh, the Jinx rocket! Oh, they're gonna find a snipe from Photic! What a play! Forget the junglers, forget the Renekton Italy. It doesn't matter because we got a Jinx in the game.
View spear range is nothing compared to Photic's spear range. So being able to get that long range shot, that was so well played by V5. And Photic now 2-1, Kraken Slayer completed. Oh, that was beautiful.
I'm not gonna lie, Photic is starting to make a habit of this. PP God drops a ward behind Stay. Could be a dive opportunity here. Shanks moving in though, alongside Kadaya to try and get some vision. Drake is the port call for V5, with Photic having infinite priority in that bottom side. I don't think this is something Kadaya should be able to contest too easily, but they might make an effort of it anyway. UBU, remember, TP's not usable on wards just yet. That's still a couple of minutes away, so the top laners will not be a part of this play. But it looks like enough presence from WE to force V5 away.
Yeah, V5 aren't really synced on getting to these objectives, right? Like, you've got Photic and PP God who are shoving mid, whereas the rest of V5 are kind of being pushed back. Now, Rift Tower being placed mid to get control, but with the shove bot, now V5's bot lane move up, and this is where it should be easier, though Photic takes a lot of damage from View Spear.
Casa, he's in a bit of trouble here. The root comes out, but the flag and drag still goes through. Casa protected. PP God has to flash away as well, but View finishes him off. Kitty got claws, and Rookie's out of mana, so WE, after, you know, it felt like they wouldn't have a chance to get on this Drake, they've managed to wrestle control, and now this one will be free.
Yeah, and that's the range that we're talking about for WE, right? You've got the curtain call that opens up spears that are connecting so well from View, and it's making it really hard for V5 to actually get these engaged, especially when it's Karsa. Oftentimes he's taking the brunt of the damage at the start. This is the guy that needs to be that engaged tool for V5. Close the gap onto WE, but if he's hightailing it out of the way, well then you've just got no way for V5 to really answer.
The Titans are tussling in the top lane as BBU chasing down Invincible. Ult still available, and he just about survives. And Rookie's here. BBU flashes away. Can the bubble land? It does. Rookie's low on HP, has to use a stopwatch. Someone else needs to tank this tower. Rookie takes the hit, will not die. Castle now chasing the flash ulti. BBU tried his damnedest to survive and almost did, but there's just too many of them.
Yeah, it was way too many people coming up topside, and there's nothing he can do, but we're about to get this replay from Photic. So well played. And, I mean, can I get some T-Tours in the chat for this? Just following it the whole way. And right as BBU goes in aggressive. So well played.
And honestly, I'm just going to keep talking about Photic here. He's starting to build a reputation for this, because he did that with a double kill back in the Demacia. He got a cross-map Jinx ulti for a double kill in Demacia Cup. Now a cross-map in his first LPL series of the year. I'm starting to see a trend here, Dagda.
Yeah. We will have to see, though, if he can get his first win. Because right now, it's not looking too hot for V5, right? We're basically sitting even. But WE are getting good control over the map. The vision control for them has been absolutely astounding, whereas we already commented in Game 2, V5's vision control has been pretty lackluster this series. It's kind of hurting them, especially when you're looking at the range that WE have. They need to make sure they're getting control as PP God! Oh no!
Yeah, not long for this world, unfortunately. Get caught out. That's the nature of playing support, right? You have to go in, you have to be the one to try and get vision, but WE reading the play and once again being in the right spot, and it feels like that's been the consistent strength of WE so far, is understanding what V5 are wanting to do on the map and getting there first.
And that's the thing, is that V5, like, they're trying to contest this, but they're not actually getting Karsa in place with PP God. PP God going ahead of the curve there and gets caught out. Now, you're 4 versus 5 for this, but Invincible's in position.
Karsa moving forwards is on that job, and we've seen him steal things with Smite many times before, but the all-in just comes on through instead. And Rookie is one shot. Karsa on the backline trying to finish off Shanks. The rocket is blocked. but this could be an opportunity. But Bew just invincible. Photic now finally getting excited. The Herald's already taken. Kadaya the next target. 2 for Photic here as he looks for the resets and looks for more. Will not find his targets though. 2 for 2, and WE get the objective. It's another win for the boys in red.
Yeah, I mean, they've already got the pick as well just before that. Now Invincible, that's a lot of damage. He's going to back away. This could actually lead to top tier 1 going down as V5 try and trade it for the mid tier 1. TP coming through from Shanks should be able to clear that wave before the answer, but top lane is going to go WE's favor.
And they don't even need to use the Herald just yet. And Bew, can we just take a second and appreciate how great of a series Bew is having for himself? Did an amazing job in game number 2 on the Talon. Now 4-1 on this Nidalee as Principal barely dodges that route. And now, while this pressure is going on in the top side, the rest of WE pressuring in the mid lane, and Shanks might just be able to finish this tower off. I'm not sure. Castle trying to defend for the time being. Minions will be cleared, so it doesn't look like they'll finish it for now.
And a lot of this is coming down to WE just setting up for objectives better than V5, right? We saw PP God get picked off at the start, but look at like what's happening right now. We're a minute away from the next dragon. You've already got 1 reset coming through from WE. They're slowly going to start to get control over their own jungle. V5 are trying to contest them at the moment, so obviously kind of learning from past mistakes, but
hits it onto Kadaya, not the ideal target though. Really wanted to stay
the
on
big
that
thing here is like V5 are able to contest mid push now, which means they should be able to hold on to this vision. But up until like basically this point, like look at where the vision is on the map. It really hasn't been that extensive for V5, but they've now got vision topside. They've gotten some control over the jungle, but they've kind of just let it go. They've nothing in river now, and WE walk in and are just going to clear out all this vision. So you have to get these resets coming through quicker from V5, but WE will plank down this rift out of the mid lane. They can now teeter up towards that top wave if they really want to as well, if they want to try and trade for the dragon, but it feels like with the way that they're playing right now, they want to try and contest this dragon, use the fact that they have control of river to keep poking V5 before they engage.
And once again, it's an Infernal Drake. I have to say, inevitably, the Drakes have become way more valuable on the new patch because there's just way less chance that it's a Cloud Drake. Rookie dodged the root. Did get a bubble down, but no follow-up available. WE clustered as a 5. Could be difficult for Rookie to have a significant impact on this Zoe without being able to separate people, but Stay having to use his heal very early on here. Great Q coming out from Rookie, who's just consistently looking to get the damage down. Invincible moving forward as another bubble goes through. It's on to Stay, but I don't think the follow-up is there. Castle, in the meantime, just starts on the rest of the team, and suddenly V5 blast themselves into this game. Bew in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline, jumps forward and finishes Stay. The double kill, and I sure hoped Zoe would win, and boy, is she! The triple for Rookie as he gives us a masterclass.
That entire play was thanks to Rookie. The fact that he was able to find that bubble sets up beautifully for the fight. That was, I don't know, like, I don't know how against the Jhin, Leona, Renekton, you get this Zoe to work, but he's made it happen.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Look, I said it at the start. It wasn't a meme. I love it when we get to see players like Rookie, like Knight, play this Zoe, even Yagao, even Fofo sometimes. Like, these players are just so creative and so good at just winning fights by themselves.
And the thing is, right, he finds the position where WE actually can't find the answer when he goes for the portal. One of the big things maybe you can see him struggling with was you go for the portal, Leona comes in with the solar flare, the deadly burst to follow up, spear from Bew will land. It is really difficult to actually make Zoe work against this composition that WE has. But Rookie's been doing such a phenomenal job of finding the poke when he can, and even then, just that bubble placement was beautiful.
And I really, really like the last paddle star there as well, because you can throw it behind you and forwards, which will give you slightly more damage, but that's easy to dodge. If you go diagonally like that, it means Bew has to dodge into you to be able to dodge the damage, so therefore staying in the fight, and you can just follow up and finish him off anyway. So really, really nice stuff from Rookie on the Zoe, and with a triple kill in his pocket, with a bunch more gold being channeled into this entire V5 squad, suddenly what looked like such a clean game for WE for so much time is now heavily in favor of V5 with a 3,000 gold lead. That'll be another tower going down. I'm not gonna lie, they're in position to maybe look at the purple whip. I think it might be a little too aggressive for the time being. Certainly could be on the cards in the near future.
That, though, is what V5 have to do pretty much every fight, right? And I don't mean just the rookie bubble. It's like, find the engages to close the distance on towards WE. Because you can see what they're trying to do, right? Like, back it up into river, force V5 into these choke points where you get value out of, like, BLG playing bodyguard with Kadaya. Shanks being able to control with the W, just the entrances to river, but with the bubble from Rookie, it meant that they were able to bypass a lot of that, get Karsa to get this big ult, but you need those moments once more here as we start to look towards the back.
It's like V5 is that one friend that's a little bit too clingy. They always want hugs and things. And WE is that other friend that not into the hugs, not into the touchy-feely stuff. And they're just trying to keep them at arm's length, trying to keep them away. But
2 meter
V5,
rule.
They're determined. They're real determined to get that hug. And Karsa, he's happy to dive on into everyone in the name of that hug. We'll have to wait and see, though, if it's going to happen. Another 2 minutes until that next Drake comes up, and I have a feeling that Baron will not be on the cards after all. Although, that said, WE have been willing to pull the trigger on that when they find an opportunity, but I don't think that will be given to them by V5.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a little bit of a slowdown here until that dragon spawns. Like, both teams just trying to get position on it, but you can see in the last one, right, V5 did a good job of getting vision control down, but, like, gifting over that space to WE because they didn't want to try and fight in the jungle. So, honestly, I think the biggest bet here for V5 is, like, as you can see, Invincible, like, pushing in fast, but try and find moments and try and find, like, clear paths for Invincible to find flanks, because if he can, like, knock back Shanks and, like, set up the fight that way, that could be really, really strong. And especially when you got the Chemtech item here as well, you can, like, very quickly find moments to just cut off the escape routes from WE. So I like how V5 are kind of setting up at the moment, but still need to be careful, because even though it is third dragon, WE have a lot of positioning over towards that point.
Stays in so much trouble. Karsa doesn't commit the ulti. I thought they were really going to go for that when the bubble goes wide, as well as View accidentally knocks himself closer with the blast cone. That's going to be a tower taken very quickly by the side of V5. Invincible just going to play body block just to keep his team safe. As Rookie looks for a little more damage, and will find a bubble. And this is the really impressive thing about Zoe. When you have control of the vision in the jungle, it's so incredibly difficult to know where Zoe's going to be, to dodge all of the bubbles, to dodge all the paddle stars. It becomes only more and more impressive. But I want to quickly mention, before this Drake starts off, WE are moving in. Keep your eyes on Invincible. He's been having a fantastic game on this Gragas. If he can get a good ulti, he can separate the team fight that WE are trying to pull off.
Again, though, I love this restraint from V5, right? Karsa doesn't go in on to stay with the ults because he knows he needs it for this fight. And WE, they're just going to trade Dragon for mid-tier 2. So V5 now trying to see if they can cut off the escapes.
Invincible maybe looking for a pick. Remember, we need to watch out for his ulti. Rookie up on the top as well. If he can get a paddle star, if he can get a sleepy trouble.
Oh, Invincible!
Pew knocked out of the air by Invincible. They can't quite follow it up for now. Karsa has to back away. In goes Rookie to look for a little bit more as the Chaos Storm shredding through Bew's health bar, but he's surviving for now. That's not a Chaos Storm. I just don't have many pixels to look at. The rocket finishes one as Invincible gets the kill. Rookie gets another. Now we're chasing more. 3 people remaining for WE. Another bubble goes on in, and Shanks has to flash away. The barrel popped too early from Invincible there. And it stops Rookie finishing the kill. Karsa cannot follow for more. It means V5 have to back off.
That was so well played by Invincible, though. Finding the setup and few skill shots going wide on V5 side means that they're not quite able to close the gap as quickly as they like, but still, the damage is done for WE. Third Dragon in favor of V5. Kills going back in favor of V5 as well. And with these resets coming through, even though the tier 2 goes down, you still should be able as V5 to defend this mid lane, prevent that from causing any more issues. And you're seeing third item now picked up for Photic. You've got the Horizon Focus completed for Rookie. He's going to be dealing so much damage. And for WE, they need to make sure that they're not just putting themselves in positions where V5 can find these engages.
14-6 on the scoreboard. 4,000 gold lead for V5. 3 Drakes in their pocket as well. And it feels like the longer these fights go on and the more that WE try and kite out, it feels like V5 get more opportunities because it means nobody is getting onto Photic. Photic just firing away constantly these entire fights. And I feel like, you know, I'm keeping my eyes on players like Invincible and like Rookie that are trying to make the flashy plays, but ultimately, I think it's Photic that's doing the majority of the damage in these fights and just slowly but surely chunking people out. That's another bubble from Rookie and a follow-up from Cars, a few 1 HP as the rest of the team is locked in a prison. And look at this, it's all exploding for V5 as they look for more, but they're traded back. Shanks alone, taken down as Rookie chases out View for a little bit more, misses the paddle star, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up and they know that this Baron is theirs.
Yeah, BLG won't be able to do very much, but neither will stay. Invincible tanking it up, but Rookie may be able to set up Photic here, see if they can pick off these members of WE as they move in.
2v4, stay and BLG trying to make it happen, but the trouble bubble is going to be... Oh, no, it's not going to be enough. They can't find the battle star, and actually V5 have to back away. Baron is going to finish off BP God. Stay gets the credit. Another paddle star goes wide from Rookie. And WE managed to stop it. Now a TP. This could be the moment for WE to take control of the game. Baron available here. Stay going to start this one off as Carson has arrived, but the rest of his team has to reset.
Yeah, big mistake coming through from V5. They didn't turn as one, so Photic, even though the bubble lands, couldn't commit on to BLG. And now, 3 men strong, V5 versus the 5 of WE.
Super Mega Death Rocket is available. Photic has to cleanse away from everything, but there's just too much CC. Finished by a spear that is half of his HP. And now it's Invincible who, once again, his name becomes quite ironic. 2 more kills for WE. 2 carries down. And another opportunity to get back on the Baron.
They need to pick off Rookie, though. Rookie's damage here is going to do so much, especially with the low health bars on WE. If they can find him as he portals in, that could be it.
Oh, he's got Stay. Another bubble on to Stay here. Damage across the team. Carson needs to look for the steal. Does not have his flash available. Double smite available. You're right. Rookie has one as well. And Carson gets it. Rookie with a kill. BLG chased down as well. There's no way he can escape. 2 more for V5 as it's pure chaos. The flash bubble will not connect from Rookie as Carson tries to stop the recalls. Moving in. Cancelled everything though. The knockup is there. The Drinker to keep himself safe. The rocket goes wide as Rookie looks for damage. Kadaya 1 HP as Shanks chases Rookie down and actually gets one for himself. Carson can't go any further. It's just him and PP God. And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop them
wards?
from resetting.
How are you missing the brush? They managed to get the kill and stay. Over to the bomb side of the map then. 10 seconds on the Drake. Photic is already there.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why you're getting the quick resets coming through from Carson. Screw the replay! I need to see the dragon! Cool! V5 messed up, they died. Long range CC, get to dragon, go to dragon!
I just love that BP God missed the brush with 2 wards in a row. I don't know how that happens. I don't know what went through his mind, but yeah, big opportunity here. And Rookie, nice bubble there to CC him. Carson. This slow-mo jump in, let's see it.
Because Rookie, I think, uses the smite here as well, so it drops to 1-200. Watch Rookie doesn't even get in. Will smite just to kill people off, but Garza just steals it away. I mean, King of Thieves, he still lives another day, and in that meantime, Dragon did go the way of V5, so they have the soul, and now you've got an Ace and 2 Zoe with who's just going to be fired at you alongside Photic with this damage. You'd be so careful.
Stay just got chunked to half of his HP with 1 auto attack from Photic. BLG 1 HP, a rocket in, and Photic finishes him off. And what a way to finish this series. Oh, actually, they're not going to try and end just yet. Instead, going down towards the bottom side. I thought that was going to be the go button. I thought they were going to just pull the trigger on that one. Casa pushing another wave at the bottom side. They want to get more inhibs for themselves. Shanks, almost blocking his retreat path with that bubble, but it will be a second inhib. Photic once again getting those resets. A bit of damage on to Kedaya, but doesn't want to overextend too far. Has a lantern to get himself out to safety once more. Inhib goes down, and surely now the opportunity to end the game for V5 unless they overstep. But the solar flare is a disaster. The Shanks is forced away on the backside of the fight. Invincible goes in as well, and View desperately trying to find consolation prizes, but I think it's all she wrote for the side of WE. 4 strong still as Stay goes in, finishes off Rookie, wants a little bit more, but he will not find it. View chasing down onto Photic, who survives everything. 8, 2, and 11 for the AD carry, hyped up from the LDL, 26-13, and V5 chalk their first win onto the scoreboard.
A brilliant win from V5. I mean, WE, they tried to play at range, they tried to find those advantages at the fights, but when Rookie's on the Zoe, when you've got Karsu who's able to set up these engages and Photic free farm from the backline, let's just
but having great moments, right? And that's the kind of League of Legends that I really love, because it means you get to see the highs, you get to see the lows. We get a roller coaster of emotions, but it's V5 that comes out on top. But again, 2 series in a row for WE here, where they have shown massive promise. This is a team that can bring some great stuff to some of the bigger names.
Yeah, but it's tough for WE, right? Like, their first series against Weibo, we see game 1 looks good, game 2 was a bit of a disaster. Game 1, this series was a bit of a disaster for them as well, as V5 pretty much had control of that from start to finish. So, honestly, I think we can still see there's some work and, like, wiggle room that WE have to go with, but honestly, for V5, coming back to just to praise their victory, like, there seemed to be like a learning curve that was going on for V5 within this series. Like, their vision control at the start wasn't great, but certainly started to pick up towards the end. We started to see a little bit more coordination coming through for them, especially in the like mid jungle, in the jungle support, and kind of adding all those 3 together. So it certainly feels like V5 at least are starting to pick out an identity that they can work through, but are still looking to kind of solidify that definitive style.
Yeah, I would say I was just watching Rookie there as he's packing his stuff up. He had his hair all in every direction. It looked like he was stressed off the back of that game. I'd say I don't blame him, but fantastic Zoe plays coming out from him across it. But once again, as I said during the game, like, Photic realistically was the source of the majority of that damage, right? He was just hammering away. And that's the issue when you draft one of these ranged compositions. Who deals with the enemy AD carry?
Oh yeah, and I mean, it works when you're able to like poke through and kind of play at range, but unfortunately for WE, a lot of the times we didn't really see that. Like, once or twice they were setting up properly for it, but oftentimes it was like Kedaya kind of stepping in to see if he can get vision. Stay seemed to be in constant firing range of Rookie, who was sneaking these magical trouble bubbles through the front line onto him. And it just ended up not quite working out for them, but I like the way we get these ideas from WE, and certainly this time around their lane phase seemed to be a lot stronger as well, which was one of the big criticisms we had from the series with Weibo. So I think definitely growth for WE, but nice to see that the fan enthusiasm for V5 hasn't gone to waste. This is actually a squad that you can start to get excited about.
Yeah, this is a team that actually deserves the hype this time around. No offense, but let's be honest. I'm excited for what this new V5 squad is going to bring to the table. I feel like inevitably they're going to be a squad that's fighting in playoffs, etc. But how far in playoffs they go, we're just going to have to wait and see. These are players that are notorious for not caring about the meta. I mean, Caster especially, but Rookie 2, they play what they want to play. And that, it's always entertaining to watch. It's not always the most fun if you're an analyst.
I will say, though, if that is your style, this meta kind of seems to be the good one for it, right? Because honestly, even though we see like certain picks that are super strong, like the Jinx and the Caitlyn's and stuff, and we get Corki and Victor in the mid lane, like a lot of other things can be played, right? Like we're seeing Twisted Fate banned away. We can still see, like we've seen Knight play Tryndamere mid. We've seen so many different things. The mid lane, top side, you can play tanks. We can play the Scions. We can play the Gragas. Or maybe you want to go the Carry Graves or the Jaces,
Annie,
the Kenneds.
Vladimir.
Vladimir, Annie, yeah. So there's a huge amount of things that are actually quite strong at the moment. And I think that's enables a team like V5 so much, where you take some of these big meta picks off the board and you can bring out some of these crazier, wackier picks and find that your opponent are off kilter just because they're not expecting what you're bringing to the table.
Certainly can be an opportunity to force mistakes if you're playing against something that you're not super comfortable on. I do want to return to WE though and just kind of give them a little, commiserations and talk about what worked, because I feel like there was some really, really good stuff here today from WE. So can you kind of summarize for anyone that wasn't watching game number 2, for anyone that missed what's been happening, what was it that WE have done to stand out today?
Picked Rakan. Kadaya looks pretty good on that pick, I will say. But no, I think certainly when there is a definitive team fighting aspect to WE, they seem to be strongest. And a lot of that, I know, jokingly, is when Kadaya is actually on the big engage support for them. Like, this guy seems to be the one that they kind of rally around for these engages, with you following up as that kind of secondary engage, whether it's on like Xinjiao or a Jarvan or something along these lines. So I certainly think for WE, playing through that identity is their best bet. The only thing that I'd like to see a little bit more often from WE is you getting involved in the early stages. Because we can see in this game, right? Like, having the Nidalee, he was getting in, he was looking really good. It was just unfortunate that the style that they had to play with this composition didn't really suit what they wanted to do. So I feel like if we can get Few being as active as he was in this game, and setting up the lanes nicely, and then we get these really strong skirmishes and team fights that W found against Weibo and also against Beat 5 for today, I think that's their best bet to try and play through.
Well, it's about time that we head back to the stage, Dagda, because we've got an interview ready with the King of Thieves himself. I'll pass it over to have a chat with Carson.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and now we invite the jungler Karza from Victory 5. So, congratulations on your 2-1 victory. It's a tough victory today, and I have several questions for you. The first is about the champion Viego, because you've played on Viego for 2 games today. How do you comment on the Viego's performance in this patch? 那么首先恭喜你们今天以2-1战胜了对手，拿下了你们在赛季的首胜。想要问一下卡萨选手，今天你也玩了2局的佛耶哥，不知道你对于这个英雄在当前版本的表现是怎么看待的呢？
我觉得这个英雄应该说现在的 AD 打野英雄都是比较配合队伍的吧，就是看能不能在前期gank给队伍取得优势。但佛耶哥的话就比较偏收割打团吧，就是你知道队友如果有能力把就对方其中一个人先秒掉的话，佛耶哥收割能力挺厉害的。
I think Viego is a good AD champions in junglers, and it is very good in the team fights. So my second question is about game 1, because around 25 minutes, WE tried to make the overturn with the Baron steal, with the Baron rush. So after the Baron rush, what is kind of your team communication and game strategy? 那么第一局比赛的问题是来到25分钟，当时 WE 有一波 rush 大龙，不知道你们在那一波大龙被 rush 掉之后是怎么样去做应对的？
主要我们今天的大龙处理都偏的比较糟糕吧，就是我们都会给对面一些机会去 rush 大龙，或是我们自己想 rush 但是没有 rush 成功，然后就基本上就是对面吃掉大龙的时候我们就稳住心态，然后因为我们基本上还是优势嘛，然后就慢慢打团就行了。
So I really think that we do not do well around the Baron pit today, every time in game 1, game 2, and game 3. So at that time, we just try to keep our momentum, and we know that we can win the later game team fights. So we just try to push it to the late game and win the team fights. And the third question is about game 3. Around 18 minutes, you've got a super wonderful engage with Jarvan. And so what's the kind of team communication at that time? 那么想要问到 Karsa 的第3个问题是在第3局当中，你们当时也是有一波很漂亮的18分钟左右的一个开团，由你的皇子来完成的。想要问一下，当时那一波龙团里面，你们队内的沟通是什么样的呢
主要我们阵容就是比较偏打团的阵容吧，因为对面是鳄鱼豹女嘛，就是打团能力没有那么厉害。然后我们阵容就是等到左一 poke 成功以后，我们就想办法开一波团。然后那波 rookie 也是打得很好嘛，然后 poke 了对面挺多血量的，然后我们就直接开了。
At that time, we think that we've got the team fight composition, so I think we should win them team fights. And they've got Nidalee and Renekton, which are not quite strong team fight champions. And Rookie at that time on Zoe poked well before the team fight starts, so I just try to make the engage. And the last question is also about Rookie because today is the Rookie's 7th anniversary in LPL, and he is also the new roster of Victory 5 as well as you. So what kind of person or player do you think he is? And do you have some special words for him? 那么最后一个问题，因为今天也是 Rookie 在 LPL 的7周年出道日，想要问一下，作为这个他的新队友，你有没有什么想要特别送给他的话，以及你觉得在你的眼中啊，他是一个什么样的人呢？
我觉得 Rookie 是一个很谦虚、很努力的人。就是在我们虽然我们当队友时间还没有很久嘛，但我们其实认识时间也挺长的。然后跟他当队友后，就每天都挺开心的嘛，因为他是真的很努力。然后每天打 rank 也会打到那种就早上很早，应该是很晚才对。然后我们两个就互相交流了很多吧。然后也希望能一起带领这支队伍，我们就带领现在这支 B5，我们能够拿到更好的成绩吧。
I think Rookie is a very modest and diligent player because before we become teammates, we also communicate a lot. And I wish that we can help Victory 5 to have a better rank on the ranking board and we can reach the highest point. And thank you for the interview. 那么再一次感谢 Carson 来接受我们今天的采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Sam. Yeah, fantastic to hear from Carster, and I didn't know it was Rookie's 7th anniversary today. Congratulations, Rookie, on 7 years in the LPL. Does go to back up the point we were making about this really was newbies versus veterans today. And Rookie on his 7th, I was gonna say LPL birthday. Is that really the right phrase? I don't know. It doesn't matter. He gets himself an MVP.
His rebirth
and I think,
in the LPL.
Right, so, yeah, his rebrand at very least.
But yeah, I mean, he was a monster. The Zoe bubbles were insane. The poke was nuts. And honestly, in a composition that was so difficult for him to play against, we talked about it in game. The Leona having the opportunity to stun him up as he comes back from portals. The damage that can come through from view with the spears, and even Stay being able to land a deadly flourish. It is really difficult for Rookie to play in these fights, but you can see it here, right? This is his triple kill that he picked up. He played them phenomenally, and oftentimes kind of using the fact they had so much coverage with the areas that V5 were fighting in to set himself up and keep himself safe.
Beautifully done, and being willing to be aggressive as well, I think, because Zoe's one of those champions you can get caught out of position and taken out quite easily. So you really have to play on a knife's edge, and Rookie, I think, one of the best in the world at doing exactly that. So really, really great to see him popping off today and having such great team fights and basically making a little mini Zoe montage for us by the end of this game. So fantastic to see Rookie doing Rookie things once more, and it's fantastic to see a whole squad built around him that is willing to follow up on that kind of action. That is going to be our second series done and dusted, though. A 2-1 in the end to WE. That means it's time to move to the last of our firsts here in the LPL. We're finally going to see Billy live playing up against Weibo Gaming. We'll see how that one's going to go right after the break.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
with the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作，每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
I can't take it, my heart is breaking. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Plea to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the
What is going on, gamers? Welcome back to Shanghai, China. We're getting into our third and final series of the day, and it is gonna be a doozy. It's the last of our firsts here in the Spring Split 2022. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards the first series we get to see this year from Bilibili Gaming.
I know. I'm so excited to see both Bilibili. Let's see what Weibo has in store for us. They managed to pick up a win in their first series against WE, we just saw play. So now to see if they can do the same against what is the LPL super team, essentially. I will have to see if they go the correct way or the way of Vitality.
Well, I'm not even going to touch that with a barge pole for the time being. Let's look at the BLG roster, because in case you have missed it, in case you didn't see any of the roster shuffling that was going on, BLG have been slinging their wallet around and they're bringing in some big names. Up in the top lane, we've got Breathe, one of the most hyped up top laners of the entire year last year. Weiwei sticking around on this team. Fofo joining in the mid lane. And then in AD carry position, they got Doggo at the start of the offseason. They were like, you know what? We do have a superstar AD carry, but we could also just buy Uzi on top of that. Why not have two superstar AD carries? And then, if that's not enough, they also went and got Chris from FPX. So this roster is just completely insane.
And honestly, I don't know how this roster plays, because Breathe has looked great when he gets resources back on WE in 2021. Fofo was the main person getting resources when he was on Rare Atom. And then you look at like Uzi, who basically calls for all the resources that ever existed ever. Doggo was kind of the same. So like, what lane do you play around? Even Weiwei wanted V5 to play around him, and he looked best when they played around him and getting him jungle resources. So this team is a whole lot of question marks, but whatever they decide to do, it just feels like star power is studded into every single room.
It is beautiful to see, and we're finally going to get to see it. And I will inform everyone now, don't get too excited about Uzi. He's not playing just yet. It will be Doggo playing, at very least for the first game. We don't know what the roster will be for game number 2, but I wouldn't hold your breath that Uzi will play today. I think that Uzi will very likely wait until after Chinese New Year. It's kind of a tradition he's had over the last few years. But who will play today is Doggo. And boy, has Doggo been a good boy. Because this guy over in the LMS, or the PCS, sorry, had some exceptional performances. He's had exceptional Worlds performances as well. I think Doggo, like, even before Uzi was announced for this roster, I was already super excited to see Doggo joining an LPL roster, especially one with this kind of talent around him and alongside Crisp in them.
Yeah, I mean, Doggo was an absolute monster when he played on Beyond Gaming, and was the real carry on that team, the one that went to Worlds, taking second. Actually, end up like in a really good spot as well, just from the fact that on his team, he was the only person on the team that had a positive score at the 15-minute mark. Like, when you look at Gold, when you look at CSD, like, he was the lifeblood of Beyond Gaming. And we saw him have those pop-off performances at Worlds. It was just unfortunate that he couldn't quite carry his team across the mark and get to some of the later portions of the tournament. But certainly Doggo looks absolutely insane. And I'm really excited to see what he can do when he's on a team like this, with so much carry potential, with if he's able to get those resources gifted to him once more. This is certainly a guy that can have big carry performances in his games.
And it's worth mentioning as well that there's a lot of pressure on Doggo to perform early on in this split, right? Because Uzi is inevitably going to be played during the split. Like, the amount of money BLG must be paying for Uzi to be on this roster, there's no universe where this organization doesn't get some Uzi games in, right? Doggo needs to prove himself while he's got stage time and show that he is also worthy of being on this main roster.
I will say, though, he's actually put out an interview that actually only came out just today that was basically talking about how he's pretty alright playing behind Uzi, though. He still feels like he's a young player and has a lot that he can learn off of Uzi and Crisp. So he's been sitting in on their meetings, sitting in on their comms, and understanding and learning a lot both at laning phase and positioning. So I'm excited to see what he's learned from him in that small little part and bring it into today.
Yeah. I will say, you'd have to be a very, very confident player to not feel like you could learn from Uzi. I think the only player I can think of that wouldn't feel like that is maybe Jackie, though. But anyway, we move on. Let's talk about Weibo, because Weibo so far, they've been looking good for social media. Oh, see what we did there? Because the Weibo And look at that cool lower third that the guys made. Isn't it beautiful? But Dagda, Weibo so far looking great and like an exciting team this year. Way more proactive than they were when they were suited.
And that's the big part for me. When we look at their series versus WE, we got solo kills both for Angel and also for Huanfeng in the bot lane. They're stepping up individually in lanes. We're starting to get a much more pressure in the early stages as well. Not only just from like individual lane prowess, but also with Angel looking for roams down towards the bottom lane, getting active outside of just their initial fray. And as a result, we see Weibo Gaming not having this super slow-paced early game that we kind of came to expect from, if you're looking at summer 2021 as Suning. Weibo actually look amazingly strong coming into this, and with the resources that they're being able to dedicate towards the Shy's popping off. Now you end up with mid and bot looking good. This is looking like a revitalized roster.
It's worth mentioning, though, that the Shy is still the Shy. And while he has had massive pop-off moments, he's also had massive not pop-off moments across the one series that they've played so far. We can take a look at some of those clips as well of the Shy, because I know we're getting very close to Champ Select now. I mean, the Shy's the Shy. He's never going to change. This is who he is as a player. He had some rough laning phases, but he also individually won entire team.
But you can see though, for a large portion of the early stage of the game, like SOFM was playing up towards that top side, getting deep vision control, allowing the Shy to bully in the matchups that he had, and then eventually that ended up paying off when we got towards these big team fights. Even though he was set behind on the Gwen, still had this massive CS lead, was still having crazy impact across the map, and this was the turn that everyone saw from the Shy. It was like, he's back, baby! We've got him for Weibo, and he's looking damn strong. I'm very excited to see exactly what we can get from the Shy, and what we can get from what seems like just a completely new squad that have found a new identity for themselves in these early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, like, love him or hate him, you cannot argue that the Shy is a beast. No matter how far behind he is, no matter how far ahead he is going to impact team fights. It's gonna happen. So definitely a new exciting look at this Suning roster, and I feel like he's kind of breathed a breath of life into this team that are now way more proactive, way more willing to be aggressive. Let's get over to the stage though, because our players are ready to jump out onto that stage once more. We've just been talking about him, the Shy, SOFM, Angel, Huanfeng, and it'll be On playing today, not Sword Art or Wave.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of surprising. A lot of people thought that Sword Art was going to come back into this roster after his time in TSM and just slot back in, bring back the 2020 squad that had found so much success between Sword Art and SOFM and got them to that World Finals, but instead we're still sticking with On, and honestly On has looked impressive. Like, this isn't a diss at On. I honestly think that On majorly stepped up in the off season, has looked good and engages. His 2v2 has looked strong, his ability to roam around the map has looked good, and kind of taking a leaf out of Sword Art's book and how we can impact the early stages.
And I feel like the way that I'm seeing Sword Art on this roster right now, based on the fact that they are consistently playing On, is that maybe he's kind of fulfilling that Clearlove role that we saw last year for BLG, where yes, technically they're on the roster, but mostly it's in like a kind of guidance position. That's how it feels so far. As we move over to BLG, Breed, Weiwei, Fofo, Doggo, and Crisp. It is an absolutely star-studded lineup. The boys in blue step in onto the stage. And if you're not excited to see this team play their first official LPL match, I mean, go watch LCK instead, because this ain't the stream for you.
I'm not gonna lie, you've gained a little bit of favor for Weibo with me calling them boys in blue, because I'm from Dublin and that's what we call our GA team. But I have to say, I am so hyped for this BLG roster. Like, my god, it is so stacked. It is so full of star power. And again, as you say, like, you have 5 lanes that can carry, but also 5 lanes that may want these resources. So for me, a lot of this series is going to be discovering what Billy have found as their identity. Is it playing like Fofo, playing more like the Gallios and the Twisted Face that we started to see him do in playoffs in summer 2021, supporting the bot lane for Doggo like the meta kind of dictates? Or are we going to see a huge amount of those resources being dedicated to Breathe and kind of playing more of a, hey, we're going to ban away the Jinxes and the Caitlyn's and actually opt more for a top lane focus? There's a lot of question marks for me. I still think the best bet here is to play more focused down towards that bot side, towards Doggo, towards Crisp. That, for me, feels like the best identity for the squad, but we'll have to see exactly what they decide to go with.
Shy in a Weibo jersey. Feels weird, doesn't it? Feels strange to see the Shy not wearing
so
IG's
strange.
colours. I mean, honestly, the whole squad for Weibo, it feels weird. This jersey doesn't... It's not got a picture of a lion on it, so I don't know. It's strange to me, but...
You tried to convince me that Weibo logo was a lie. So
it kind of looks like a lion. I'm just saying.
No,
it doesn't, but it kind of does. Look, you see the wiggles on the red? That's kind of like the lion's mane. The yellow bit is his tail. He's got an eye. He's looking to the left. It's just his body's invisible. I'll draw it for everyone. I'll do an MS Paint version. That is the best sign I've ever seen, by the way. The crying Yubi emote as like an LED sign, neon sign. Anyway, I'll digress. I want to talk about Billy a little bit more because you brought up a really interesting topic in that there's this conversation of like which lane will be the focus. But to me, the way I see this roster, it's not like I don't see that as a negative that all three lanes could be strong. I see that as flexibility, right? I feel like you have so many different ways that you can play the game, dependent how the draft goes, and the sheer capability of the players on this roster. I feel like they're going to be flexible enough to play whatever is necessary.
That's, I think, one of the big things for this team is, like, say we do get a big meta shakeup, it feels like you can pretty much play around anyone on this squad, regardless of what way it works. And especially when you've got someone like Chris, who's insanely flexible in the way he can play support, right? You can play very much 4 lane. He's a pretty strong dual laner where we've seen... Yeah, I know. Yeah, who would have thought?
Chris just smiled.
Look at that. It's like the Mona Lisa smile at the moment, but it was definitely there.
Dude,
either way.
He's like Kanye. He's like realizes he's smiling and has to stop immediately. Sorry, go on.
For Chris, though, I think it's like you've got the ability to play lane super well, and we saw with LWX when we kind of had like Beishuan step into the FPX roster. Chris was kind of working more to work with him and set up the new jungler and make sure that he was able to work well. So I think we've seen multiple different styles coming through for Chris, which is a big plus as well. So I definitely agree BLG has flexibility. It's just going to be making sure that they all agree and are on the one page about what style they are playing currently.
I love that there's a Jarvan ban here, because Jarvan not the most outlandish ban, but like, you're against SOFM, you know he wants to play Jarvan. Just take it off of the board. The Rakan take it away from On as well. It's kind of signature picks that have been removed by BLG here, whereas Weibo going fairly standard, but since I was open, right? So that could be a first pick for BLG.
Yeah, you've still got the Aphelios, you still got the Jinx as well, so maybe just a preference thing, but if you're... Oh, Corki as well, of course, but I was going to say, I feel like Xin Zhao probably the best bet because of how impactful SOFM is for Weibo in the early stages, but it feels like a no-brainer here for SOFM. Grab the Xin Zhao, and then you can take either the Jinx or the Aphelios, whatever Huanfeng is more comfortable on. And personally, I think Huanfeng is one of the best Jinxes that we have in the league, so I'd like to see him back on the Jinx, but it looks like with the Hilver of the Aphelios here, they're just going to stick to this.
Yep, will be the Aphelios locked in. You could also, I guess, no, yeah, I think maybe Zintel. Yeah, you can leave your mid pick to third, right, because you know what you're up against. Then over on the other side, I'm curious what the pick would be, because still things like the Trundle available, things like the Viego available for Weiwei, if he does want to go for a direct counter matchup in that jungle, but we could just see different... Whoa! Hang on a second here. We've just seen a Zed locked in. Okay, Dagda. Over to you, mate. I'm excited.
I think this is Jungle Zed. I mean, we saw it like typed and trained a lot coming in towards Worlds. It's still insanely strong in the jungle. I just wasn't expecting it here. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it here already. But it's just like, it feels like this is a pick that you can hold off on, right? I don't see a like Zed ban coming through anytime soon, but we'll have to see what the plan is. Basically though, AD carry and jungle locked in already. I think we're going to end up with a Braum or something in this bot lane, honestly, for Weibo. I think just trying to keep yourself safe, it's going to do wonders. Braum does incredibly well against Corki, and a lot of the damage that can come through from BLG shuts down the Leona. But yeah, I mean, you've now got a very much a jungler that wants to try and snowball, and we just said Weibo attempting a new identity here with playing a little bit more aggressive in the early stage as well. Zed is just that.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm excited. I have no idea where it's going. I have no idea who's playing it or what build they'll go with, but I'm excited. We've got very standard from BLG so far, and it looks like Nautilus will be locking 4 on alongside Felios. It's fine. It's very good into Leona. It's your solid, hard engage that they need for the team. And now to the ban phase. And the thing about this Zed is, as you say, it could go jungle or mid, and that makes it very difficult for BLG to figure out what the bans need to be.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it is jungle, right? It's what we're seeing it most standard as. And although we have seen some stride breakers, a lot of people going more the lethality style builds. But I mean, I feel like for Weibo, as we're seeing, like banning jungle seems like the best bet, right? You can pretty much secure yourself a strong matchup for the Zed, especially since the Corki was already taken. So you're now kind of going, right, well, you were either going to go for your bot lane, which was probably most important, or you're leaving your jungler out to dry. So for Weiwei, he is definitely going to be taking a back seat here, and we'll have to see exactly what the plan is. Whereas on BLG side, just trying to get rid of stuff that does well against Corki. Wouldn't be surprised if Victor is the next ban for themselves as well.
All right, well, the Vex is gone, the Zinzao's gone. Let's see where else we go. As we mentioned before, the Viego could be an option. Tryndamere actually going to be banned away. Not a pick that I was necessarily expecting to see today anyway, but I suppose it has been sort of a fringe pick. We have seen it like mid lane.
I'm curious to see now what the plan is. I feel like for Angel, you just go towards the Victor, right? And you can actually bully the Corki pretty early, get good lane control, and that's something that definitely SOFM is going to benefit from on this end, right? If you've got control of mid, and you've also got the counter pick here for the Shy and top, in theory, you end up with 2 strong pushing lanes on top side that SOFM can play off of, which I think will work pretty well for Weibo. Whereas for BLG, we're going to have to see exactly what the story is going to be. I imagine that you're going to just go back towards something like the Jace or something for Breathe, keep him on something that he's all right with, or maybe even a Gwen on that top side. And for Weiwei, it is just going to be the assassin versus assassin. So
let's go.
Already, so we thought the lanes were going to be the focus here. This definitely feels like there's going to be a lot of people trying to play towards jungles on both sides to get their assassin ahead.
Man, Zed versus Talon in the jungle. If you told me this would be a serious lock-in in the LPL 2 years ago, I would not have... Actually, no, I probably would have believed you because you're talking about the LPL. But it's still crazy. Also, Gnar being hovered. This kind of became a signature, the Shy pick across the course of last year. We saw tons and tons of the Gnar, but it is going to be Gwen. Swapped out in the last second. Gwen, the most popular top laner in the LPL so far. I feel like we've got an exciting draft on our hands here, Dagda. Assassins in the jungle. We do have Victor Corki in the mid lane, but that's okay because we're not focused on the mid lane. We're focused on the pure chaos that might be happening. Where do you expect that to happen, though? Because right now, I'm looking towards SOFM and the Shy team.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Weibo, it's playing through like both solo lanes, right? You've got the 2 different AP and AD damages coming through, which makes it super easy for SOFM, because traditionally Gragas likes to kind of, okay, well, I'm going to go towards Bramble Vest early, or I'm going to go towards Magic Resist early, but having both options there means that it's really hard for Gragas to itemize in these early stages if you're getting a lot of tension from both of the top and the jungle. Same, honestly, when it comes towards the mid lane as well. You've got a lot of burst damage you can play around, but looking across at BLG, this kind of feels more so like, hey, we're going to try and focus on the bot lane, right? We'll wait till Fofo gets to 8 minutes, manage to pick up that package, and then we should just be hitting the level 6 for Doggo and Chris. So let's all in on this bot lane, try and use the fact we'll have a ton of CC, a ton of damage, and we can try and get way with a couple of these early kills.
I'll have to see if BLG can pull that off. It's kind of confusing my brain that BLG and Weibo are on opposite sides at the top and bottom of the screen here. I was like, wait, that's the wrong comment. Oh, wait, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, so level 8. As the bot lane hits level 6, we want to see the Corki package bot lane. We want to see BLG pull the trigger right before the Herald comes up onto the bat. But over to the side of Weibo as well, we're going to have to wait and see how they choose to play this one. Because Weibo, I think, a team that are starting to become somewhat unpredictable. Granted, we haven't seen much of them in the open, right? But comparatively to last year, they've had a complete change of identity. And so coming into each game, especially locking in things like Zed Jungle, I really don't know what to expect anymore.
I will
Aside
also
from
say,
Warmogs.
I think you're always Warmog, but I actually think you're going to be right. Just looking at the rune choice from SOFM, he's not gone for any of the kind of more electrocute or strike builds, which we usually see. The lethality build, it looks like we're going to be getting that Stridebreaker build with the Conqueror in there, right? Because you're more reliant on sustained damage throughout the fight. So he'll end up a little bit tankier. Try and provide some of these slows as well in the teams, and just kind of have that sticking power as well to deal the damage. So at least for Weibo's side of things, we've already kind of hit on. SOFM is going to be our focus. See if he can try and get himself up and away in these early stages. Whereas for BLG, going to be able to play this a little bit slower. You've got great late game scaling with the Corki and also for the Jin. But you're not going to be able to shrug at the late game scaling from Weibo either. Like Gwen, Vilios, Victor all do wonders like.
I mean, to be honest, I'd argue that Weibo's got the better late game, realistically.
Yeah.
I mean, Aphelios Victor alone is already insane, and then you throw a Gwen in there, and then you throw Warmog Zed in there. Woo! That's where we get spicy. Good start here in the mid lane from Angel. Let's look at jungle pathing, because once again, we're on opposite sides. It seems to be a consistent theme in the LPL at the minute, as SOFM going to path up towards that top side. Maybe can find an opportunity onto Breathe later on.
I actually like the item start from Breathe though. Instead of going towards a Doran's item or anything like that, he's actually gone straight for the tiers, so we'll be able to stack that up relatively early, get an early Fimbulwinter if he wants to. And the good thing about Fimbulwinter is it just gives raw health, right? So end up going to work well against both SOFM and the Shy. And plus, means you can spam your abilities a lot more in this early stage and make sure you're not getting shoved in too heavily by the Shy and setting up for some sort of dives from SOFM.
And it's worth mentioning as well that when people think about Gragas, they think about that sustain, but you can only use that sustain if you have the mana to spam your abilities, right? So it's important to be able to maintain that mana bar and keep yourself alive in the early stages of the game. Because we do see both of our junglers just finishing this full clear off, and I have to say, very quick clear from SOFM. Already finished. This Krug's already level 4 at the 3-minute mark. The Herald, the Skull Crab, not even spawned yet, so already seeing the value in this Zed pick is just how bloody quick you can get through the jungle.
Yeah, and it's the reason that Zed jungle rose up, as you can see, is once he gets someone below 40% health, his passive kicks in, both on champions and now for jungle creeps as well, as of just before that Worlds patch. So he's going to be able to clear that jungle insanely fast. Same with the Talon. Just these two junglers clear so fast. And now you can see both of them basically doing the exact same thing. Clear the full clear into getting a ward, spotted exactly where the opposition's going to be in reset, but I'm waiting for where these first ganks are going to happen. That's really going to try and set the tone. Otherwise, for Weibo, right, we said already, the better late game scaling, these guys are pretty happy to just punish through both solo lanes, which they have the advantages in, and kind of just deny Doggo and Chris too much.
Hang on. SOFM's here. The hook goes through straight onto Doggo. The root is there. The follow-up, the Caliber isn't going to hit, though, because Chris blocks it. And Chris keeps his AD carry alive, but that is 3 summoners burned in that bottom lane, and SOFM subverting expectations with his pathing. He just walked straight down bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's where his camps are about to respawn, right? Just unfortunate that they couldn't get away, as Weiwei's top.
Yeah, he's making a play on towards the Shy, and, you know, it's very, very like the Shy to get caught by the early gank. That's, I feel like we're well within expectations of what should be happening in this game.
I mean, the Shy tried to stick around to crash that wave, ends up costing him. Would have netted him a lot if he could have, right? Quick reset, probably wouldn't have to burn his TP to get back up towards topside, but unfortunately, Weiwei was there and will be first blood going over towards Talon. So Assassin's scoreboard is one in favor of BLG. We'll have to see now if Weiwei can keep this pace up and just outmatch SOFM.
Yeah, the fact that both of our junglers have made one gank on a side lane, only one of them was successful. That said, though, Doggo and Chris both flashless for the time being, so that could be a window of opportunity for SOFM across the course of the next 5 minutes. Shy is spotted on this ward. Breather's just trying to get this wave to reset, but he's going to have to go for another wave. Maybe could go for some kind of crash here, but I don't think it's going to happen. He's way down on the bottom side of the map. Going to be resetting as well, so it looks like we're going to have a moment of quiet as the dragon is now onto the map. It's going to be an ocean to start us off.
I think this is a bit of a risky start for BLG though if they go for it. Angel just TP back mid, he'll have control over the mid lane. You've got a really nice reset coming through from SOFM, is going towards that stride breaker with the Iron Spike whip picked up. And you got pushed for bot lane for Weibo. So honestly, if I'm picking anyone here, this actually feels like it should be a Weibo Dragon. Although Weiwei is here with Crisp to see if they can pick off.
On's in trouble here. Does have his flash available if he needs to get out. And looks like there's not even going to be an angle to get in for the side of BLG, who actually could be stuck in a 3v3 that I'm not sure if they want to take or not. Fofo trying to move over as well. This Wonfong waiting off to the side. Does have Gravitum and Infernum. Could get a triple route here if he finds an angle for it. Crisp, remember, no flash available on these bot laners. The route going to come through to answer, but there's that Gravitum we talked about. Wonfong doesn't pull the trigger for the time being. Wants to save that one. So SOFM will get the Scuttle Crab. Chaos Storm was used on the top side of the fight. Fofo just going to shove this wave out and will have to retreat.
Yeah, Angel and Fofo having their own little kerfuffle in that top side. And Angel actually did come out kind of even, but ended up being able to pick up the honey fruit in the river there. So moves back healthier in towards mid lane. Fofo not really having much mana, so he'll look for the reset, which gives Weibo that dragon. That's what we're talking about, right? Was Angel had already burnt the TP on Fofo, so it meant that he was able to come back with a little bit of a nicer pickup in towards that mid lane and set up Weibo off of that play. So the dragon first blood going to Weibo, and definitely an objective that they'll want to try and keep up and keep going for, especially as they will try and use the Shy in that side lane to create pressure later and see if they can get space towards that objective.
I feel like you're a season too late there, Dagda, in creating the phrase Scuttle Kerfuffle. Because there were so many Scuttle Kerfuffles last year in the LPL. If only we'd had that phrase to save us. Alas. We'll find an opportunity. We'll find a way to squeeze that in. On moving in as he spots Weiwei, trying to clear away the Raptors. Doesn't quite get it. Got one of the small ones with the hook. I thought he was going to be able to steal the Mega Chicken, but not for the time being. 4 minutes till that next Drake, but 2 seconds until that 8-minute mark. And Dagda, you told me that you want to see Fofo resetting, grabbing the package, and using it bot lane. But I think Herald will be the call first. SOFM finds Weiwei in the pit and immediately just ults him. He's not afraid of a fight by the looks of things.
Yeah, but, I mean, Weiwei manages to get out, actually ends up winning the trade, and I think it was kind of a hope and a prayer from SOFM, right? Like, the cooldown on that ult isn't actually terribly long. You still had Aphelios standing in that bot lane, so Weibo didn't really want to try and fight it. It was a case of maybe I can pick off Weiwei and delay this, but it's not going to be the case. And now Fofo with that package in tow, I actually want to see him like use it with the team, but sitting just here in the bot side of the map means that Wonfong will back.
Yeah, Wonfong's got to be real careful because Fofo definitely capable of causing some havoc with that package. We'll have to see if he'll find an opportunity, but Wonfong rightly respecting it at least for the time being. Does have red and white weapons as well, so actually I'm not sure if Corky wins that 1v1 with specifically those weapons, because that's a scary Aphelios, even just with a nuke with it.
I'm not a big fan of like the timing on Fofo picking up that package though, because what I would have preferred to see was him like use the fact that he's got the TP, right? Like you see, it's just literally been used for nothing. So if you shove in mid, reset, you have the TP pickup package, you get back into mid lane, shove one more wave, and then move down bot side with Weiwei, you end up with a 4-man potential dive onto the bot side, no TPs available for Weibo to respond with, and you can actually look for a play off of both Crisp and Doggo. But now that package has just kind of gone to nothing, right? So I think a bit of a missed opportunity for BLG, but it's not going to be the end of the world in the grand scheme of things.
On moving back into this bottom side though, Doggo and Crisp do both have those flashes back up and available. In fact, looking across the board, everyone that is running flash has their flash available. The Shy obviously playing that Ghost on the Gwen, an opportunity maybe later on in the game to try and chase Breathe down in a side lane. I have to say, it's interesting to see this new side of Breathe as well. Obviously, we've not really talked that much about the top lane. The Shy going to be ahead in gold, but realistically, it's Tank Gragas up against Gwen. You would hope that Gwen is going to be able to win those trades in the early stages of the game. But it's interesting to see this new side of Breathe where he is willing to play a tank. We're used to him being the character.
Yeah, and actually, Weiwei and SFM will just Neat.
Duke it out.
Yeah, just kind of mess about for a little bit and then back away. But I agree. I think this is something that we're probably going to see more and more of on Billy because, again, I don't see this top lane being the lane that gets the resources. Oh!
The Shy is in all kinds of trouble. Doesn't even... he must have had the Shroud on cooldown there as he's taken down by Weiwei. That's twice in a row now that he's been caught out in that top lane. A little overextended and actually used the Ghoster and all of that. So he was looking for an all-in himself. Used that alongside the ult. And gets caught out by Weiwei. So great play from Weiwei to consistently punish the Shy for overextending.
Yeah, and it's kind of just been more opportunistic, right? Like, Weiwei was on that top side. Bad timing from the Shy for the all-in, which kind of messed things up. But now you've got Weiwei with 2 kills to his name. Breathe looking pretty good as well because he's able to answer for a lot of the farm and he's starting to scale into a point where he's going to be pretty happy. So honestly for Weibo, even though the gold is just slightly in favor of BLG, you're pretty happy with the game state right now.
Yeah, and we move back into that territory that we all know so well where the Shy isn't having a great laning phase. He's ahead in CS, but he's died a couple of times. But he's playing quick. So when it comes to the team fights, you expect to see something magical for him to redeem the early stages of the game. That said, let's take a look across the board at some of the items as Drake is going to be coming onto the map. Feels like there are some significant items across the board, more so for the side of Weibo than that of BLG, I have to say, with the Stride Break finish as well as Angel trading with Fofo here. And SOFM moving in. And also that Leandries for Angel. Big spike for Victor, especially with Chaos Storm. You can proc that on everyone on the end of the team.
Weibo have control of River, and despite the fact that Rift Arrow went down, you can see the Shy moving in towards mid just to keep that in check. Chris.
Oh, Weiwei's got to be careful there. Immediately turns invisible. He realizes he's caught out by the Nautilus. That's going to be a double knockup in with the Moonlight Vigil, and the Shy looking to redeem himself. Needle work for days. The scissors snipping away as Swampfong cleaning up the kills. There's one for Angel as well. 3-3 on the scoreboard, but the Drake for Weibo.
And it just felt messy for BLG. Breathe, not in position to help out. He was still on that top side. The call, maybe Weiwei to look for the steal, but no reason for BLG to try and hard commit as many members as they did towards that dragon, and Weibo punish. And I was about to say Weibo been pretty quiet in this early stage, not what we saw in their series against WE, but here Chris tries to engage On's able to back away, and I don't know if what the plan here was for Weiwei, right? Comes in over the wall, you got Graviton for one Fong that locks him up, then On's able to lock him up, and from that point forward, Weibo's just chasing down BLG who are trying to save Weiwei.
Yeah, that was kind of a brutal fight, let's be honest there. And also, there was a bounty on Weiwei, so an extra chunk of gold. I think SOFM was the one to pick that one up. So, very nice spot for Weibo to be in, getting a bunch of gold off the back of that one. Doggo will at least get one plate after all of the resets coming on through, but Swampfong is here to play the wave at this point, so that's the only plate he'll get. As On moves back into the lane as well, I don't think he'll try and make a play here. Just going to clear the vision and reset one spot. So, we kind of have a moment. We are literally exactly dead even in gold to the singular coin here. And I feel like this is where the game is going to start to heat up. That said, it is only a Cloud Drake, so not the most exciting Drake to fight over, but soon we'll have another package coming down. And maybe this time, Fofo will be a little more aggressive with it.
I mean, from Weibo's perspective though, right? Like, this being even is pretty good for them. The Shy has finished off his Riftmaker. He's going to be kind of getting to a point where he's pretty scary. You've got the Gale Force completed for Wanfeng as well, which acts as both a defensive tool for things like the Dragon Soul, but also being able to follow up as Fofo's package does do too much.
Yep, it's just going to be used as an equalizer. He's out of rockets as well, so it feels like Fofo's usefulness in this fight could be limited. As the Herald is going to reset. Weibo doing a good job to just force BLG away from this one. So BLG, this super team, we need to see something a little bit more in this game. We need to see what all the hype is about here. Is Doggo trying to clear in the mid lane. Weiwei, has he found SOFM here? The flash out from the Zed. The burn is ticking away, but the curtain call will not find the shots, and it means SOFM survives at least for the time being. That said, with the jungler chunked, maybe that's an opportunity for the Herald on the side of BLG.
You still don't have control of mid though, so try to actually set this up for BLG is really tough. Red buff on SOFM as well means that he's actually going to be able to heal this up relatively nicely, and the Shy even got a reset in the midst of that, so he's just come back with his boots and the Oblivion Orb as well to add to some of that annoyance in any of the healing that Breathe is going to be able to put out during this fight. So Weibo, just off of lane pressure alone, will get this Rift Herald play themselves.
SFM just getting completely trolled by the Herald. One of those eyes that's clearly not actually open. It just refuses to proc. But yeah, that's going to be their Herald taken in Weiwei. He'll just have to settle for some Wolves for a Gromp, but SFM's happy with that trade on the top side of the map here. As the Shy returns to the top lane once more. And actually, Wonfong's here to even stop the Gromp being taken, unless there's a smite. There is from Weiwei. Maybe caught out of position. Crisp is there, and the hook barely goes wide. If that anchor hits, that would have been perfect timing to deny the blast from as well.
3 members on this bot side, though. I'm keeping my eyes on SOFM, right? He has this Rift Herald, could use on top side. Is on.
On does not have flash. Anchored to the wall. His flash is about to come off, but it's not there. And the thumbs down from Crisp. Crisp is there to make a statement in this support role and let him know that he's the veteran.
I mean, that's just kind of, that's just mean. Poor guy. He's just trying his best to get out of there. It's a nice attempt. But yeah, I mean, good pick from BLG. Not sure why On was in River, to be perfectly honest, right? You knew Weiwei was there. You could always assume that they're going to try and jump on top of you, especially as the wave was being pushed in on towards Wonfong in the bot lane. But a bit of a slower paced game than I think I was really hoping for coming into this. Like, we've had some action back and forth, but I really thought that off the last game, Weibo had shown pretty good action in those early stages and working with SOFM and kind of a multitude of different ways that they could play. Obviously invading with SOFM, but like also towards their lanes. It feels like this time around, On's kind of been left on his own. We're not getting SOFM linking up with him in the same way. Angel's not really moving about as much, and it's just, although Weibo are ahead, well, not really ahead, they're kind of even. It's not looking as decisive as it was in games previous.
Yeah, definitely not. But that said, with the draft that they've got, I'm super surprised that they're not just going gung-ho at this point. Certainly, like FL, it's taken a while to get online, especially comparatively to that Jhin. We'll have to wait and see, though, as the game continues. Weiwei trying to move in here. This would be a third break in a row for Weibo if they can finish it off 2K already. Can they get the smite? Yes, they can. So Drake taken, and Weibo, I mean, why fight, right? Just leg it at this point. You already got the Drake. What else is there to fight for?
Yeah, BLG being late to the party again. Oh, hang on.
Pride is the answer. We're going to fight anyway. Chaos Storm comes down. Crisp turns golden, but will be chased down. The Gravitum is there to finish the kill. Angel getting that one as they look for more as well. And Weibo solo. How does the anchor miss on that one? The Shy charging forwards, but they'll find a target here. And Weibo, they'll be quite happy with that. They get themselves the Drake. They get a bonus pick off of it. And SOFM is fishing for more. Hunting through the jungle. Doggo low on HP. So is Breathe. As the shurikens go in, but SFM does not commit to the play for the time being. Does have his death mark available if he wants to go deep. He can buy a lot of time for his team, and Angel poking under the tower, but the minion wave is cleared by BLG. And it was tense for BLG there, but they will survive.
I mean, look at the positioning from the Shy in this fight, right? He does such a good job of separating BLG. Weiwei can't really go in because he's onto 4 members. You've got the Shy being able to just get his needlework across so many people while staying immune in that Shroud. So basically you've got BLG who can't really dish out any damage, whereas Weibo are getting so much work done onto Crisp on denying Weiwei access to the fight. So nice job by the Shy to kind of set up for success there.
Now a confused frog from On as Crisp makes an attempt at going in but doesn't quite find the mark. I feel like On and Crisp is the new rivalry in the LPL, where every time anyone does anything, the cheeky little emote comes out. It's going to be the Shy trying to defend this tower on the top side, and SOFM has found Doggo the exhaust use, but will keep him safe. So SOFM Deathmark on cooldown now. Baron is up on the map. Drake coming up in 3 minutes. The Shy trying to defend the tower, and On has moved up to try and protect him. Fofo is here, and Weiwei has plenty of damage, but in with the snip to try and just clear these minions away and keep the tower safe. They will be able to do so, and yet another extremely lackluster package coming out from Fofo.
Yeah, it's just the timing on when he's picking it up hasn't been too much. But we will start to see as this game goes on. BLG will end up in a position where they can try and use a lot of the poke that we're seeing at those towers to siege up. The biggest issue that I'm seeing, though, is just these dragons. You're only going to be hitting like a Luton's Echo here for the Corki, and you'll get your LDR finish for Doggo, but with Weibo Gaming, the way they're positioned, they can either, one, look to fight you with a composition that, as we saw, is pretty damn good at when it looks towards team fights, or they can just look to try and play off in the side lane, right? Trade the dragon that's in 2 minutes for more Terra's topside, get more gold into their back pocket, or even try and play off towards like positioning on Baron. It becomes pretty difficult for BLG to try and keep all of their places covered when this dragon starts to spawn.
As Crisp goes in onto SOFM, but he's playing Zed, so zips on out of there. And importantly as well, you're mentioning like the team fight strength here. Look at Angel, 2-0 and 2. Once he resets, he'll be able to finish a second item as well. And already we saw in the last team fight, the Chaos Storm just doing so much work for the team. He's able to just sit back and relax during these fights, just blast everything at maximum range. That reset is currently coming on through. And there it is. Shadow Flame picked up. Boots picked up as well. Angel is going to do so much work in this next one.
I feel like on BLG's side, you've got to try and look for picks. You've got the Talon who can burst someone out. You've got Crisp and Doggo who can work with like long range engage. And just try and find anyone moving across. You can see here to like push in the top side. But for Weibo, they're doing a pretty good job of like staying clumped as a unit and not really allowing BLG much more than the Terra and the top side.
I do feel like when we look at the way that these teams are constructed, when I looked at these rosters, the player on the side of Weibo that I'm kind of like least excited for was Angel, because I think Angel is a player that, you know, I really like it, but I'm obviously massively biased. But I think that he was a player that was fairly underwhelming, right? And I don't think he's a player that many people are hyped or have at the top of their power rankings or anything like that. He's up against Fofo, but this Victor versus Corki meta gives you so much freedom to just scale up. And when it comes to team fights, that's where Angel actually excels. That's where he is one of the better players in the league. You think of him for the Cassidans, the Azirs, as the hook goes wide there from On, almost finding the engage they were looking for. Won't quite get it for the time being. 10 seconds until Drake comes up. Maybe Angel can prove himself once more. The Shy dashing forwards aggressively. Dodge away from most of the damage that is returned as Fofo desperately trying to find these rockets, but not finding his mark for the time being. Is now priority in the mid lane from Weibo Gaming, and here we go. On finds the engage. Fofo burning away. Has Azonia's team himself alive, but the Shy is on the back line. Doggo chase down, slip through, but the exhaust will keep alive for the time being. SFM in the meantime shredding the rest of the squad. There's one for the AD carry as Angel flashes over the wall for the double kill. Let's make that a triple as the Shy, in fact, snags it away. But regardless, it is a 5-0 clean ace.
And both objectives, Dragon over in favor of Weibo. That's Cloud Soul. Baron already started off. Weibo, the confused frog are on. Oh god, Weibo are destroying BLG.
What super team, sorry? That's what I was asking right now. Where's that super team that we all heard about? Because he's not seeing it.
I mean, I'm not really seeing it either, to be honest, right? Like, we've talked about the potential plays that BLG could make in the early stages. Didn't really see any of it. Now we're getting in towards team fights, and despite the fact that BLG have a ton of poke, why is Fofo on the front line? Like, nobody there to help him out. Breathe doesn't try and tank the hook. Fofo's gone, and as you said, the Shy, he's just chasing Doggo to Kingdom Come. Like, there's no way Doggo's been able to play a factor in this fight. When you've got the poke, like, use the fact that you can set up over walls. Use the fact that you can, like, kite back. It's not what we saw from BLG, and it's why it was such a one-sided fight for Weibo. Now back to reality, though, and Weibo seizing up in the mid lane. They've got the Baron buff. It's kind of hard to when Weibo can spread that Baron buff so easily across all three lanes.
I'm not so sure that On is winning this mental warfare, because he is spamming that with Crisp now. I think Crisp's hit a nerve as SOFM is looking to hit a nerve in the mid lane onto Fofo. Actually manages to dash back over the wall. Can his team save him? The answer is yes. That was stylish from SOFM. Doesn't get the kill,
costume is flat, but it looked damn good.
LL Stylish coming in, you know, gotta get all the way out of there, but just about able to escape away from that. A little bit risky, honestly. Like, yeah, the style and points were cool, but not the best of ideas for SOFM. He burns everything to escape from a situation he put himself in. So maybe not working out the best. And then you got SOFM who's got a back. You wanted to try and use this Baron buff, was on able to hook the wall, so maybe the mental warfare is starting to play a factor, but you still got the Shy pushing in bot lane. SOFM is healed up, and Weibo will go back to once again sieging.
Yeah, the tier 2 still remaining in the bottom lane, so Suning having to position just to make sure nobody can contest the Shy on the tower. And now with that gone, it means Weibo can push a little more aggressively, can get a little bit more aggressive of a vision line in this jungle, and can try and choke BLG out a little bit more. But I think for the time being, with 45 seconds left on this Baron, the call is going to be top side instead. Try and just knock down all the tier 2s. That said, the Shy, different game plan, is just going to try and finish an inhib tower by himself.
I mean, gets very close to it as well. But the engage on SOFM.
No way to get away again. Okay, finished off this time by Weiwei. SOFM's shenanigans finally cause an issue for the side of Weibo. They will finish the top tier 2. And in the meantime, the Shy is pushing onto an inhibitor. And Fofo just about able... Oh no, the root actually lands. Fofo surely can follow up. Doesn't look like he's willing to commit the Valkyrie there. BLG will hold on, but they lose so much. Look at the goal difference at this point. 7,000 in favor of Weibo game against the Shy. Just will not leave them alone. Looks for a red buff. That was Weiwei. Will fight it away. And actually, On's in trouble thanks to the Shy. Anchors away, but finished by Doggo. And Huanfeng suddenly found in a precarious spot. Graviton will keep him alive for the time being. But that's the Talon. You don't get to run away from Talons, but it doesn't matter because Angel's here in the burn, ticking away onto Weiwei. I don't think it'll quite finish him off, but at least keeps Huanfeng alive. The laser comes through. A bounty from that tower. And Dagda, we've gone from the quietest game of the split so far to pure chaos.
And we're still going. The Shy, he's TP'd in to match Breed's TP, and Crisp is left on his own. He's got to flash away.
He will flash away, but I don't think there's a way out of this one. The solar flare, a little bit too late, will not keep him alive. Last needlework available as the Shy's in the middle of everyone. And that needlework, it doesn't care about no exhaust. Fofo forced away, Angel turns golden. It's a double for the Shy. His breathe is cut down to size. And I don't know, this 40-second death time is maybe Weibo could just finish it.
Yeah, as long as they can keep this minion wave alive, they should be able to. Huanfeng, or more than likely the Shy, can try and tank up this turret. Package for Fofo makes it devastating though, and unfortunately for Weibo, they're going to have to back it on up because they cannot deal with the Corki. Minute and a half until Elder though means they're littering wards on the way out, and going to make it very difficult for Billy to try and contest this.
And we have to... Let's just take another look, because this is all the charge, you know? Like, the amount of pressure this guy's putting on the Gwen is this.
I love the way, like, you can imagine late game Gwen versus early game Gwen, but the Shy plays them both at the same. It's always late game Gwen. I am always going to be able to do more damage than is reasonably expected from this champion, but it works out from this time. And now we've got SOFM, who's basically sneaking around in the jungle, trying to see if he can spot anyone coming across to get wards. Because 45 seconds until this Elder Dragon resets already through for Weibo, means that they can just sit here. They can just toy with BLG and see if they can try and bait them into unfavorable fights.
Oh, that's going to be a route onto On, and he's just blown up, but actually survives. Doggo finally finishes it off. Shy in the back of the fight, as is SOFM, as they're trying to take people down. Supporting both gone. Doggo flashes over the wall. Weiwei getting chased down, and Weibo, I don't know how they won this one. They were caught out, but it turns out there's no such thing as being caught out when you Weibo game, and when you've got the Shy on your roster, because they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion wave there. And Dagda, this time, it will be game. This time, it will be Weibo stepping forward with another point chalked onto the board. They're 1-0 in the standings, and now they will be 1-0 in this series. The BLG super team yet to find a win.
And a nice job from Weibo coming in. We were kind of saying, look, they've got the late game scaling. They can just sit back, put their feet up, kind of hit a point where they're going to be pretty happy. But for every dragon that came up, it just looked like Billy didn't have an answer. There was always Weibo first to the occasion, being able to force them back, and one or two missed fights, meaning that Weibo were able to take that win.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Weibo. And I want to point out something as well that, you know, the Shy started the game 0-2-0. He just then never died again and got like 6 kills and like 11 assists. So if you just minus the first couple of minutes of the game, basically he had a flawless game. It's just that early laning phase, perhaps not the most respectful, but just look at the damage, man. Like, what do you do against this kind of team fight? That's through exhaust, by the way.
I mean, the Shy is loving this Gwen pick. He's been getting it pretty consistently, and it's been working out. The late game team fighting with it has worked wonders. I think he's really good at, like, finding his position where he can kind of, like, draw the line in the sand and say, you either come to me and fight me and I'll be able to take it, or you've got to abandon the people that I've now separated between the two. So, really nice use of the Gwen from the Shy in team fights. And then for the rest of Weibo, I mean, you don't see a huge amount of damage on Huanfeng because he's up against a very long-range composition, but still, the team fighting from Weibo was sublime, and it made it really difficult for Billy to honestly do anything in these fights.
And realistically, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think Weibo, Wei was the only one really from the side of BLG that felt like he existed in a lot of this game. Like Fofo felt like we were just waiting for him to come online. Same for Doggo on this Jhin. I mean, he was just under so much pressure constantly from SOFM that didn't feel like he was able to have much of an impact. Then you got Tank Gragas in the top lane. He's not exactly going to carry the game. So feels like, you know, on paper, I don't dislike this draft from BLG, but in practice, it didn't feel like it had any way to win the game.
Yeah, I think a large portion of it was like where we got the attention from Weiwei, because as you were saying, it went topside and got some kills onto the Shy, right? And this would be great if then we saw like Weiwei and Chris blinking up and looking for picks and snowballing the game that way, right? Like, you get picks in the jungle off of how strong the Talon is, move that in towards like mid lane tower or top lane tower, but we didn't really get that. And then consistently where we were kind of calling for, hey, Roam's bot work really well for Fofo, we just saw him kind of designated to his lane and not really moving elsewhere. So I think a lot of kind of mismanaging of the early lead that BLG had and mismanaging of what options were available to the early stages really hurt BLG in the long run.
I definitely feel like Fofo had the mentality of, I am Corki, I scale. And that's all I'm allowed to do for the early game. We're going to jump to a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time, and we'll see if Weibo can tie a bow on this series, or if this BLG squad has a little more in the tank.
我的 LPL 家人和我的撸啊撸朋友，新年快乐！
熊捏左尿。
Ming looking to just deny the TP. Xiaohu onto the Nexus, and Xiaohu ends the game.
Ryan jumps in over the wall. Beautiful Gragas cast from Xiaohu. Putting that DPS into the tier 2. They're already going in. Go!
Let's go, baby!
Ale, if they want to go for this fight, in he goes. Move forward.
Oh! He gets him!
No! This is Donya's trying to buy time. There's Kingslayer. Ivory's in trouble as well. The E dodged away from Flash.
Well, looking forward, trying to end the game. Betty needs to hit it.
No, they hit it.
They've got it. The satchel charge to secure.
Tarzan there with the kick. It's a 3-man 2. But FBX still firing out. There goes Viper. Turning it around. No!
I just believe more in the Dom 1 bag of tricks based on everything we've seen this tournament. So for me, it's a 3-0.
Scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the queue.
Viper is still alive though, flashes in, Showmaker dashes forward, Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive. They've actually done it, the LPL is back on top, Medius.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL once more as we're partway through our final series of the day. Weibo Gaming, I think, surprising a lot of people with a 1-0 start to the series against the BLG Super Squad that everyone's been so hyped to see. The first game of the split. And so far looking, has to be said, like a little discoordinated for this.
I mean, yeah, there just didn't really seem to be anything for the early stages for BLG, right? Like, we see Jin Leona picked up, but not really willing to play around it in the bot side. Corky kind of just sticking to his lane for Fofo, which was a little bit disappointed on, to be honest. And I mean, Breed's on Gragas duty, so I can't really blame Breed. Like, it's not his job to carry the game, so I don't know. And just felt all a little bit kind of lackluster from BLG. Because when we looked across at Weibo, they went for this style where it's like, cool, we've got scaling mid, scaling bot, super scaler in the top side as well. So we can kind of just take it easy in the early stages. And despite the fact they lost both Rift Heralds, they were actually able to play for Dragons early, set up really well for team fights, and find those opportunities, but on finding some magnificent hooks.
Yeah, I mean, on doing a decent job as well to be able to make things happen in that early stage. And I have had it confirmed that there will be no roster swaps from the side of BLG, so no sneaking Uzi in mid-series or anything like that going to be happening. Let's take a look at our MVP for that game, because I didn't get told in my ear.
It was the Shy.
But I've got a sneaky feeling. Shy. He absolutely popped off. A little dicey in the laning phase, has to be said, but once we got that rockiness out of the way, the Shy just had an incredible game for himself. Those team fights were unbelievable. And like every single time Exhaust was available, it was dropped on the Shy. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the clips from him, because yeah, I mean, he was just nuts.
I actually don't know if we have time. I think we're running straight into pick and ban. I think we're a little bit behind, so yeah, we're just gonna go straight into pick and ban. So different graphics coming up on your screen, but we're gonna see pretty much the same coming through on both sides, right? This Tryndamere ban being placed over towards BLG. Imagine that being towards Fofo. Caitlyn Jinx taken off the board, so actually not gonna have the Jinx left open this time around. On the opposite side though, Twisted Fate, Khan taken off the board. Maybe an Aphelios ban here just to like take us away from those big 80 carries, or a look at the jungle bans as well, because nothing has been placed towards the jungle, and Lee Sin such a big pick for SO4.
Yes, but I mean, if you ban the Lee Sin, you leave that Z open for the first pick. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Sin's out, is available. Lee Sin, as you mentioned, gonna just get straight locked in for SOFM here. No more shenanigans in that jungle. Gonna go for the more standard play. Now over to BLG to see what they prioritize with both Jinx, Caitlyn, and Aphelios gone. Bottom lane is wide open. They could go for that Jin once again.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if it'd be the Jin and the Xin Zhao that they decide to go towards, with just a good answer to the Lee Sin. You can win those early skirmishers, and it works out pretty well for you. So at least now there's the Jin, there's the Xin, and looks like we're gonna get exactly that.
Yeah, we do finally see the Jin Zhao locked in. Beautiful stuff. Over to the, I entertain myself anyway. I find me funny, and that's all that matters. Over to the side of Weibo, as they need to lock a bottom lane in. And hovering a Varus. This, I don't know if it'd be the first Varus we've seen all split. I think so.
I think we've seen it already.
Actually, no, there's been one. And it lost. So we'll have to wait and see if Huan Feng is willing to go for that one. Certainly a pick that we know Huan Feng for, right? When we think of Huan Feng, especially in 2020, huge on that lethality Varus. So could be a big pick.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Jin, the whole thing that he's kind of good at is strong laning phase, but also being able to play at long range. Varus can answer for a lot of that early push in the laning phase, and also then sets you up with an answer for the long range as well. Surprised, honestly, they didn't go for the Corki. I thought the whole plan here was going to go Varus, Corki, maybe offer for the Jace in top side as well for the Shy if you really wanted to, but not going to be the case. And it looks like Fofo going to go back towards having a little bit more control from the mid lane, as they hover the LeBlanc briefly, but I am an idiot and should never talk about hovers, so they go for Leona.
Yeah, come on, Rob, you idiot. I was excited too. I saw Fofo, I saw LeBlanc, I was like, I'm in. Let's lock it. Let's go. They're not going to go for it. We're going to go to the bans. It's going to be Crisp going with the Leona once more. So the exact same support matchup as last game. Crisp definitely got into On's head with the emote game. did not manage to win out that support matchup. We'll see if that can change for game number 2. It's going to be a Gravesman hit for BLG. And for the side of Weibo, it feels like fairly, I guess, skirmish heavy for the composition right now. What would you expect to be banned?
I would be surprised to see maybe a Quirky ban, to be honest. I think you've got options on both sides to play at long range, and Quirky, a super strong mid lane blind pick, and when you've already got a good amount of range on Jhin, adding that with the Quirky and kind of just setting up for a really strong team fight, always a good option. But actually going to be banning away top laners, so it looks like Weibo more eyeing up for the Shy to go to this blind pick Gwen again. So could go with like something like the Camille ban once more and just allow the Shy to have control on Gwen if this mid lane Quirky pick, or at least a blind pick mid lane, is going to come through on BLG side.
Jack's taken off. As you say, definitely suggests a potential Gwen. But the question is if you're allowing that to go over, because that could just be Breathes blind. So we'll have to wait and see what the top lane bans are going to be. 5 seconds. Weibo to lock this one in. They're thinking about it hard, but it is going to be the Jace taken off the board.
Okay, so yeah, I imagine they're kind of worried about, hey, look, maybe we get the Quirky and then they can still go for the Jace for Breathe. Jace can do reasonably well into that Gwen in the early stages, and you end up with a really strong poke composition for BLG. We'll have to see exactly what BLG are going to lock in here. I think Quirky, phenomenal option. I mean, he's super strong. Does both poke, does the team fight well, like, why the hell not? But they're actually going to steal away the Gwen from the Shy. So now the question is, what the Shy want to go for? I would actually love to see the Zoe and potential for a Jace pick here for Weibo, because I think Jace works really well against the Gwen. And if you go towards the Zoe, right, like, you actually have a ton of long-range poke that you can go for. Victor fitting the same kind of caliber, except offering a bit more zone control, and I think it could work pretty well for you here for Weibo.
Certainly could, but it's going to be the Victor locked in here, and a Carly being offered. That would be exciting to be seen up in the top lane, or it could be Victor top as well. We have to remember that Victor has been seen in the top lane this season, so plenty of flexibility for the side of Weibo. And remember, if that Akali is locked in, the Shy can play Akali, so can Angel. We've seen it plenty of times before, and it is going to be locked in. I think that's Angel taking Akali to the mid lane. I think that's a Victor top.
I mean, there's definitely the potential, right? We talked about, like, struggles for Gwen in AP matchups. Victor has a ton of zone control as well that can make it a little bit of a nuisance for the Gwen to try and find those plays, but we'll have to see exactly what the plan is going to be. And honestly, if we aren't sure, Fofo definitely isn't, so I'm, again, curious to see what Fofo decides to go with. We'll go with the LeBlanc, just to be like, look, if it's a Kali, maybe I can get some quick trades in. And against Victor, prior to this season, LeBlanc was actually in a really good spot to go against the Victor, but not really seeing too much success now for LeBlanc anymore against the Victor in that 1v1, but it is actually going to be the Victor top, it looks like, although we'll hold on until we get confirmation. But at least in that respect, the Shy going to be opting in towards what he has kind of in his back pocket as a counter for the Gwen.
But also, let's just like zoom out for a second. Look at these two comps stacked up. Our complaint in the last game was a slow, boring early game. Not with these comps. Skirmishes for days. Xin versus Lee Sin in the jungle with solo laners that want to brawl as well. This feels like it's going to be a much more exciting one. But also, we get to see Fofo on that LeBlanc. This is one of his signature picks, and it's something he always manages to have an impact on.
I will say, though, the Weibo composition is a bit odd, though, right? Because, like, when you think of Akali, she usually wants to be in a side lane. Victor can somewhat side lane, but definitely doesn't want to against Gwen or LeBlanc, right? You go towards team fights, well, you've kind of got a poke Varus, and you've got a little bit of long range coming through.
He could go on.
Well, he maybe the poke Varus, but at least you got the Victor alongside it. You've got a weird kind of engage setup coming through for the Akali, who needs to find flanks, and it's all a bit somewhat okay at multiple different styles, but no definitive style that I really see it excel at. Whereas when I look across as BLG side, you've got LeBlanc, you've got the Gwen, Wondrous when it comes towards sides, you've got a ton of poke that can come through from LeBlanc and Jhin, It just feels like BLG's composition has a more definitive styles that it can actually excel at.
And let's be honest, in the LPL, quite often it is just a matter of whoever has the more obvious win condition often just wins the game. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case here today. I do want to point out Hwanfeng going for that lethal tempo. So this is very likely to be the on-hit version of Varus. Very likely to go like Shield Bow into Rage Blade, you know, Wit's End, this kind of thing. Which certainly a very nice build when you're against LeBlanc and Gwen. You're going to need that sustain. You're going to need that MR.
I feel like there's going to be like kind of off standard builds for a couple of these. Like Hwanfeng, as you pointed out. I feel like for the Shy, although it is kind of, I suppose, standard, at least it was coming into the season, the Crown of the Shattered Queen, I feel like is going to be very much needed for the Shy, just because he needs to both survive the all-in potential from Breathe, but also the potential of the burst damage from Fofo if Fofo starts to roam up topside. So it'll definitely be an interesting one for Weibo, and I'm excited to see if they can make this composition work, because like there are so many moving parts, and as you said, like skirmishes can go really well topside for Weibo, and they've got like Hwanfeng who can deal some serious damage on the Varus in team fights if he's allowed access to them, but it just feels like there's so many different things that could go wrong, whereas BLG's is very much more standard in their composition.
Yeah, definitely the case. And I mean, when it comes to things like just setting up for objectives and things, having a Jhin there with big carries that can jump forward like the LeBlanc, I mean, it's as simple as being able to zone people away and then try to burst people down.
It feels like a large portion of this game is actually going to be on Breathe. Because the more I think about like the zone control that Hwanfeng and the Shy offer, if you're trying to jump in as like Weiwei or Fofo, it's very easy to get locked up with all the zone control that like the Shy and Hwanfeng offer. Whereas when you look at Breathe, he can bypass a lot of it, right? Because it's two ranged carries that are trying to lock you up. So in theory, that Shroud should be pretty good for Gwen. So I think a large portion of this game is actually going to come down to how Breathe operates in these fights.
Yeah, Hwanfeng throws out the Chain of Corruption. Gwen is immune. The old classic. Yeah, we'll have to see how Breathe is going to be able to operate in these fights. If he can be that carry. SOFM getting invaded here by Weiwei. It's going to be a smite off for the blue buff. But SOFM, Weiwei doesn't care about the blue buff. He just wants a 1v1 right here. SOFM chunked down low, but trying to turn it back around. Weiwei chases over the wall. Flash under the tower. Oh my days, it's a close one, and now the Shy's moving down. He wants to finish this jungler off, but SOFM is going to commit to his recall, and now the Shy in a 2v1. Angel's trying to move over, but he's too late to the party. And it means Weiwei wins out, and it's the first blood for the Xin Zhao. Now in the bottom lane as well, Weibo are caught out on low on HP, gets the shield out the last possible second, and he will survive, but only just.
I mean, you say Angel tried to move across. I don't think Angel really tried to move across that play. That kind of seemed like a little bit of miscommunication between the two solo lanes for Weibo. And bot side though, BLG, they can still look for some SOFM, trying to see if you can move in, sneak in behind Doggo and Crisp, trying to press their advantage in this bottom lane.
Crisp could be in trouble. He's trying to get a ward out now, but he's just going to step straight into the Lion's jaws. But SOFM doesn't go for it. We'll be able to... No, can't even clear the ward. Oh, it's a disaster. It's a complete disaster for Weiwei on the bottom side. Can't even go for the Skull of Crab because Weiwei's here. And now SOFM's the one caught out. Once again, rooted up this time. No flash available. And Doggo will surely finish the kill off. And that's 2 for 0 in favor of BLG. It's all gone wrong for SOFM.
I mean, good race start from BLG, right? Weiwei knows, hey, look, I can 2-camp into the... 3-camp into the topside jungle here for SOFM. I'll have the advantage because I have the better skirmishing power in the early stages. And because Fofo has control of mid, yes, Angel takes a little bit longer to come across, but I think that topside play was just super messy from Weibo. And again, SOFM tries to make a play bot, but Weiwei coming off of the kill and the reset as well there for him. He's in a great spot with that pickaxe to win out in the 3v3 bot. So really nice job from BLG just to play out the fact their jungler is stronger right now.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, and it feels like Weiwei has a squad that knows how to support him, right? He's been so aggressive in this matchup, going for that invader on the top side, but knew his team was there to back him up. The Shy tried to help out SOFM, but as you say, Angel is like Sorry, guys. You're on your own for this one. He just dipped. So the Shy kind of getting left out to dry by his new mid laner. And, you know, when you've played with Rookie for years, you're gonna just instinctively know that your mid laner will abandon ship in the mid lane to save you. He will go well out of his way to sacrifice himself in your name.
I will
Maybe
say,
Angel and Rookie are not the same player.
I was gonna say Angel had already pushed in the wave. So if personally, I would have dipped on 2 minions, maybe 3 minions to get there. You know, that's all I'm saying. Because I honestly think they would have won that trade. Like, Breathe was fully pushed in underneath his top tower. Wei was pretty low. They could have won that too.
Shy. I'm criticizing Angel.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm criticizing Angel as well. But Wei coming back top side. He's a man on a mission this game.
Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Level 6 for the Shy. Does have a lot of damage, but Wei goes slightly wide on his play. And actually, SOFM is here too, but so is Fofo in the tri-brush. He's going to go on SOFM and he gets the grub. I mean, the grub. Oh, SOFM just can't catch a break.
Look at the difference. It's a 600 gold lead for Wei. That's so much gold and experience that has just been gone into the ether for SOFM. A level advantage for Wei, the gold advantage. It's all gone disastrously for SOFM. And this was the first pick Lee Sin. This was the pick they were like, we don't care about the matchup. SOFM will win it out. But BLG are playing so well through this.
And I feel like we're seeing little whisperings of Sunic here, where we've drafted this composition that doesn't necessarily have priorities in lane, doesn't necessarily have a strong early game. They're like, look guys, chill out, we farm, we scale, we win it in the late game on a crazy Baron, you know? That's the kind of composition that I'm seeing now that we're watching this early game pan out. It is going to be SOFM starting this Drake off. Hopefully she'll be able to just continue this one contested as Wei moves through the mid lane. Angel could be in trouble. Uses the Twilight Shroud. Still has his splash available. Maybe we'll commit to something here, but yeah, I don't know about that one. It's going to be a smite onto the Drake though, just in time as SOFM will grab the Drake and get on out of there. Dagda, I'm scared. I'm scared for this Weibo team because how can you look that good at game number 1 and then look like this for game number 2? What happened? What changed?
Well, we said already, like, right, their draft is super funky to begin with. And 2, just lack of work in between the lanes, right? I actually think that if we had Angel move across the Shy,
Christmas found one pog with the solar flare on. It's gonna die here. Fourth shot goes ever so slightly wide, but it doesn't matter. Another successful play. BLG 4-0. I think BLG might take that first game a little personally.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna stop like harping on about what Weibo. Like the fact we're not getting interaction between the lanes. This is traditional Weibo. It's sad to see because I thought we'd get more after watching the WBG series, but One Fung actually maybe bringing it back against Doggo. Predict
One Fung's just got a solo kill onto Doggo. So there are positives here for Weibo.
Yeah,
just absolutely rinsed him. You know, I love One Fung. I'm always happy to hype up One Fung, and when he does stuff like that, it makes it real easy.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is getting some control back on the map, right? Like One Fung being able to actually set up, hey, look, we have a bot lane that we can play around. We still have a dragon for ourselves. So Weibo, at least that is a silver lining for them. But for BLG, they are continuing to command this top side of the map. And then we got Crisp and Wei here when SOFM is trying to make a play.
Starting the all in, but SOFM's already here, kicks him away, tries to finish the kill off, but it's a Gwen. You can't do any damage to him. And On won't be able to do much of anything on this one, although Shy does proc the Chaos Storm. That's a lot of damage down onto Wei, who just commits onto the Shy, but protected by his jungler is the Shy. Angel's here as well. Chris just wants to escape, but I don't think you get out of this one. Perfect execution available. He's underneath the tower, and it looks like Angel won't pull the trigger.
Okay, so now we get that movement coming through from Weibo. It took a little bit of time to get there, but you've got the support from on that top side, linking up with SOFM and turn around that top play. One Fung, though, needs to be careful in the mid. He's just rotated up to make sure that he's supporting this Rift Herald play, but needs to get back to top side because look at the bot lane. Doggo being left alone with those plates. And you can see now that Huanfeng is going to start that trek down to the bottom side.
Definitely a neutral objective. I'm not sure if it's Dragon, Baron, Herald. It's one of them. It's definitely a
Oh
thing.
my!
Here we go. This is just brutal. Doggo.
Look at this predict though. That was so sick. The predict on the E just being able to go. You're definitely going to flash this, so sets it up. It's so nice. But again, all right, Huanfeng now in the bot lane. Doggo got the 3 plates because Weibo committed everything towards that Rift Herald. So in the grand scheme of things, you're already kind of answering for that Rift Herald play, which is why with the early plays and the plates, BLG are sitting about a 2,000 gold lead. I want to see what the plan is here from SOFM though, because I feel like you powered through your strong side of the map, played through Huanfeng, set him up. But I wouldn't be surprised if they end up just trying to plunk this mid, because Weibo definitely a team that oftentimes would just try to double use the Rift Herald mid to crack open that mid lane turret.
Yeah, crucially recall sets in that bottom side as well. I want to just quickly point something out before we move too far away from that AD carry 1v1. I want to point out that Huanfeng actually used his WQ super early in the fight, so didn't get maximum effectiveness out of the execute. But it's because it's so easy to dodge the Q, right? And saving that is your final move when the enemy has flash is never a good play. So saving the E to proc the blight stacks on the second part of the play is actually so smart from Huanfeng to hold on to that and use the E second instead of first, just to play around the flash.
Shy, got nowhere to go.
Yeah, the Breathe just gonna commit to this one. Does have Chaos Storm right now. The Shy has a lot of burst damage. Maybe he can just finish off Breathe, but it's not gonna happen. Not enough damage just yet. He did only have boots, actually. Now I look at his inventory, so maybe not quite as much burst as I'm leading everyone to believe.
And with that play going on to the top side, now Weibo starting to lose control of the map, at least again on this top end, right? Shy goes down, Fofo's getting plates mid. You're still looking at only a single plate, I believe, taken on this bottom side now for Weibo. And we got to see, again, where's this Rift Herald going? I would like to go bot side, try and make a play there, but it really does seem like SOFM's kind of just scrambling to pick up whatever CS and experience he can off of being set behind early.
He's got that Herald.
Or maybe not. Maybe he just wants to sit in the bush.
I'm not going to lie. He's getting XP, which is better than what's happening the rest of the game so far for SOFM. So maybe that's the safest place for him. He's just going to chill there. I mean, let's be honest. If you're Breathe, you're not predicting this. Who would predict this? As SOFM now going to look for the kick, but it's not going to happen. Just going to force Breathe away. And I guess they're just going to commit to this one and trade it for a Drake. In the meantime, Chris onto On in the bottom side as Weiwei finishes that Drake off. Huanfeng tries for the steal, but it's not going to happen. On almost gets rooted out there, will get caught up and I think finished off by Doggo, but actually a stopwatch to turn things around. He will still go down, but hey, held on longer than you would have expected. And now the Herald charge up in this top side. The Shy getting a bunch of extra gold from these plates. Fofo had to move up. And once again, Angel, he's just chilling in that mid lane. He does not care about what's happening on the map.
I will say Fofo did push him in this time, so I respect the fact he had to get a wave, but again, like Fofo, because of that shove in mid, is having more impact map state. Holding up Breathe on this top end, making sure that that tower top actually doesn't go down, and now with turret plates falling, Fofo isn't as worried about Angel taking the turret plates.
SOFM in trouble here. Ward jump gets him out to safety. In the meantime, Huanfeng caught out. Weiwei finishes that kill off. Had to flash for it, but all that worth. 7-2 on the scoreboard. This is a 3,000 gold lead for BLG. And this is more of what we wanted to see in game number 1. This is the BLG that we were hoping for. They feel coordinated. It feels like they know what they want to do to try and win this game.
And it's going to be trying to shut down the last remaining kind of bastion of hope for Weibo, right? Like, Billy already winning mid and top side of the map, so just shutting down Huanfeng now actually is a big win for them. Yes, the Shy managed to pick up turret plates and a few kills there, but he's already been set pretty far behind, so it's not going to be too much of a factor. You've also answered for the turret plate on bot side, so overall, Billy, they're looking strong across the board, and with a 3,000 gold lead picked up for themselves, the potential for a Rift Herald that's going to be spawning fairly soon as well, it's feeling all right for BLG.
It's feeling exceptional for BLG. It's already feeling dicey as hell for Weibo, because it's not just the score at the top of the board, right? 3,000 gold, you know, it's not that crazy at 15 minutes. But when you look individually across the board, everyone's fine. Everyone across the side of Weibo online. So they need to find a pick. They need to find something magical. On! That was clean. Dodges the solar flare, and then the W hits, but obviously none of the damage to the solar flare went through, so it's not a root. And it anchors away to the wall. Very nicely done. Bit of fancy footwork.
I mean, at least you're able to kind of combat BLG there, right? They'd all grouped up to try and shove in mid. Breed shoving out on the spot lane as well. So we're going to get the resets coming through from BLG. And I want to see them try and spread out into a 1-3-1, right? Breed having control over this side lane, especially in the long lane like that. With the ghosts available for both the Shy and Breed, he should be able to chase down the Shy relatively easy. And LeBlanc, well, she can try and look for picks on towards Angel, especially with the gold advantage and level advantage that she has.
So now we're looking at a point in the game where everyone's finishing a move, except for support. So, doesn't have flash right now. Could be in a big amount of trouble. That's going to be Chain of Corruption used by Kwon. It's not really enough. On gets caught out once again. I mean, that's just going to be out for BLG, surely.
Yeah, I mean, BLG just quick pick and that's it. I gotta say though,
loves
like
that vote.
this is what we're talking about for BLG though, right? Like you control the mid push, you control the side lanes, so you're going to be in a pretty good spot to make sure that you're able to set yourself up for this Rift Child. And I actually wanted to highlight, as I say that, we're going to get Scoreboard taken away, but Angel actually has the Everfrost picked up, so he's not going for like your more standard that we'd see like the Night Harvester or the Rocket Belt. You're going to be able to play more utility with this, but your damage is going to take a pretty sizable hit. And when your composition kind of seems to be built around a lot of burst, I would have preferred it. I can understand the thought process though if they're just going for full zone control.
Weiwei might be caught out though, as SFM's trying to find the pick for his team. Angel actually flashing forwards to try to follow up, but the Sonic Wave goes wide. And Angel has to commit the ulti to this one. Angel finishing that kill off, has perfect execution. Shuriken lands onto Fofo. He's not going to commit for the time being. It will just be the red buff stolen away. A kill onto the enemy jungler. 1-for-1 in the play overall. And the Shy, once again, in the early stages of the games, is just not having a good time.
And again, you're still losing out on the map, right? BLG, they're pushing in bot side. They're getting vision control for this dragon that's up in 20 seconds. And Weiwei will be up perfectly fine and in time for it. So for BLG, they're just opting in towards, hey, we'll trade topside for where the dragon's going to be. And I can kind of understand here for Weibo that they wanted to see if they could make a play, trade it for that dragon pressure. But because the Shy gets caught out, it's really not worth it.
I mean, you know, we see Crisp arrive at the last portion of that fight, but I'm not sure he actually made a difference. I'm pretty sure Breathe just wins that 1v1 anyway, so just a massive overstep from the Shy at that point. At least he does have teleport available, so maybe some kind of play can happen. We'll have the ultimate available for this next fight. It is that second level on Chaos Storm. That's when it really starts to hammer home, so we'll have to see if Weibo are even willing to contest. I'd be surprised though, honestly, because it feels like they're just so far behind. It feels impossible to win a fight here.
Yeah, I mean, the Victor pick, although nice, isn't really working out. Now you got Dragons going the way of BLG. You're
surprise play bot lane onto Fofo. He's caught out of position. What a play from Weibo. I'm not sure they actually win this fight though. It's 1-for-1 so far, but health bars are low and Huanfeng's in full retreat. SOFM on the wrong side of the play. Look, it looks really cool. It was exciting. It wasn't good though, because now SOFM, he's running into enemy territory, and Doggo grabs himself that kill. Angel, in the meantime, is split pushing, trying to get a tier 2 up in this top side to answer in some way, but realistically, he's a Carly. He's not exactly good at shredding down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice idea from Weibo, but it is still a 2-for-1. There's not really much pressure they can get done on the map, and BLG managed to just pick themselves up and dust themselves off. So now you got Breathe with 2 kills, and he's taken over in these side lanes. So you see here, right? Like, it's a nice idea, hiding in that Chemtech fog, making sure you're able to find the pick, but there's just too many members of BLG coming in too quickly, too much CC, and the long range that you can have the likes of Jin join in changes this dynamic very, very quickly. So unfortunately for Weibo, these picks just aren't really going their way so far.
That frog is haunting Weibo at this point. Every time someone messes up, they just drop the frog. Yeah, I don't know. I like the play. The play was cool. It wasn't good, but it was cool. And I don't think Weibo have maybe just accepted a loss on this one and are kind of just trying to make cool stuff happen, right? And I think that's one of the things that you see a lot of top teams do. When they start to fall massively behind and it doesn't feel like it's a winnable game, they'll start to make more coin flippy plays. And I feel like that's what happens. Let's see if we can one-shot Fofo. And if we can get away with it, fantastic. We're suddenly in a good spot. Chain of Corruption goes wide. And Crisp hit by the Sonic Wave, but no follow-up for the resonating strike there. In the meantime, just a trade of towers across the board as the Shine is bottom lane right now. SOFM needs to rejoin his team, dodges the root, but the stun comes through from Crisp. And now the curtain call comes on in. Angel in all kinds of trouble. The perfect execution gets him out to safety. SOFM might not be so lucky as he chases Fofo in the 1v1. And now BLG collapse and shred through the Suning health bars. I meant Weibo, not Suning. Sorry, guys. It's now over to the Baron as BLG take over.
Old habits die hard, but it turns out Weibo die fairly easily for your BLG. Baron goes over their direction. And again, this is easy for BLG to operate off of. They win side lanes, they win the mid push, especially with Baron. And you can be damn sure that they're going to start spreading out across the map and making it incredibly difficult for Weibo to answer. I don't know how, have objective bounties in just yet. It feels like that's what Weibo need right now, but there's just nothing to be found.
Yeah, there really isn't. Like, we need a miracle. We need a miracle for Weibo if they're going to get back into this game. They do scale decently well, but I'm not sure it's well enough at this point. And Crisp has been so on point as Leona this game. Like, it feels like he is constantly in the right place at the right time and just denying anything On wants to do.
And there's just nothing that Weibo can do here, right? They're already super far behind. They're caught out in every different angle. And now, especially with like the Chemtech Dragon as well, trying to spot out where BLG are is so difficult. Trying to contest dragons is so difficult. It's why this Soul is so obnoxious to play against when you're behind.
And I'm kind of disappointed at the lack of impact Angel's been able to have so far this game. I remember at Worlds, Carly was such a prolific pick as On is just gone again. He doesn't seem to be able to catch a break on this one as SOFM now getting chunked out as well. Angel once again just kind of stood at the side. I don't know how he had vision on that ward. Was that completely hidden? The control ward was behind that ward, completely pixel perfect. I swear my brain is doing somersaults right now. It's going to be a continued siege in the mid lane from BLG as they just hammer home with this Baron. And honestly, this game is looking hopeless for Weibo.
I mean, it has been for a little while, and the fact that BLG have been so relentless in pushing their advantage forward, like getting picked in the jungle, getting vision control, keeping side lanes in play, it's just not giving Weibo really an opportunity to find moments where they can try and trade across the map, and unless it's, you know, the Shy dying alongside them. So for BLG, Dragon now in 20 seconds, and they have reset a little late, so maybe Weibo can get into a position and like contest this, like look for a steal with SOFM over the wall, delay the game out a little bit. But regardless of how it goes, it just feels like BLG, even just from team fighting, is going so
SOFM's caught again, and On's anchor goes slightly wide, and actually it's the Shy caught out on the bottom side of the fight. Weiwei happy to take that one. Now On will be caught with the chains, goes in with the anchor, gets a knock off onto Doggo, but it doesn't matter. Hwangfeng does not have the damage at this point in the game to be able to answer back, and Crisp knows it, just charging forwards underneath the tower, happy to step on in as BLG will start to blast this base wide open. First inhib to go down. I don't think they can end the game just yet, but they can certainly lay their claim to the bottom side.
And I mean, they're going to get themselves on towards the soul point for Chemtech as well. And if you've got 2 health bars and BLG is already trouble dealing with one of them, it's going to make things a hell of a lot easier for you to end this game. So you've now got the opportunity for that in 5 minutes. Baron going to be spawning in 3 minutes as well. That feels like with BLG having control of the map, Breathe sends himself bot side. You've got LeBlanc who can push out top, and then just move in with BLG to start taking over this top side and do exactly what you did on the bot side to secure Dragon, except flip and reverse for top.
And just look how different this team feels for BLG when they're ahead, right? When they have lanes that they can play through, when they have Doggo playing this more supportive role with actual strong carries to support, this is what it feels like should have been happening in game number 1, right? And now Chris just goes in once again. He sees On,
He sees red, and he goes. Huanfeng chased down by Fofo as well. Wei there to finish that kill off. In the meantime, Angel on the back line, but he just doesn't do any damage. Taken out comfortably, on alone in the world, finished off. SOFM escapes with his life, but that is all he will have remaining. It's 20-4 on the scoreboard, almost a kill a minute in the game, and BLG, they get their first game win of the split. They come back in style in this series against Wade.
Playing with their food a little bit as they go from the end. Flashing across the board, the emotes as the end of the game. It feels like, you know what? They are playing for the live streaming service, Billy, so they got to have the remote game on point. But strong point from BLG. The fact that they were able to control the early stages of this game, like when you look at the invades coming through from Jinzhou, punishing the fact that SOFM had prioritized this lead sitting draft, playing off of Fofo mid lane. It was such a well-orchestrated early game coming through from Billy that when they got towards the mid-game, the massive lead that they already had meant that they were able to play through the top side, shut down the Shy, and then eventually the last bastion of hope was Huanfeng in the bot lane, who was doing his damnedest. But unfortunately, we've got 3-4 members of Billy that are all coming down towards that bot lane. There's just not very much you can do as the Varus.
And it's one of the big issues with on-hit Varus, right? One of the reasons that people play lethality Varus a lot of the time is because it comes online so much earlier. On-hit Varus needs like 3 items realistically before you actually start to do a significant portion of your team's damage. So felt like Huanfeng needed a lot more time in that game to be able to be effective. Never had that opportunity. And the Shy, a surprisingly large amount of damage considering he spent most of the game in a grey screen. But I guess that is just Victor things, right? The Chaos Storm, the poke during the laning phase. But honestly, if you're looking across the team of Weibo, it has to be Angel that you point the finger on this one, right? He had negligible.
Yeah, I was baffled by the Akali lock-in and kind of the shenanigans that Weibo tried to pull, but especially the fact that, like, there were moments in the early stage where Angel could have roamed across. Like, I saw where the wave was positioned on that, like, initial invade where the Shy had roamed down. He full cleared the wave and made it hit the Fofo's turret before he even looked at what was happening in River, and it felt like he should have been able to move across. It wasn't like he was stuck underneath this tower, so I don't know. Wasn't a big fan of the draft coming through from Weibo, and then their execution as well in the early game just kind of all fell apart. And, unfortunately for SOFM, the first pick Lee Sin actually went to his detriment, and it never really felt like Weibo got off the ground here. So I think coming in towards our third game, there's definitely going to be a big look at draft for Weibo, kind of going, right lads, let's not paint ourselves into a corner from the get-go, and then let's see if we can actually match toe-to-toe against Billy.
Yeah, we'll have to see. On the other side though, BLG looking fantastic. That's what we've been wanting to see. I want more of that in this series, and hopefully if we can get game 1 Weibo up against game 2 BLG, we could finish this one out with a banger. We'll have to find out right after the break.
The last thing I do want to go on here is to get you guys on the take and be able to hold it against you more so than the content I already have on you does. But Dagda, give me your take. Sell me who wins LPL 2021 spring split, or 2022 spring split rather.
I'm gonna be the cop out and just say EDG. Honestly, I think EDG, they still look good.
Answer.
They have an insane bot lane. The meta suits that style. They've shown they can play multiple styles. Like, JJ looks phenomenal. Flandre looks good. Like, I don't know. It's when there's so many question marks around the other teams, EDG just come out head and shoulders above them because you know what you're getting with them, and you know that it's a very strong spring split. Well, very strong team that you expect to do well in spring split.
I like it. Lyric, what am I holding above your head here in 2022? Oh my god.
Look, Mazel.
All right,
EDG
good.
is
That's what I
probably
was
the
hoping.
safe and correct answer. But it's not the LPL answer, and it's not even gonna be the true
OMG.
answer, because the logical answer is never the right answer in the LPL. So I'm gonna I'm going with top esports, bro. I think you look at TS.
How many asterisks do you need?
Okay, maybe BLG more so now.
This is not legal advice, and you should not follow this. Please consult your doctor before watching the LPL. It's like...
I'm just kidding. No, but honestly. on a serious note, I think Top Esports will win. I think if Jackie Love plays like he's shown he could do, keep walking forward, keep playing aggressive, but if Top Esports player on it right, if not, you can keep playing that role as a bit of a like space maker distraction in team fights. Zoom, I think a team fighting monster can give Jackie Love a lot of space to work with. Lastly, though, I kind of expect this team to run Xiaopeng most of the split. I think Tien does still have some issues where they probably will want to sub him out. But then at the last second, Tien comes in, gets his Viego, saves the day, and this team wins LPL spring.
I got to say, Uzi got me into it, and Uzi's going to win spring 2022. I'm really excited for BLG itself as the full team, right? I was kind of talking about like all the stars coming together to make a star team, but the hopium is real. I've got like 6 tubes taped up to my back because Uzi coming back finally and winning a title in his first split back, it would make me cry like a child. And I want to see that. So maybe it's hopium, maybe it's copium, but I think it's BLG. We're going to take it home.
Just
that's my
very
final
briefly on a side note, because I was just kind of curious to see what Top Esports LDL jungler is. His name's Naruto, so maybe that's the real anime arc that we needed the whole time.
Oh no, you found it, Daniel. We weren't supposed to talk about that. Cut the tape.
If I can make you stay, if I can make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. Someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. Leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? Sometime so long ago, I just need somebody
to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons.
What is going on, guys and gamers? Welcome back to the LPL. We're going into our third and final game of our third and final match of the day. And what a day it has been. What a way to round out this week of LPL. It's been banger after banger. And now we're going into game number 3 between Weibo and BLG. I'm Munchballs. I'm joined once again by Nick as we head into this one. And honestly, I don't know what to expect. It feels like a lot of this is draft reliant. It feels like a lot of this is like mental game reliant in some way, where it depends on how much these players show up each game.
Yeah, well, I definitely will say I felt like the draft played a pretty big factor into the last game. The fact that you had these quick win coming through for Weiwei Xinjiao because of the matchup in the jungle, because of the matchup in the mid lane, the flashless Victor top kind of getting punished for being a flashless Victor top. It all been messy for Weibo, so I'm hoping coming into this next game, it'll look a lot better for them.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We'll have to wait and see. I definitely think that, you know, having the Shy on something like the Gwen that can individually 1v5 a team fight might be more of the correct approach for Weibo than having him on things like Victor that's a bit more of a passive impact on a team fight, because these laner phases aren't going so hot for him, and he definitely needs some way to have a massive impact later on. Maybe the Kennen. Maybe bring back the Kennen up in the top lane or something like that. I don't know what the solution is. Let's look at our MVP. It was Crisp, because this guy was everywhere. His Leona always looks pretty great, but this game especially, he was inside on an SOFM's heads.
Yeah, and you can even see the Anathema's chains coming through there, making sure that the crispy LCC that was locking people down was definitely going to last that little bit longer. Plus, just really nice for being able to kind of stick that on towards Wanfeng and then have to worry about any of the rest of the AP damage that was coming through. But you see it here, right? Like, being able to follow up so effectively on catching out Weibo, setting up Weiwei and Doggo on this bot side, and then pretty much every pick that we saw coming in towards the mid game was orientated around Crisp and being able to set up with that CC. So phenomenal job coming through on this Leona, and definitely we're starting to see that again. The star power in BLG, when it has its moments, it really does shine.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I feel like Crisp, after game number 1, after the emotes been thrown back and forth, I think Crisp took that personally. I think he had something to prove against On, because every single play started with taking down On. Every single pick began by On getting taken out. So really, really great stuff to see. And I am curious to see where we go next for this squad and how things are going to change in the draft, because it felt like BLG, with priority in lanes, had complete control. They were clearly on the same page. They had a clear game plan from start to finish. Game number 1, that's not what we saw. And it feels like we've had opposite styles from both teams between the two games, right? Where Weibo had a clear game plan, dominant from level 1. And then the same for BLG the second game. But both of them having the opposite from each game as well, if that makes sense. I'm kind of tripping over myself here, but like game number 1, BLG, not a great comp, didn't look good. Same for Weibo in game number 2. So I feel like the draft is going to be everything here for game 3.
Yeah, and definitely it feels like for BLG having a little bit more of the I don't want to say, well, priority is one of them, but certainly having more proactivity is the word I was looking for, is a lot better for them, right? Like we saw it in this game where having the Xin Zhao being able to invade, having full with pressure mid, that he could then enable that, use that priority to get across to help out Weiwei. That seemed to work a lot better for them. And even just having full push bot for, meant that Crisp could be unlocked as well. So certainly this seems to be a team that is very good with getting a lead and then utilizing that, whether it be from draft or whether it be from other aspects of the game. So I certainly want to see Fofo on a champion where you can actually get out and be enabled on the map. When you've got so much depth of talent, being able to work alongside that is going to work wonders for BLG. And I definitely think that having Doggo kind of play this like, hey, I'm just going to sit back and farm as my support actually moves around the map and does things, definitely seems to be the better way to go about things. And just simply because of the way that the team is set up. So I definitely want to see a little bit more proactivity in the draft being enabled through BLG. Whereas when you look across at Weibo, this team just seems night and day from what we saw against WE, right? Like 2 games in a row now, we were kind of saying, look, where are we going to see a little bit of movement coming through from Angel? Like, although we're getting Huanfeng still having the cool plays and getting that aggression bot side, he's not really been set up with the rest of his team. And SOFM, very quiet on the Z in the early stages. When he gets in on towards the Lee Sin, he ends up being set behind a lot. So it feels like we're still kind of getting Suning 2021, whereas I was kind of hoping we were getting the Weibo 2022 in that WE series and continuing.
I would love to see this Weibo squad focus towards the top side and play around the fact that we do have the Shy up there. And well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Let's see how they're going to do it rather than me just putting my random opinions onto them. We're going to jump into picks and bans here. It's going to be TF and Rakan banned away. Jarvan, it is going to be the exact same bans from BLG as we saw in game number 1 of the season.
Oh, even the Jinx open this time though, and Crisp been feeling the Leona pretty damn high, so actually going to be Leona first pick. That's really unusual to me when you're looking at like the Corki, Jinx, and even a Felios being left open as well at the moment. So honestly, I feel like for Weibo's side, take whichever poison you prefer, the Felios or the Jinx. You can always go towards the Xin Zhao here as well for SOFM, get the strong jungler on the patch, or go towards the Corki for Angel as well, and you've got this crazy strong team fight for Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, this Weibo so far, Aphelios and Xin Zhao, fantastic stuff. But there's plenty of power picks still available, right, for BLG. As you mentioned, things like the Corki, if they want to go for the mid lane. They could go for the Jinx for themselves in that bottom lane as well. They can get whatever jungle matchup they fancy. It feels like both teams are going to come out the first half of this draft with really, really strong picks. And it's just about how they want to round out those compositions that's going to make the big difference.
Yeah, I imagine for BLG, they're going to round this out with the Jhin, right? Works well against the Felios, can push in, and again, it's been enabling Chris and this Leona to link up with Weiwei. Although, this could be the turn. Okay, so they are going to go towards the Ziggs, so same idea, right? Something that can farm up, long-range poke, but much more effective at taking down towers and being a big impact in these team fights. So I like what we're seeing from BLG thus far, and I think you set themselves up to exactly what the win conditions we specified were. Whereas we look across at Weibo, I'm actually curious as to what they go towards. I mean, Yuumi could work here, especially when you're only going to be taking a lot of poke rather than outright damage. And it looks like that is going to be what they go towards. So for On, he's going to be linked to Huanfeng.
I'm ready. We've all seen the presentation. We all know it can work.
Yeah.
It's not troll. It even good. We'll have to see. I don't think it'll be Yuumi top, but if there's anyone that would do it, it would be the Shy. Jay's going to be banned away here by win.
Yeah, I think you're going to start looking from Weibo's side at like minimizing the range advantages, right? Because you're looking at, well, I got an Aphelios short range, and even Yuumi's ult to a certain extent like works better when you're able to get close quarters. So it definitely feels like taking off things like the Jace, the part you're going to do really, really good. For BLG, things that can engage are your worst nightmare, right? Right now, there's not a huge amount of supports apart from maybe the Nautilus that you might want to look at taking away. Oh, sorry, never mind the support. Yumi's locked in, but like engage tools that you can like really set up. Even trying to think of like top laners at the moment. Ornn kind of being seen around a little bit. We got it over in the LEC. Sion maybe could be something that the Shy looks towards. The Shy had actually played a decent amount of it, but wasn't particularly great with the game towards the engages.
He's
So
played it. I'm not sure I want to see him play it though.
yeah, so I'm like, it feels like for BLG, you know that the Shy isn't the greatest on these engaged top laners, so take away the Gwen, and now you're kind of relying on Angel looking for something that can set up engages, but Twisted Fate is off the board. You now got Vex off the board. There doesn't seem like a huge amount of stuff that can actually like jump in on top of you in these scenarios.
Yeah, we'll have to see where Angel goes with this one. I will say, Vladre played Vladimir, and he looked real good. The Shy's played a bit of Vladimir in his time. I'm just saying it's an option, guys, okay? I'm just saying it's an option. It's going to be the LeBlanc locked in here for Angel, taking that away from Fofo. Now over to BLG to see how they want to round out the top side of the map. They need 2 solo laners here. And really are the hover right now.
I mean, I'm kind of shouting for the Jace Corki or something along these lines. And just being able to play at range against what Weibo have seems really, really good. Camille actually is a nice answer just because of the potential to play side lane if you want to, but also just completely screws Angel. Like, you hop in for a distortion on LeBlanc and suddenly you're getting locked up by this Camille not going anywhere. You hate your life. You really do, say LeBlanc. So looks like BLG, potential for Zoe, potential for Corki, or if they want to go for something else, but I think this makes a lot of sense. Like, you have a ton of range to play with, and Weibo needs to engage, but you enable so much of the rest of the composition for BLG when you try and go for that all-in.
Worth mentioning as well, in case anyone doesn't know, Camille somewhat of a signature for Breathe back in 2020 when he was called Curse. Big Camille. Very, very prolific pick. It is going to be Graves to finish this composition out for the Shy. Bit of a safer top laner. Also does extremely well with a Yumi on his shoulder. That is a terrifying combo. Same for this Tao as well. So I'm excited to see what can happen with this Yumi. It's not a champion that I'm a huge fan of, generally speaking, but I'm curious to see what Weibo have up their sleeve. Same can be said, though, for BLG. I feel like they have a lot of ways to play the game with a Zoe in the mid lane, with this Camille up top. I feel like there's a lot of power on that top side of the map.
It feels like for Weibo, finding early skirmishes is definitely the way to push the game forward. Yumi kind of detaching herself from the bot lane and linking up with Xin Zhao early game is going to make him an absolute menace. So I feel like being able to play through the Shy's trade top, the LeBlanc pressure mid is where we're going to see SOFM and on putting a lot of their pressure. Whereas for BLG, you got time to scale, right? You've got the better option when it comes towards the Aphelios and the Ziggs, because Ziggs has that massive range discrepancy. You got this late game Camille, Diego. Like, you kind of get to sit back and chill, whereas the pressure is on for Weibo to play through this strong early game.
Yeah, it certainly is. I feel like, but I think that's a good thing, Rob. That's the key thing, right? We've seen when Weibo have a comp that needs to play early, then they go for it and they make plays happen, and that's when we've seen them look good this split. It's when they have that scaling, they're quite happy to rest on their laurels, fall apart a little bit, and hope for a flip later on. So I like this style from Weibo. Maybe it can bring them to life once more, but BLG, certainly plenty to work with on their side as well. And Fofo on the Zoe, we've seen him do terrifying things on that pick before. My big curiosity is going to be this jungle matchup once more. Wei versus SOFM. I feel like it's gone both ways so far in this series. This final game will be the decider between the two players.
This is going to be a big test for Weibo. This is where I want to see if they can bring out that aggression that we saw against WE. If Angel's able to get these roams off and actually set up Weibo for success, or if we end up just seeing them playing super slow and just kind of getting outpaced towards the late game. For BLG, we talked about already, you got like decent options to try and play towards like early objectives with Fofo being able to work with Doggo to try and poke from afar, looking to see if, instead of looking or trying to go for Rift Heralds and fight Weibo at those early stages. Look and see if you can just trade them for like pressure with Doggo on bot side, try and execute towers. I think a lot of BLG's early plan, avoid Weibo for as much as possible while trying not to cede too much of the map in that stage.
Yeah, I'm also a little concerned about this bottom lane as well, right? Because when you have a Yuumi in the game, Yuumi not exactly the strongest 2v2 champion, right? The thing that I'm scared about is that Crisp has been absolutely terrifying. Leona, arguably the best Leona in the league so far this split. After week 1, I know how great of a statement that is. But Crisp has been looking really good. And Ziggs Leona is a really, really scary combo because Leona locks you up. It means Ziggs can hit all of that damage as Breathe is just getting battered in the top lane by the Shy right now. If you get caught out of position as Huanfeng here, you're in all kinds of trouble.
I mean, I don't see a huge amount happening down in this bot lane simply just because of... well, actually, as I say that, Chris playing aggro, but it's just because you can have some good all-in potential from Doggo and Crisp in the early stages if you're able to poke down the enemy AD carry, but when you've got a Yuumi there, the amount of healing just makes it so difficult to completely poke down Huanfeng, so you have that all-in potential. So I think a lot of it is just going to be a case of taking it slow, scaling up, maybe trying to shove in the wave early and see maybe if you can start to chip away at these turret plates. But other than that, I think a lot of this is going to be on SOFM. Like, how aggressive can he get in? Can he try and play towards the Shy who's like chipping away at Breed's health bar? Can he, work with Angel when Angel gets a CC chain?
Oh no, Onsen Trouble does not have a flash available. Got CC'd, so he can't jump onto the shoulder of Huanfeng. Oh, it's not what you want to see if you're a Weibo fan, that's for sure.
I was thinking that, like, Huanfeng was the engaged target because I was like, yeah, there's no way On will detach and get himself caught. That's just a terrible idea against Leona. But here we are. On instantly gets picked off, and because you're Yuumi, you pretty much start off with half a health bar. So it makes it easy for that all-in to come through from Doggo.
SFM really wants to make the gank happen on the top side, but Breathe playing cautiously enough, and now way moving in as well. SFM can't get the recall off, at least for the time being. Actually commits maybe a little too much on this one. The Shy having to move in to try and protect his jungler here. SFM realizing that was not the play. He will be able to get his reset off, though. Everything neutralized.
Yeah, but Weiwei does have that camp advantage, right? He's been able to clear out a decent amount, just sitting with about 5 CS lead, but I don't know what On his positioning. Like, that is so far up in the lane. And especially when you've no brush control there, there's no reason for you to be that aggressive. Even spotting, like Crisp coming out of the bush and thinking I got time for an auto attack, that was just so greedy.
Yeah, I mean, he was just trying to get his passive off, right? But just clearly not quick enough on hitting his his hop and bop. Yuumi ability names, man. Who knows? Everyone just knows zoomies and Prowling Projectile. I lost chapter. In fact, I know all of them except for that one. But yeah, I don't know. Bit weird from On. And let's be honest, the champions that On has really excelled at are these hard engaged champions again, which I feel like I say about every single LPL support. But I feel like when we think about the Rakan, when we think about the Leona, that's when On has been able to, and even the Nautilus, that's where he's really shined. So I feel like this Yuumi, so far, doesn't feel like it's within his comfort zone.
I mean, we've seen him on it previously, but again, like, it was kind of in the dark days of Suning where On, new to the league, couldn't really find his way after Sword Art and left. So it's been a while, but looking here in the bot lane, Doggo will TP back into lane. I was curious to see if he was just going to try and like hold off on that for a little while, so then you could try and play off like Rift Herald with the TP versus actually being able to stay in lane. But with him teleporting back in with the Lost Chapter, he's managed to keep Huanfeng in lane here with Chris freezing the lane, or freezing the wave. So nice job so far, and could even walk up here, just toss a Q into that bush and see if you can stop the recalls, but guess is wrong.
Yeah, the control ward in that brush, making sure that no recall was coming on through. Huanfeng will get his reset off and gets himself a Noon Quiver. As SOFM attempt number 2 in the top lane. They were reading us loud and clear, Dagda. We said we wanted to see a little bit of focus towards the Shy from his teammates. This time, it's happening as Breathe. Once again, though, in a very safe place. Like, I like the attempt. I like that they're trying to put some attention towards the Shy, but realistically, there's no reason for Breathe ever to step up. I think this might be a counteractive play towards Weiwei trying to make something happen up top.
It looks like Weiwei's trying to invade onto the blue buff, right? Like, see if he can deny that to Angel, set up Fofo to shove in and kind of deny Angel access to side lanes just off of mana usage. But when they're not going to spot anyone coming in towards the blue buff with SOFM, because he paused topside a little bit late, Weiwei's actually just going to be able to get the dragon here. Push bot, push mid. Nice easy pickup, and maybe even a single turret plate going the way of Doggo. And a frog.
Very nicely done here. And a frog comes out as well. Crisp actually could be rooted up here. Angel trying to make the play. As SOFM has arrived, this is going to be a smite fight. Weiwei forced out of this one. Doggo exhausted. Angel trying to finish this kill off. There it is. A kill going the way of Angel. A dragon going the way of Weibo. And it looked like a positive BLG play, but Weibo flipped it onto his head.
You're just about able to get there in time, and I think for BLG, there was no reason to try and like take the dragon in the early stages. Like, it was nice if you could sneak it, but the dragon kind of like a bait, because honestly, that's something that you can find for Weibo, the opportunity to fight around. It's on Weibo to take those dragons and accelerate the game. So the fact that it was there, not going to work out too hot. And you'll see here, just Angel roaming down because Fofo had gone back towards the mid lane to catch the wave. Angel had stepped in, so just BLG not fast enough to be able to kill the dragon, and just not quick enough to try and escape.
Yeah, I didn't see the Graviton route from Huanfeng during that fight as well, stopping the Satchel Charge from Doggo being as effective as he'd wanted. And Angel having that early kill on LeBlanc is so crucial for the game plan here for Weibo. And it feels like any Weibo fans at home, any Weibo enjoyers can take a bit of a sigh of relief here, because it feels like they have tools to be able to exist in the early game. Feels like they have a game plan working out. And the Shy doing well in the early game as well. 10 CS lead up in that top side. Has his Ninja Tabbies or plate steel caps locked in as well. Has a Cull ticking on over. Everything is tickety-boo right now.
I think, well, for BLG, surprised to see them again start up this Rift Herald. Like, if you end up in these scenarios where Weibo were able to contest, that's where you have issues. But seeing that On is firmly attached to Huanfeng in the bot lane, they know that they've got the player advantage, so they managed to sneak that one away. And this is going to be wondrous for them, because not only do you have the opportunity now to work with Doggo to clear out that bot lane turret, but you deny Weibo the ability to speed up the pace of this game with that. And that's definitely what Weibo will be looking to try and do. So, BLG, I want to see them start to push in waves mid for Fofo. Start to try and get some vision into Weibo's side of the jungle. Not contesting any of the objectives, but just making sure they can spot it where people.
Whoa, the damage onto Dom! What is that? I'm completely speechless.
So,
I can't believe how much damage Huanfeng just did.
Yeah, the Calibrum ult is kind of insane with Crescendo, because it is so much single target damage that it is just nuts. You get a bunch of chakrams off it, you end up being able to get that long range damage off as well, and Huanfeng takes full advantage of it there to delete Doggo in that.
Man, I need to see that again. I genuinely, like, that's almost 100%. Look, he's on 2/3 of his health.
So watch the number of chakrams, right? He's already picked up several there, then manages to get the shot, and watch the chakrams that are going to come out here. Just a ton of damage is going to come through. And unfortunately for Doggo, he just gets cut out.
Just his ult and auto. That is
It's the chakram difference there. It's kind of nuts.
Straight chakram diff.
Yeah.
Well, Huanfeng feeling pretty good in this one. And you know what? I said that the Yuumi wasn't going to be good for 2v2, but you don't need to 2v2 when you're a Felios, because you can 2v1. Hey! Problem solved. Weiwei moving down into this bottom side as Doggo desperate to get some plates, desperate to get absolutely anything after what just happened previously. Huanfeng trying to defend as the Herald will be dropped. SOFM is here to answer though, and Crisp the target. The eye is popped. This will be a couple more plates and a W to finish it off. Lost Chapter coming out as SOFM. He's going to be caught in the wrong spot right here, but actually he pushes Crisp out to safety and jumps away on top of him. Weiwei goes down as well. That was gorgeous. SOFM, take a bow, sir, because that was magnificent. Using Crisp as his way out as On embarrasses himself with the prowling projectile, but it just doesn't matter. 5-1 for Weibo.
I mean, You don't want to fight this Weibo comp right now. You just saw it there, right? Like, Xin Zhao can take so much damage, heal up himself off his passive. You got the Yuumi heals coming through. And then you've also got the opportunity to just dodge any damage that Doggo's trying to toss your direction. It was just messy. And SOFM, the benefactor of so much. We're getting a replay here, right? Like, watch SOFM moves up, hoping to try and get the smite to deny the charge, but you just back away at this stage. You got what you came for, and you can't kill SOFM, right? Like, now he's just dodging all the damage on top side, so...
Oh, Shy's in all kinds of trouble. I mean, what can you do? Camille ults you, Leona walks in. There is no outplaying that level of CC. The Shy, unfortunately, not much you can do on that one. I think of all of the deaths the Shy's had this series, that one we could forgive.
I was going to say, sometimes you look at the Shy a bit questioning, but yeah, that one is just kind of like, yeah, it's doomed. GG, go. Hopefully I can get all right on the next try, but should be able to TP back here and get a good amount of the wave, so not going to be set too far behind, at least with the experience and the gold, and Breed's not even sticking around to get a turret plate, so not too bad when all is said and done. Big one, though, is that tower being gone in the bot lane opens up Ziggs now to move in towards mid, and he can continue to just, as you see, push in here, clear the waves fairly quickly, and start to just chip away at this turret in the mid lane and make sure that you can keep priority mid for things like Dragon. But unfortunately at the moment, BLG not really having control over the river or in the bot side means that you should have the Dragon going away.
My audio appears to have gone. I cannot hear you anymore. I don't know if the stream can hear you, but I certainly can't. It's less exciting. It is a Drake, though, for Weibo, so more excitement coming our way.
Let me know when you can hear me again. I'll kind of just toss it at the right times. Nice!
There we go. Voom
yeah,
just needed to figure itself out, that's all.
It's a bit of connection issue with the thing, yeah, but we'll figure it out. Anyway, BLG back on top side here. We push in onto the tier 1. And you've already got tier 1 boss. You've gotten these plates now onto the top side. And this is a BLG that certainly... Dragons not going the direction. Kind of sucks, but expected. As long as they can keep within touching distance of Weibo, which they are, and scale into the 2 to 3 item department, they're going to be perfectly fine.
I will say, by the way, like the second the Shy leaves this lane, Breathe is tearing this tower apart. He just annihilated basically 2 full plates there in about 2 seconds flat. And that CS lead that the Shy has had all lane long has completely gone off the back of that death. So really nicely done by Breathe to find himself an advantage in this 1v1 after everything. SOFM moving up to that top side. Won't be able to find an opportunity onto Breathe, but will be able to buy the Shy some breathing space, no pun intended, to just clear that wave and keep his tower alive. So we kind of need to reset for a second here because there are some big items coming across the board now, Mr. Dagda. For Weibo, we see Angel has finished the Ludens. There's a Gale Force for Wonpon. There's a Gore Drink for SOFM. And also, On has been a part of so many kills that he's already finished a Moonstone. So this is an incredibly strong Weibo squad.
Yeah, Weibo definitely it hit their power spike. Well, their stride, I'll say, rather than spike right now, because they'll still be good for another kind of 2 items, but then we'll start to fall off comparatively to BLG. The big thing for them, though...
It's just, sorry, it's just dawned on me. Conversations of scaling don't exist. It's an Ocean Soul. If Weibo gets Ocean Soul with Yuumi Aphelios, I don't think it's winnable. I'm pretty sure that's 2v5able at that point. Like, what do you do? Anti-heal doesn't do anything.
I mean, you do have a good point, but I think the big thing for Weibo in trying to like set up for these objectives and set up for Rift Out is trying to get control of this mid lane is really difficult for them right now. And Breathe actually should be able to take this top lane turret. Breathe has hit the point where the true damage off his Q is kind of too hot to handle for the Shy, despite all the extra armor that he gets. So the Shy has to be so careful of like potential dives coming through with BLG pushing mid, moving up into top side, especially with the mid lane turret down. So for BLG, they kind of automatically get control over River. Although, as I say that, they have gone for resets just now, which has given Angel the opportunity to push in.
Finish yet another tower here. That will be, I say yet another, actually, that's the first tower for Weibo this game, which is somewhat surprising considering how strong this bottom lane has been, but I guess that's the nature of playing against the Ziggs, right? So good at keeping those waves and denying any push.
As BLG, you know, they acknowledge the fact that the enemy mid laner is in that bottom lane, Angel with the Ignite, so it's a good opportunity for this Herald to kick off in their favor. And we'll see where BLG are going to use that Herald to try and break this game further open. They already have the tier 1s in the bottom lane and the mid lane, so you'd anticipate probably up towards that top side.
I feel like that's probably going to be the next call. Weiwei, though, coming in mid here. Might have been able to lock up some Weibo folks underneath the tower, but you can see trying to outpace Doggo, but he's got that Mega Inferno Bomb, just ain't going to happen. So right now, Breed pushing in top, might be able to get that top turret by himself, which leaves the tier 2s up and available for BLG to start trying to trade, especially if Weibo, like, try to make plays, say, onto the bottom side of the map or make plays elsewhere to use the fact that they're so strong right now. Very quickly, BLG can actually trade up thanks to that rift.
Well, Yumi is being very naughty, has knocked everything off of the table. Very misbehaved fine on there, but regardless, I have noticed that, Dagda, I'm completely conditioned by the LPL. Because I think in most leagues, that situation where you've got Bonk and SOFM basically underneath the tower, Doggo ults and everything, we've got Weiwei coming in from the top side. Any other league that's like, okay, shenanigans, I'm like, nah, they're backing away from this one. I feel like I'm in the minds of the players. I feel like I know which teams that's the fight and which ones that's not. It didn't feel like a fight to me. But here we go. Herald up at the top side. This one could be a fight. It's BLG committing to the tier 2. That's a solo play coming down onto SOFM, who is damn tanky with a Yumi on his shoulders and with that Crescent Guard procced. Tower does go down though, and it's looking like a second charge potentially from this Herald, unless there's some kind of smite that can come on through. It won't be there in time, and the tower falls immediately. The power of that Ziggs pick from Doggo paying dividends. 2 towers for the price of a Herald here. And in the meantime, Weibo can try and make a move towards this Drake. It has spawned onto the map. Angel getting priority in the mid lane as Breathe moves over to try and clear those minions, and you can see a beeline from Weibo to get to this Drake.
Yeah, it's also the lack of TP and Angel hurting Weibo quite a bit there, where they weren't able to have him push out bot and also protect top. But you're going to see BLG looking for the reset, which is just going to give Weibo this dragon for free. So no real contest coming through, and now Weibo one dragon away from that Ocean Soul that we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo, this is getting scary for BLG. The crazy thing is, I'm saying that while BLG are 2,000 gold up. So now the game plan for BLG is maintain control forever. Never allow a lapse of control on the bottom side of the map when Drake is up, because if Weibo get that Ocean Soul, oh my days, it's going to be so fun to play against. With that said, BLG are feeling pretty strong right now. You know, you've got a Zoe finishing a couple of items. You've got a Camille with a couple of items as well. These carries are really starting to come online. And when Crisp lands that CC combo and Weiwei follows up, Breed follows up, it means that Doggo could so easily land all of that damage coming out from this.
Yeah, my biggest worry, though, for Weibo is, as we said, right, they're actually behind in gold. And although the dragons are great, I feel like for BLG, you just take the fight beforehand. Although, yeah, Angel gets spotted by Fofo, but for BLG, right, you've got so much poke from Fofo and Doggo. If you have control over the lanes like we can see right now, there is never a world where Weibo should actually be able to get into River. You're firing off shots from Fofo, from Doggo. You got Breathe, who's locking up Angel if they try to face check, or honestly, anyone who tries to face check on Weibo's side. It just becomes a really, really difficult for Weibo to actually gain access to these objectives. And that's why, although it looks terrible giving up that third dragon, I'm not saying it's the best of calls. I still think that it's not as doom and gloom for BLG as some other compositions might be.
Yeah, that's definitely the Shy has now moved down to the bottom side to try and answer the push that we saw coming out from Breathe. He'll be able to get priority in this bottom side for his team. 3 minutes on the Drake. Baron is on the board though, so if any shenanigans are afoot, that can be an answer. Angel over the wall. If you think back all the way to MSC, which was the MSI replacement back in 2020, you've seen this Yumi LeBlanc combo before. If you remember correctly, Knight absolutely broke the ankles of, I want to say it was Damwon, it might have been T1, I can't remember. But there was this insane triple kill. with this combo is just disgusting. It's not the combo that you think of when you think of LeBlanc or Yumi, but man, when LeBlanc can't die, she can do disgusting things.
The problem is Yumi can't be everything. And that's kind of what Weibo needs, is like a Yumi per person. If this was like TFT, it would be like 4 players and 4 Yumis, all right? Like, that's all that they need right now. But unfortunately, that's not really possible.
Can't do that.
You technically could if you already had a Yumi.
2-star Yumis and 2 1-star Yumis.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So it's just about possible. It's not easy, but neither is this game for Weibo. So
Weibo
that's
have to
where
really
they kind
high
of-
roll to win, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah. And I think the way they high roll is like looking for picks with that LeBlanc and Yumi, like trying to see if they can get some control back over the map. But I don't know how easy that's going to be, right? Because we already talked about, look, Doggo and Fofo are playing a crazy long range, not really giving them the opportunity. BLG are doing a good job of setting up vision pretty much everywhere they go. And as long as they're not giving those moments for for Angel to pick them off, I think you should be reasonably alright as BLG, as you can see. Like, set up your vision, take it nice and slow, see if you can get the poke. If not, cool, breathe is off the side lane, and he's winning that side lane match. So there's no rush on BLG to try and, like, start these objectives. Oh, but that being said, they do need to reset now. Minute until this dragon. This is the big one for Weibo. You need to see BLG in river to deny Weibo access to this dragon. Otherwise, Weibo can actually just trade off the bot lane pressure for turning over towards Baron and going, cool, you come into us at Baron, and now we can look for those picks with Angel and on. We can actually burst it down with one Fong if he's got the right build.
Well, if there's one thing that a Zoe and a Ziggs will give you, it is mid-play, right? Great dodges from Angel to get away from all those skill shots. And this is where the BLG comp starts to become really aggressive, right? All of these skill shots are going to be flying towards Weibo. And On is going to have to put a lot of work in to try and sustain these health bars. Big damage coming out as Angel goes in onto Doggo, but Satchel Charge used, Lost Chapter used, as well as Fofo. His Banshees will be on cooldown here. SOFM charging forward. Bit of Honey Fruit to keep himself alive here. Way in position. Drake now on the map as Fofo looks for a bubble, but it goes slightly wide. And SOFM has a window to get into this fray. The rest of the team following up as well. SOFM low on HP, using the Crescent Gun to keep himself alive, but Huang Fong is down, as is the Shy. No, over the wall. Keep himself alive, at least for the time being. But BLG, one pick is all they needed. The Dragon is theirs.
And that's exactly what we were talking about for BLG. Don't start the Dragon, deny entrance to river for Weibo. Don't give them the chance of a steal and continuously poke, continuously prod. And yes, you've got a Yumi there that can heal up a little bit for SOFM, but it's not going to be able to heal up everybody on Weibo's side. And that's where you can see Weibo get pushed out. Dragon goes their way. And Weibo not actually trading that for Baron position means they can do the same again. But Doggo!
Oh, Angel! That was gorgeous. Positioning onto the Satchel Charge to follow him. Gets a bounty off that. That was a 250 gold bounty that Angel just swept up.
Well, that's going to help out Angel, especially when it comes towards the burst, but we're going to get a replay of this Dragon fight, and you can see here, right, these corridors are a nightmare for Weibo. You're going to have to go through, like, the minefield from Doggo. He's throwing bombs all the time. Fofo's going to be throwing in a whole bunch of spells and that as well. You see the Solar Flare as well, slowing up so many members and setting up for that pick from Doggo. But Weibo, they've actually just turned towards Baron. TP has to come.
They just lost it. 2k on the Baron already. It's going to be a 50-50, and it's taken by Weiwei. BLG on the scene. Can they win the fight, though? Because right now it's Weibo that are dominating. Double kill comes through for Huang Fong. Fofo survives, but they lose themselves 2 players. But they did get the Baron. I think ultimately that's a win for BLG.
Big win for BLG. Like, they were actually the team that was going to struggle the most to pick up Baron, but they're the team that benefits the most from having said Baron. Like, trying to move in towards Baron when you've got the opportunity for Weibo to poke and prod was not going to be good, but BLG, when they're here already, not really able to, like, slowly poke and take their time on this play, but because Weiwei steals it, you can see everyone's just like, get out, just leave. We don't care. We've got that siege potential now, especially when you've got the Zoes, you've got the Ziggs, and you've got very little wave clear that's really effective on Weibo. Just group as 4, push in mid, have Bree play on the side lane, And there's no problem with BLG being able to crack open a few of these outer, well, the one outer turret that remains, and probably some of these inhibitor turrets.
Dagda, this game is becoming everything I wanted from the third game in this series. It feels like both teams have a way of winning it out. BLG, I'd say, with the advantage right now, but certainly Weibo not out of the running just yet. One Drake away from an Ocean Soul that would change the face of this game, but BLG with the, I mean, miracle steal from Weiwei, but also the presence of mind to know exactly what was going on, right? Not getting caught with the pants down. Weibo do not get away with the free objective that they were searching for. But we're about half an item away from Wonfong hitting that 3-item Aphelios mark. Same for Doggo, though, on the other side. Not too far off of finishing a death count.
The problem is, though, there's not a huge amount of members on BLG that actually have this Baron buff. It's kind of just Fofo and Breathe. So until Fofo is with this team, they don't really have a push. And you can see Breathe as well, right? Like, he's not really able to go off into a side lane and start to push it. So this push from BLG, not getting a huge amount because Doggo was dead when they got that Baron thanks to Angel's assassination. So for BLG, this is where now they can group up as 4. But look at where the wave is, right? Weibo actually did a really good job of shoving that bot lane out so they couldn't go for this play. SOFM takes a heap of damage.
Yeah, that was a hefty chunk, to say the very least. But luckily for Weibo, they have a Yuumi, so he'll get all of that health back in no time at all. So, 1 minute 20 until this Ocean Drake spawns, and it's the same story once again, right, Dagda? We need to see BLG on the scene, controlling the win.
And I mean, at least that Baron buff, the last couple of ticks is going to help do just that, right? You can get this mid-wave in control, push it right the way in. Bot was already set up by Breathe, and now you just fall back into River, and making sure that you're kind of spotting that vision as you go through and denying access for people like Angel, who is now moving down from the top wave. But mid tower taken with knowing that the Shy is in bot and Angel is on his way down from the top lane side, and now BLG again posted in the jungle, denying Weibo access to this.
Scary. This is real scary for Weibo. SOFM has to be brave to step forwards on this one. He's got a Yuumi on his shoulder. And Weibo needs to get creative. How are they going to find their way into the river? It did not work last time. SOFM charging forwards. It's going to be Paddlestar goes wide as Angel finds a route onto Fofo. Maybe something that can be followed up on Solar Flare. The bomb's coming over. Angel survives for the time being. Has now lost chapter across the team here. And straight on towards the tank of the front line. Breathe turns golden though, and it's 1-0. The junglers are down. Crescendum will not do enough damage for the time being. Fofo backing away once again. But Weibo, despite losing their jungler, are still confident to walk into this river. The Shy tanking up, trying to protect Huanfeng, but they surely have to just retreat.
Yeah, that tune was going to change very quickly from Weibo as soon as they saw Breathe coming back in. Just TP's in, and now second dragon going the way of BLG. And it's the same as every time, right? Denying access to the actual pit, and BLG should be able to get it. SOFM just got blown up at the start of that fight, and I'm actually not sure what happened to his ult or if it was through the ult, but he did not last long at all.
Yeah, it's got to have been Breathe damage, right? Because his ult is on cooldown, so I'm not sure. We need to take another look at that one once the replay's ready, but my goodness, this is tense. And just 2 more of that, and suddenly the Ocean Soul goes the way of BLG, and that's dire straits for Weibo. So Angel breaks on you to start.
Yeah, I mean, tries to get up towards Fofo to set up the blade, but unfortunately not able to do so. And then, I mean, SOFM, he still has his ult, but yeah, he just goes down right as the ult starts to tick off. So the damage just too much, mistiming it, and it means that you're not able to get those heals coming through from the Yuumi. So Weibo forced to back away. Now you've got control once more over the map. Fofo pushing on top. The synchronization of the waves though from BLG hasn't been great, right? Like you can see Fofo is in top lane shoving this in pretty fast now, but Breathe not posting up on this bot lane just yet, kind of hovering in mid. But the wave crashing has not been synced up too hot so far. So unfortunately for BLG, Weibo been doing a good job of kind of desyncing the waves, especially with the Shy playing up and kind of being the mastermind behind that.
And I have to say, this is not unfamiliar territory for Weibo fans, right? When you've got Huanfeng, 3-item Aphelios, he's strong as hell. He can win a fight if he can survive. But realistically, that's your big win condition, and they're struggling to find the opportunity, waiting for a miracle moment. And it feels like that's what it's going to take for Weibo, finding a pick, finding a moment that BLG misstep. Whereas for BLG, it feels more like they actually have control, right? So long as they play correctly, they should win this game. So
This is
definitely scary for Weibo.
This is the danger part, though, because Weibo have control of River going into Baron. You can see BLG are trying to poke them, trying to get control back, because if Weibo are hovering over the wall, that's when you can look for picks for Angel, SOFM for big engages, but unfortunately for them, they're not quite finding the angle of attack that they need to try and set things up, so BLG able to push them back, and Weibo slowly but surely losing ground, as BLG now in control of this River area.
And it feels like, you know, we're talking about Huanfeng being the carry, but that's all well and good, him having damage items, but he's playing Aphelios against Ziggs himself. Like, when on earth do you get an opportunity to actually auto-attack anyone? And that's some damage from Fofo. That's definitely some damage that he just did.
And it's the reason I'm surprised to see Aphelios priority over Jinx, because you don't have this problem with Jinx, it's SOFM.
That was so greedy. He got hit by the bubble and walked forwards anyway, but they're trying to set up, I guess, for Huanfeng. Big damage both ways here. Angel survives. I don't know what went through SOFM's head there. I don't know if he just see the bubble, but that's just Baron on a silver platter for BLG.
Yeah, I mean, things have been a little bit messy for SOFM when it comes to engages, both in this series and their last series. Not really respecting whether his team can kind of follow up and support him on those plays. You can see there, right? Like, he has GA. He thinks, hell, look, if I'm going to get my GA pop, let's start the party. Let's see if we can get Weibo involved. But Weibo's not there. Like, the rest of the team are still kind of waiting to catch up. Now you've got Baron for BLG. We talked about how good this team was at utilizing the Baron. Well, this time around, Weibo aren't the ones that are in control of the map. They're not going to be able to push out those waves effectively, and they're not going to get that free play once more.
Free fight from Fofo was massive as well. Half of one's health immediately. Weiwei as well low. But then here, like, I don't know. He must have just not seen this. The only exposition.
I'm not sure if he didn't see the minefield that was going to stop Weibo from coming in, or if he thought, oh, I can survive this longer than expected. But either way, best engage from SOFM. With the trouble bubble being hit by him, and now you're just in a position where as Weibo, you're gonna take so much damage from the siege potential coming through from BLG. I am surprised though, honestly, that we're seeing it kind of such a slow pace from Billy. Like, you're constantly getting these staggered resets that aren't helping them in trying to actually set up anything on the map. So now we got already a good chunk of your Baron buff gone. You're only now entering onto the map. It just seems really weird the way that BLG are trying to set up these Baron pushes.
So kind of got by another bubble here. This time, Weibo has control of River 20 seconds before the Drake comes up. This is the opposite of what we've seen all game long. The Shy and Breathe in a 1v1, and the Shy ain't winning it. Breathe over the wall, flashes forward, can't finish the kill though. Moonlight Vigil across. This Huanfeng has to carry here, but it's a kill on to On as the fight starts off. Huanfeng trying to survive, has two good guns here, has the red, has the white, but they can't finish things off for now. Angel backing away as well, and BLG stands strong. The 1v1 from Breathe paying dividends, and now BLG reclaim control of the bottom side of the map. This'll be their third Drake.
And it's perfect for BLG. I mean, we thought the Weibo might have been able to get that soul. Would have been perfect for Huanfeng and On, but I mean, you've got 3 Oceans and you're a poke comp. Like, that works so well for you, just being able to continuously keep up the pressure. And now, even though Baron's only got 40 seconds left, BLG kind of got what they wanted. But again, we're in this almost stalemate where BLG are just too scared to keep pushing forward. Staggered resets kind of hurting them, but we're going to see a replay of what's happened here. Looks like a big engage coming through from SOFM. Huanfeng trying to get a good amount of damage down. The Moonlight Vigil flashed away from Weiwei and Crisp, though, means that a lot of that extra damage that could have come through and a lot of the healing Huanfeng would have benefited from there, not quite able to come through. So, unfortunate for Huanfeng, who was trying to step up as the carry for that fight.
Doing his utmost there. And I mean, honestly, if Fofo doesn't have a stopwatch, maybe it's a different fight, but he didn't, so it's not. Unfortunately for Huanfeng. And we'll have to see what... I mean, Weibo, they've got to get creative now. Something has to happen. Something has to give. We need to see something from the Shy. We need to see something from Angel. because right now it's just SOFM trying to face check things with a Yumi on his shoulder, and you know, I mean, I don't envy it. I feel like SOFM's probably getting flamed in Twitch chat this game, but realistically, you have to be the one to face check. That's just how it is. Lost chapter onto Fofo here. He's going to have to go back to the portal, but he survives. He's still more than half of his HP, and Angel's the one in trouble now. He's gone too deep, flashes over the wall. Will survive at least with his life here, but the rest of the team now getting on top of the Shy. He's the target on jumping on, try and heal him, get that sustain going, and suddenly it's Breathe being chased down, has the GA to work with, but will be knocked into that stasis form. Couple more shots and he will go down. Breathe falls. Huge pick for Weibo, and maybe an opportunity to get back on the map.
I really don't understand why BLG keep feeling the need to group up, right? Like, keep pushing the waves with Fofo and Duggo. Use Breathe in the side lane. He's decimating the Shy there, but now Weibo are in control. BLG have got to see this turret because Weibo are behind them.
Oh, that's going to be a bounty as well, as they found Doggo in the wrong spot. Another kill. Weibo, they're snowballing a little bit here. These staggered death timers, and that's a 50-second death timer on Doggo as well. Luckily for BLG, no neutrals are available. Weibo can sweep up a lot of this bounty gold around the map.
Yeah, sweep up a ton of gold, start to get themselves in a good spot, and also just shove the waves in for the dragon that's going to be coming up in 2.5 minutes. But yeah, I mean, you see Weibo behind you. It's a tier 1. Just give it up. Like, I don't know what Doggo was hoping for there. You don't have the 1 backup of your team, 2 the tower health to actually survive, or 3 like the damage to try and burst people out. So strange play from Doggo, and now you can see, right, wave pushed in boss, wave pushed in top. You've got control over the mid wave as well here as Wanfeng comes back out, and with 2 minutes until this dragon, this is the position that Weibo wanted to actually be able to control the soul. So this last couple of patches of play for BLG have netted them a hard loss.
They really have. Baron up in 30 seconds time, and just look at the items for Weibo, right? So much sustain with the Gold Drinker on SOFM. The Shy going for that lifesteal Graves build. Wanfeng now with a Bloodthirster as well, and all of that with a Yumi on top. It feels like Weibo can last a long time in these fights, but the poke from BLG might be enough to stop that happening. But this time BLG don't have control of the river, and now they're the ones that have to face check in. They're the ones that have to try and make their way through. Weibo in position to potentially just burst the Baron down. Honestly, you have red and white weapons. Maybe that's the angle. Force BLG into a fight before the bomb comes on. It's already halfway gone. They're just annihilating this Baron. It's surely going to be taken. The bomb comes through. It is going to be taken. The Shy, the one to grab it, but Angel goes down for his trouble. SOFM on the front line is Weiwei trying to get on in. They have to protect Wanfeng. Down to half HP as Breathe goes in. Looks to finish the AD carry. The stopwatch will buy a tiny bit of time, but it's not enough. And BLG get 3.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my God.
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a collar. Nobody knows who he belongs to.
Oh my days. Well, the tower will still go down. We've still got death timers. BLG trying to end the game regardless. I don't know what happened to Doggo. I have no idea, but it's the Shy and on against the world. 2v4, but they've got the champions to do it. Breathe jumping on forward. The Shy flashes away. Damage coming out. They're running out of minions here. The Shy just has to clear the minion wave, but one tower has gone down. BLG are just going to end the game. They're brute forcing this one. The Nexus will fall, and BLG take their first series.
And BLG, the super team, will not go the way of others we've seen globally. They will manage to pick up their first win in their first series of the LPL, but I don't know. I honestly think this starts to raise a couple of question marks, because that series was not as clean as we were hoping from BLG, especially when it got towards the late game of this game. I was kind of looking at Weibo going, they've got several opportunities to come back into this that BLG handled.
Yeah, that was, this is not a clean victory for BLG. I don't think anyone can walk away from this series saying like, oh yeah, BLG, best team in the LPL, you know? Like, this was dicey, but a win is a win. You know what? I feel like BLG, there's clearly some things to work on, but there were also some big positives to take away from this series. While Doggo had a rough game on that last one, you can always pull Uzi in. So I'm not too worried about that side of things.
Yeah, it's not just it wasn't just like the picks that were given across. It was the inability to push the advantages that they had, right? There were so many times where they would have been able to play through side lane, have Breathe kind of situate himself, but they weren't really getting him the support he needed or finding those moments to actually let him push out a wave. Is why, honestly, the Shy, despite the fact that he wasn't actually able to fight against the Camille, actually controlled the side lane so much better than Breathe. So I'm a little bit surprised kind of how poorly the map play went for BLG. And it did end up coming down to the fact that they had like the long range poke, the ability to set up properly for fights that kind of blew Weibo out of the water. But if you don't have just kind of the raw mechanical power to outplay Weibo and also kind of the composition to do it, it didn't really feel like this was just going to be a BLG win.
Oh my god, Doggo's damage.
Yeah.
I guess, I mean, when you just sat in river throwing bombs, that's going to happen, right? But it is still kind of insane. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely not the most coordinated version of BLG that everyone was sort of hoping for, but it does bring up questions of who's the shot caller, right? Brings up questions of what does Uzi change when he comes into this team, because Uzi is known as a loud voice in the team. Maybe that can be what is required, but still, as I said before, a win is a win. BLG doing a great job of denying Weibo that final piece of the soul, right? If Weibo get one more Drake, this is a totally different game. But BLG doing what was required at the end of the day to finish that off and just make sure Weibo were always within grabbing distance, but never quite close enough.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway from this for me is that BLG are definitely going to be a team that needs to revolve around team fights, right? Like, they just aren't really sure about how to set up correctly with like resets and stuff to try and play towards the side lanes. But their team fighting still looks exceptional, right? You've got great engages coming through from Crisp. Fofo, always an outstanding mid lane and a big carry for whatever team he steps up on. And I think as well, like, Weiwei was able to have some really strong performances and find moments to engage on towards his Viego. So I certainly think team fighting spectacular for BLG, and I feel like that's what we're going to be seeing a lot throughout the split. And as you say, right, they did the correct thing when we got towards the Ocean Soul potential coming through for Weibo, which was deny them access into the river continuously. Make sure that you're always contesting the chokes, because that's the most difficult part for Weibo to try and break through.
Yeah, and I do feel like we've kind of seen multiple sides to both of these teams today, and a lot of it was down to how the compositions panned out. I definitely feel like both of these teams, like, you know, on a good day, same issue. With the right comp in the right situation, both of these teams are more than capable of dominating games. But I've not been that convinced by either of the teams today. When it comes down to those all-important moments, it feels shaky for both sides. It feels like there's a lot of space to improve on, and a lot of moments where you're really a little concerned about what's going on within the team. So a lot to be desired from both squads, but BLG get the win regardless. We're going to head over to the stage, though, as we have a winner interview.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and we invited top laner Brit from BLG Gaming. And congratulations on your reverse sweep. This is a tough win for you guys. And I have several questions for you. The first is about adjustment after game 1, because after game 1 loss, your coaches and you guys must have some adjustments. What are they? 那么这个首先恭喜你们今天让1-2拿下比赛胜利。第一局比赛失利之后，想要问一下你们在场间做了哪些调整呢？
第一把我们输了之后就觉得不要想这一把的事情了，就稍微总结了一下，就马上进入下一把，就想着打好下一把就好。
We just make some conclusions and forget the game 1 and focus on game 2 and game 3. And the second question is about game 2, because they've got Weibo Gaming got the Victor top lane. So what is your game strategy to target on the Victor top lane? 那么第二局其实对面也是有一个摇摆，就是最后把维克托摇到了上路。想要问一下，你们针对这个维克托其实做了哪些战略的部署呢
？The 帅会玩维克托这个事情是我们都考虑过的，因为他在 rank 里使用的次数特别多，特别是不灭维克托。然后我自己也试着玩了一下，然后也有想到他可能会摇去上路打 这个对线是挺厉害的，但是维克托走到上路的时候，特别是还没有在带闪现的情况下，没有视野就很容易被gank，所以他不是那么的好去压人。然后他发育的周期又特别长，就感觉就正常玩就好了。
We know that the Shy is a good player on Victor, and we think that this champion is a late game champion, and it is an easy target of gank, especially when he is without the flash. So we just play normally and try to make some ganks on him. And the third question is about Game 3, because you've destroyed so many turrets of the enemy team without team fights. So what is your game strategy for Game 3? 那么第3局游戏当中，其实你们在前期推了对面非常非常多的塔，并且也是在没有打团的情况下推的。想要问一下这一局你们整体的游戏策略是什么样的呢？
第3把就是我们比较主偏发育一点，就是等到我后面发育好了之后，带男枪是比较好带的。然后他前期也非常的小心，然后我们就一直在发育，发育好了之后，到了我们强势期，我们就空下了资源，就玩得很小心，就慢慢的把这把游戏拿下。
So because we've got a scaling up draft or we got some compositions like this, so we just try to farm and scale up. And I know that it's a easy late game for me to target on Graves 1v1 solo. So I think it's an easy game if we can farm up well. And the last question for you is about the aim of this split, because you are the last team to perform their debut on the stage. What is your aim or goal of the split? 那么最后一个问题问到你们，是因为你们今年是春季赛最后一支登场亮相的队伍，想要问一下你们在这个赛季的目标是什么样的呢？
我们就希望把自己最好的状态拿出来吧。这赛季就能走多远是多远，因为我们也是很多不同的队来的磨合，就磨合也要一个周期吧，就尽自己的全力，加油努力吧。
We just try our best because we are from different teams formally, so we just try our best and to reach the highest. That's all for the interview. 再一次感谢 Breathe 选手来接受我们的采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Sam. Great interview as always. I love how non-committal Breathe is on basically every answer as well. It's like, what changed after game number 1? Well, we came to some conclusions and changed it. Yeah, but what? Yeah, fantastic to hear from Breathe. As always, you know, some of the players, really, really good answers. Some of them a little less committal, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think our big conclusions though are the amount of changing that we saw from the teams, or sometimes lack thereof. Apparently, I've just been told we've got our MVP ready, so let's take a look at Fofo, who's going to get the MVP. The Zoe performance, really beautiful to witness. That's twice today that we got to see insane Zoes. I will say, it's not often you get a mid lane MVP that's 0, 1, and 4.
Yeah, I was going to say, I usually get like much higher kill participation on my MVPs. The 44% it's not hot, but yeah, look, I mean, as you say, a lot of damage going to be coming out from this guy, setting up well for the team, and it was such a spread out and kind of like slow paced game. The kills not coming through, but it was these kind of key bubbles at the end that I feel that really fixed it. I was also going to say, by the way, this fight here, those bubbles that Fofo were hitting were blind, which was just mind-boggling to me, that he's just like, I can hit these no problem. So certainly Fofo playing well, and when it got towards the late game, a lot of those kind of that damage and pick potential was a big setup for BLG in securing the victory.
Yeah, watching Fofo Zoe highlights is like the stuff of nightmares, really, Gary, mate. It's scary stuff. It's scary stuff, but I love to watch it. I love to see the best Zoes in the world go into work. And Fofo definitely up there with the best of them. So fantastic to see him get yet another MVP. And we'll have to see what the progression looks like for this BLG squad. Because again, like Breathe was saying during the interview, right? These guys are all formerly from different teams. There's going to take some time for the synergy to build up. But they got to win. That's what matters at the end of the day. So with that, let's take a look at our results. Because we've had 8 games today. I almost can't get that much on my fingers. We started off with OMG showing up big time, shutting down IG, getting their 3rd win on the board already. Then we went into V5 versus WE, where V5 managed to show and show the veterancy that they bring to the table. And then BLG managing to get their win over
Yeah, and I mean, I think for OMG, delighted that they're going to be picking up that win. A lot of people kind of eyeing up OMG to say like, hey, can they break into that playoff bracket once more? Or what's the story with them? And it's nice to see that they're still coming in and looking confident. And for BLG, at least for the super team, managing to pick up that first win is going to be a nice step forward on what is expected to be a pretty heavy dominant conquest for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. But tomorrow, the LPL continues, because this may be the end of week 1. But we're on 7 days a week. So tomorrow's matches as the beginning of week number 2. RNG versus TT. Anyone's Legend against FPX. Both going to be hosted in Shanghai. Both should be interesting matches because I feel like RNG and FPX going to be clear favorites in those matchups, right? But it's about, can you look clean? Can you make these games look simple? Because let's be honest, both RNG and FPX have looked a little shaky at times. They've looked a little rough around the edges. So I feel like these are series where you got to prove that you guys are the big dogs.
Yeah, I agree. And especially I think for FPX, right, who actually beat RNG and then also coming off the back of another successful win. I think it'll be a case of like trying to see, have teams figured them out? Because I feel like FPX is certainly a team that plays one style and we haven't seen anything else from them. So we'll have to see what the plan is going to be if there is any sort of shake-up there.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That's all coming up tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're going to end the stream for now. I've been Munchables. That's been Dagda. Thanks very much for sticking with us for all 8 games, and we'll see you guys in chat tomorrow.